I'm sorry, the downtown cameras, we have a public hearing. That will not be beginning until 3 o'clock. So if you're here, we're going to defer that. And we do have a separate sign-up list for that, and that is posted over here in the anteroom. So we'll be deferring that. My hope is to get through the majority or all of the agenda prior to that. If not, I'll play it by ear. I'll call a short recess before 3 o'clock. We'll temporarily postpone wherever we are in the agenda, go to the public hearing at 3 o'clock, and then if need be, resume the agenda after the public hearing. Because we have announced that, and I just want to make that, I want to be fair to the people who are coming at 3 o'clock for that hearing. So, we began all of our council meetings with invocation of the Pledge of Allegiance. Today's invocation is being given by Pastor Blaine Derrick from Westside First Wesleyan. I ask you all to stand for the invocation, and please stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Father God, we are reminded of the words of Solomon, who says that where those who live right and desire the right, you will be there and you will bless the city. And we pray that you will bless this council this day, that you will give them wisdom from your hand to their minds and hearts, so that they can lead us as a city where we will prosper, where good things will happen in our town, where people will know that they can be safe and that they can find hope. Father, we pray that, as Solomon also said, that in the hand of many advisors there is wisdom. So we pray for wisdom in this meeting, and we ask your blessing in this place. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 2.
Changes to agenda and postponements.
Ms. Cox, I'm not aware of any. Are there? No changes to the agenda or postponements. Item number 3, the consent calendar.
Consent calendar. These items will be acted upon as a whole unless a specific item is called for discussion or by a council member or citizen wishing to address the city council. Any items called up for separate consideration shall be acted upon following the mayor's communications.
Council, is there any member that would like to pull an item off the consent calendar? Angela?
3B1 and 3B2.
Any other member of council? I'll be pulling off 3B11 for purposes of recusal. Is there any member of the audience who'd like to remove an item or call up an item off the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of items 3B1, 3B2, and 3B11.
So moved.
Please vote. And that passes unanimously with Councilmember Williams excused. Item number 4.
Citizen discussion.
As we do in most council meetings, we're going to honor some of the mayor's 100 teens today, and I've asked a couple of my colleagues to assist me in this. And Tim, would you start off, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. Would Josh Turpek? Is he here? Would you please come up?
Oh, we embarrass you. You have to get up and face everybody.
Josh is nominated. He's Harrison High School student nominated by Melinda Simons. Josh Turpek spent his summer vacation in 2010 connecting with international students and practicing his leadership skills. He was accepted into the National Hispanic Institute's Lorenzo D. Zavala Youth Legislative Session, in which more than 100 students from North and South America competed to earn places in the executive, judicial, and legislative branches in a mock government. Josh was immersed in a rich multicultural environment for a week at Colorado State University. Back home, Josh also exhibits the qualities of a leader. He's the captain of Harrison's varsity football team, playing quarterback, and outside linebacker. He is also the lead diver on the swimming and diving team. He represents his class in student government and in the culture club. He is section leader for the frontline ensemble in the school marching band. His academic performance is also strong. He has a stellar GPA, which he maintains while working a part-time job. He is concurrently enrolled at Pikes Peak Community College, earning credit toward his future college degree. He's also in the 21st Century program at Harrison, which is designed to mold students into competitive and successful leaders in a global workforce. Josh's life philosophy is, and I love this, those at the top of the mountain didn't fall there. And his number one goal is to aid in creating an environment free of financial struggle. Congratulations, Josh.
Bernie?
Aaron Cassidy. Aaron is a student at Sand Creek High School and was nominated by Vicki Glasser. Aaron Cassidy stayed strong and positive through many trials, both in her own body and in her family. Her resilience is apparent to all those around her as she keeps fighting through whatever comes her way. In January 2011, Aaron started having medical problems. A doctor found that she had an inoperable brain tumor, which was devastating. It didn't grow or cause problems, but she must go to follow-up appointments. The latest MRI showed the tumor is unchanged. Then she found that her colon was twisted, which caused food to get stuck and required surgery. She learned that she had a severe intolerance to gluten, sugar, and fructose, which will affect her whole life. In 2005, Aaron's mom was sick and had to be hospitalized. Aaron and her younger sister went to live with their grandparents for 2 months in Montana. She remembers this being a scary time in her life when she helped take care of her sister while wondering what would happen to her mom. Aaron kept reaching out to others. She volunteers at the YMCA, helping with events and paperwork. She helps teach kids at her church. At school, she hopes to play on the golf team and holds a 3.9 GPA, high enough for an academic letter, despite missing days due to medical issues. Aaron's life's philosophy, don't let the things you can't do interfere with what you can do. And her number one goal, to make a difference in this world by serving and helping others. I have hopes to become a registered dietitian and certified fitness instructor who specializes in childhood obesity. Aaron, I would say that you are well on your way to accomplishing your goal. Please join me in congratulating Aaron.
Jan?
Annie Lee, will you please come on up? Annie Lee attends Rampart High School, and she was nominated by Linda Lynch. Annie Lee, did I say? Annie Lynn. Sorry if I said Lee. Annie Lynn knows a thing or two about perseverance. When she moved with her parents to the United States at a young age, she knew no English and was unfamiliar with the culture here. She worked hard, determined not to let it slow down her academic and social growth. She now excels in English and considers it her favorite subject. She was given the chance to skip 7th grade and took on much more challenging classes as a result, maintaining straight A's throughout high school. Annie is extremely passionate about helping youth in her community. She has volunteered at an elementary school, the Pikes Peak Library District Summer Reading Program, played piano for senior citizens, and had a fundraiser for victims of the Cyclone earthquake in 2008. She belongs to her school's Key Club, which participates in community service projects. Annie lives her life in a spirit of giving and doesn't hesitate to donate time to people in need of help at her school or in her community. Annie is on her school's swim team, and she plays the piano and the clarinet. She was selected to play for the Colorado Springs All-City Honor Band this year. She is involved in the Youth Leadership Conference in Washington, D.C., and the State Young Leader Conference in Denver. Annie's life philosophy is, 1,000 words will not leave so deep an impression as one deed. Her number one goal, to make a positive impact on the community and the world, and it sounds like you're well on your way, Annie. Thank you very much.
Annie, Josh, and Aaron, thank you for being here today. Obviously, you have very busy schedules, so we know you had to take time from that to do that. But thank you very much for being role models in the community, role models in your school, and role models among your peers. Thanks again. While we have no resolutions of appreciation today, we would like to recognize some very talented District 20 artists. And I've asked Councilor Angela Dugan to say a few words and call the teens up for recognition and receive their certificate of appreciation. Angela?
Thank you.
You know, I want to have you look around at our beautiful artwork that we have up here. We have 4 different pillars that District 20, I asked this year if they had some artwork we could possibly use. And this is actually artwork from students, and it's all the way from grade schoolers up to high schoolers. Now, we do have a recognition for every single person here, but luckily, or sadly for us, a lot of them are already in college and already heading off. We do actually have one college student who actually come back to be a thank you. And I'm actually going to bring everyone who has a artwork up. Could you guys just come up here and stand right up here just right along? And before they're here, I would love for you to tell me your name. My name
is Madison Lemay.
Can you show us your artwork too? Just point.
Oh yeah, my artwork is the moth on the dead flower. It's the second one down on that pillar over there.
Yes, I'd love to.
Okay, well the assignment was to pick a theme for the whole semester and to do a bunch of different pieces off of that theme. I had chosen my fear, my deep, awful fear of moths, and the aspect that I was supposed to do in this painting was the beauty aspect of the topic that I had chosen. So it was quite a challenge trying to make my fear look beautiful, but I kind of had the contradiction there of a moth on a dead flower. But yeah, that's where that came from and what happened.
Awesome. Thank you so much for allowing us to have your beautiful artwork here.
Thank you.
Cindy Chambers, and then pass it on down.
Hello, I'm Nicole Neff, and my drawing is the third one down from that pillar. It's a graphite illustration drawing, and I'm in AP Art, and we do free art during the time, and I wanted to draw a different scenery since I've lived here my whole life. I drew a place that I wanted to be, and that's from Italy. And I drew different concepts in the drawing.
Thank you so very much, Nicole. I appreciate it so very much.
I'm Jackie Klausner, and my art is the rose. And it's a stippling work, which means it's tiny dots. And I was inspired because I'm pro-life, and the symbol of pro-life is a rose, and I really want to get into pro-life activism when I'm older.
Thank you. If you do look closely, you can see this actual, that was one of the ones that amazed me when I was looking at it. That is actually real dot. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Camilla Stark, and my art is the violin piece at the top of that pillar and the water lily piece at the top of that one. And I played the violin for 7 years, and that's what inspired me to do the violin piece. And the water lily piece is based on a visit I took to Estes Park and just the beautiful scenery we have in Colorado.
Well, thank you so much. You do. It's absolutely beautiful.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Anderson. My art is the flower up there, up above the giraffe. And for our art, we were supposed to draw a flower that like poofs out like a dress. Just goes.
Rebecca, I want to thank you again so much. This artwork will stay up to the year. We're hoping to have other school districts throughout the next few years to keep changing this and showing how talented our young people are. And again, there is just a whole packet here of wonderful people who absolutely did it. And if I could maybe, could you hold it while because I can't hold it on top of it. Well, I can, but not well. And again, a lot of these were seniors, and a lot of them I didn't realize. I was so worried about getting it scheduled around spring break that I sort of forgot about TCAPs going on, and a lot of people couldn't get out for TCAPs. So, but Shelby Breland, Amy Lister, Kelly Passmore, paper stuck here, Sarah Ridings, Janelle Slocum, and Charles Stebbings, all of D20 and all the schools across the entire district. So thank you so much. We appreciate it very much.
Thanks, Angela. We're now to the part of the meeting where we open the floor up for citizen discussion. A couple of ground rules. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. We also ask that you not address an issue that's on the agenda. And I noticed that there are 3 people who have signed up to talk about the pools. We merely ask that you wait for that agenda item to be called. You will be given a chance to speak at that time, but we ask that you wait for them. And when you come up to the podium, you'll see there's a couple of lights. When the yellow light starts flashing, you have about 30 seconds, and when the red light flashes, we ask you to wrap up your comments. And the first person today is Mr. Charles Barber.
Honorable President Hente, President Pro Tem Martin, and members of City Council. My name is Charles Barber, and I have lived here for many moons. The 2012 budget formulating and presenting to City Council by the Potent Mayor and City staff was costly to taxpayers. Colorado Springs citizens are concerned about the financial health of our city at the 11th month of the new term. How do 2012 budget expenditures compare to those projected at the 11th month mark? What and how much are the financial disbursements of each specific expenditure for city reorganization? Have we hit $8 million yet? In corporate parlance, what is the net marginal product revenue by the executive branch at this 11th month anniversary? Mr. President, it is my opinion no records are available for examination by citizens. Generally accepted accounting principles used by the executive branch were illegally manipulated to conceal information from citizens, including the 2012 budget. How is it possible for accounting professionals, the city committee, and the city staff to affirm the negative $3.8 million? The answer is by choosing the sum of only negative numbers. The chain of command from citizen to representatives of city government contains a built-in disconnect intended to isolate the potent mayor from citizens' evaluation and scrutiny. The former budget director was a good worker and performed precisely as directed by her many superiors. She was a victim of her own success, following these orders from supervisors. She was granted clemency and discarded with a fistful of money for doing her job upon confidentiality of non-disclosure of implicating supervisors. No worker for our city can ever be placed in a position being required to say or do a task that is contrary to mathematics laws of distribution, of commutation, of association, to comply with a supervisor's preference. City employee dignity, morale, and performance will become lackluster with continued exploitation. This injustice is pandemic decay of the human spirit, generating disease, cancer, stress, and ill will among workers, and hasten the cultural hemorrhaging of our city. Colorado Springs' national image will suffer the potent mayor's indignity of buffoonery for many years. I am so mad I'm going to go flush my toilet. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Barber, I will take a little bit of umbrage at your use of the term illegal. I don't think, you may disagree with the process that's used, it doesn't necessarily make it illegal. And just so you know, the city council periodically receives reviews from city staff, now from the city mayor's office, with regards to the where we are with regards to expenditures in the 2012 budget. And I believe that is scheduled for the first time this year in early April, if I'm not mistaken. And you are more than welcome to attend that presentation, Mr. Barber.
My illegality refers to the mathematical abuse, sir.
I think the illegality, and I think I'm a violation of the law, so I understand what you're saying.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Mary Gallivan.
Honorable Mayor Bach, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Mary Gallivan. I'm the Grandview Neighborhood Watch Block Captain. I'd like to say that we feel the groundwork has been established for the needs of our West Side community and a timeline set
for Law Enforcement Intergovernmental Agreement, May 2012, the start of the tourist season. The ball is in your court. You have the cooperation of the residents, own, and the business community. Please don't pass on the opportunity to clean up the west side and make it a model for the rest of Colorado Springs. Again, we are thankful for the increased police presence, both city and county, but need to know what is the next step to begin the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And we have several people that are going to speak on the west side, so I'll defer any comments until we hear all the speakers. Dennis? That's Orski?
Yeah, Bakrowski.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Mayor, Ente, City Council. I wanted to, my name is Dennis Bakarowski. I'm a member of the Neighborhood Watch in the Grandview area. I mostly have one idea that might help with law enforcement in the west side in the Safeway area. But first I want to mention that Safeway has done a lot with their signs and their guard service. The city has done an awful lot with the lighting on the streets and also with police patrol. This is a picture of the Midland Trail, which is just recently completed, and it's a very attractive asset. To the west side, it cleans up the south side of Fountain Creek very nicely, and a lot of people are using that. The area adjacent to what I'm concerned with is this is Water Inlet Station, which is right behind Safeway, and as you can see, it's a very attractive, well-groomed, a nice station. It's for drinking water for this part of the city of Colorado Springs. This is the Safeway wall behind Safeway. Another view of the inlet area, but you don't see the pump station. But you do see the brush on the left side. This is an area that I think could be of assistance to the local police when they are looking for somebody of suspicion. They could go through behind the car wash there or in Sonic, and they could be looking for people that they might be of the description that they're looking for. And you can see that there's Sonic and is right on the left there. This is a better view. It's a little bit more of a close-up. It shows the rolling knolls and the brush right now. There are very few leaves, if any, on the trees. But in the summertime, you can't hardly see any structures back there because it's so dense. This is an area that I think could very easily be, the knolls could be, knock the tops off and kind of level and take out some of the small brush. The trees are very attractive, but the brush is an area for people to hide behind if they're escaping from the Safeway parking lot. All they have to do is run around the corner and they're in this dense forest. This is an area taken from the back of the car wash, and it shows the entrance to the pump station. The chain link fence right on the left is the entryway to the pump station, and that is a sloping road that the trucks use for maintenance going down to there. This is another area, another view just about 20 feet to the right of that, and it shows the entrance of the pump station. And as you can note that there is no gate on the pump station. I'm not sure if there needs to be or not, but my concern is getting rid of the brush and getting rid of the knolls so that when the police drive into Sonic or into the car wash, they can look down there without getting out of their cruisers to look around with their light. I don't need these pictures. I'll give them to city clerk, and she can give them to anybody that might be interested in them.
Thank you, Dennis. Michael, you've been here before, and I should have your last name down by now, but I'm still going to miss it. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Councilman. Good afternoon, Mayor. Thank you for taking the time to hear me. Try to be as brief as possible. I'm on topic. I know Dennis just spoke about the area behind the car wash in Sonic. Just a little FYI, if anybody's going to look into that, that's actually private property. That's how my group, the Avenues Merchants, was able to help get some of the people that were camping back there a couple years out of that area. But I will say, in addition to his comments, that is a haven or a transient area for people that are living in the motels west of 34th, between 34th and Manitou's border. They come up that creek system along Fountain Creek. They'll traffic drugs. There'll be prostitution events back there. The car wash, right behind where Dennis was speaking of, has been broken into no less than 5 times in 4 months, to the tune of probably $6,000 to $8,000 worth of property damage. And the people come from west of 34th and cruise in through the cover of the woods and just assault that business and assault the Unica business. We totally appreciate the activity that the Sheriff's Department has been headed our way with the police. We appreciate it. I think what's important to understand is that this district, in between our city's 2 national historic districts, Manitou Springs and Old Colorado City, we're talking about 15 blocks, is under siege by the people on the streets down here. We've got residents reporting just egregious hostile trespassers. I represent the businesses down in that district. It's called the Avenues Merchants Business District. We face hostile trespassers on a day-to-day basis. Just 2 hours ago, Papa Murphy's, somebody came in again, and it was all they could do to get the gentleman out of their business. And this is at the Red Rock Plaza. He was intoxicated, potentially on drugs. We on this street are being menaced by these people and their behaviors. It's really shocking. And I think the concern for all the merchants is that this is where people drive when they go back and forth between historical Colorado City and historic Manitou Springs. They don't jump over a block and get on Highway 24 to make that transit. They go right down West Colorado. We've got 12 or 15 blocks that we need a lot of help in. Thank you so much for having the communication lines open with the police department. We've always appreciated that, and with the sheriff, Commander Rob King's done a great job. There is a concern that I think Welling's going to speak about next, and I've witnessed it many times, and it's a catch and release issue. I've seen gang fights at the car wash between 6 and 7 people, stuff strewn all over the place, and CSPD's shown up. Thank you for showing up, but let's arrest some people. Everybody there has no trespassings on file with CSPD. And on another note, we appreciate you guys down there so much. We would love to set up some type of a quasi-substation. I have a nice hotel down there, caters to all the tourists that come into town. They can come in my office at any time, have some coffee, sit out on the picnic tables, but that offer's out on the table, and I think we're going to be talking to the police chief about that this week. If there's any questions, let me know. I'll hang around for a few minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes, sir.
Welling Clark.
Honorable Council of Colorado Springs, Honorable Mayor of Colorado Springs, greetings. Just want to give you an update. I'm very pleased to, well, I'm not pleased to announce, but yesterday a body was found under the mobile home of the person who was the machete robber at Papa John's a few weeks ago. I believe it was found by the Office of the Undersheriff. They're investigating, so that was very surprising, but we're glad that individual is now in jail. I want to thank all the law enforcement involved for doing that. I want to give you an update of what we're doing and moving forward with. We've been in contact with a couple of the Manitou Springs council members with regard to this stakeholder task force for policymaking that we presented 2 weeks ago. And there's interest there. We're going to be presenting formally before their council. Also, I've been in communication and working cooperatively with the county, and actually have a county commissioner, Commissioner Clark, sitting back here, who is in support of that and working with me to identify the appropriate law enforcement agency personnel for the county. Our hope is to establish the first task force meeting maybe the end of this month, maybe the beginning of next month. I've been in communication with Chief Carey, and also, I don't know Steve Cox's original first, what was it, Chief of Vitality, or? I didn't mean it that way, I'm sorry. But Chief of Economic Vitality, to have that involved in it, because we're a mixed-use neighborhood. So we will be putting more information out as we solidify it. We want to thank you for the support we've received offline from the council members and all. In fact, I want to compliment Chief Carey. At 7:30 Thursday morning, I'm meeting with him with 2 representatives from the residents and the businesses to go over some of the issues that have been mentioned here earlier. I'm very positive on what's going to be able to come out of it, because he wants to actually, he said he wants to know exactly what's going on and we can identify a path forward. Also, and with Chief of Economic Vitality, Cox, I got that right. He may not be available the first meeting, but we do feel that after law enforcement, because it's a mixed-use neighborhood, economic vitality is very important. We want to tie that in. And in closing, I'd like to say this. The neighborhoods, we're used to working with the old form of government, so if we step on somebody's toes or whatever, how things are working out, we don't need to. But all we want to do is work to have a safe neighborhood, a prosperous neighborhood, and a very successful business environment there, so we can actually increase the funding for the city. Now, what Mike was referring to about stopping down there is we're working with the businesses, because we realize the police and cruisers, that's 8 hours sitting in a car. That is not fun. But if we can provide assistance or support or something like that, where they can come in for a cup of coffee, a rest stop, they need to make a call, they need something, we want to have, I'll say, public safety friendly businesses and homes that they can call on if they need it. Because we need to help you help us.
Well, and I actually have a question for you.
Sure.
You referred to a stakeholder process, and Mary Galvin talked about a law enforcement intergovernmental agreement. Are you both working towards the same goal?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In fact, that was the first issue when we talked to Manitou Springs. They said they would like to work on one topic, and the topic would be the intergovernmental agreement to ensure that our law enforcement, all entities are on the same rules of engagement, and so we know where everybody stands, just like we do in the service with mixed forces. And that is on for the task force.
Okay. If there's any way the council can specifically help you that, sit in with the task force, work towards an intergovernmental agreement, all you have to do is ask.
Yes, sir.
I know Councilmember Slotko has taken an interest down there. Part of that comes into my district. All you have to do is ask us, we'll participate, we'll see what we can come back.
That is great. And if we ask for somebody to be on there and it's inappropriate, tell us, because we just want to get the right mix in there from a policy standpoint.
Any other comments or questions? Thanks, Wally. Awesome.
Well, I just want to make a comment in support. My wife and I walk the Midland Trail probably 3 times a week, and I've seen the pictures here, and I've seen that firsthand, and I've seen the people camping in those areas and hiding in those areas, and it is people trying to shop in that area don't feel safe, and I know the police department is helping with it. My wife and I actually put out a grass fire when we were riding our bikes through that area at one time.
Contact the fire department, they need you.
But the point is, there's activities going on that are hidden right through there because of the stream bed, and I think it is going to take all of us to work together, because of it truly is a no man's land, and we need to make it everybody's land.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Tim?
And I'd like to back up on what Merv said also. I've ridden my bike through there, and I've seen firsthand the trouble you're talking about. In fact, I would say, for this last week, I guess, was you look back at that, but my wife was aggressively panhandled in that parking lot in Safeway over there. So it's at the top of my list of things to help you with. So same offer, call on me, please.
Will do. Thank you.
Thanks, Wally, and thanks to all of you who spoke on that issue.
Thank you all.
Anthony Abdu.
Hello. My name is Anthony Abdo. I speak on behalf of Occupy Colorado Springs, which me and my daughter have participated in for some number of months. I joined Occupy Colorado Springs because some of y'all remember us from the St. Patty's Day parade, where your city government and the police teamed up with John O'Donnell, who does all the pro-military, pro-war stuff, parading troops through the town in support of U.S. militarism. Y'all teamed up to assault us on that because we were carrying a sign that said, "Kids, not bombs." How many kids could have had their lives saved if, instead of assaulting people around the country, city governments had embraced the idea of kids, not bombs? Occupy Colorado Springs, to me, is kids, not bombs. It's Social Security, a livable Social Security, not bombs. Housing, not bombs. Medical care for everybody, not bombs. We could go on and on. It came from the group called Food, Not Bombs. Nobody gave a hoot about food either. They preferred the bombs. This is a city, military bases all over. I don't expect to convince y'all to my point of view, but we have the right to express our free speech in Colorado Springs without a campaign of menacing personal threats coming from Fort Carson active duty soldiers. Some of the Fort Carson active duty soldiers that are deployed to Afghanistan started coming to Occupy. Some of the women that were related to them had participated in Occupy Colorado Springs. They became increasingly angry because I made the simple sign, just like I had made the simple sign, "Kids, not bombs," that said, "Troops kill kids." Troops do kill kids, don't they? A couple of days ago, they killed some kids in Afghanistan. And I bet all of you are happy that soldier was not another Fort Carson, but Tacoma from Fort Lewis McChord got the blame on that one. I don't like being told that I'm having sex with my dog. I don't like people trying to get me fired from my job. I don't like people harassing, putting out posters saying that they'll pay money if someone can come up with the information about where I work, all because of a campaign of active duty troops from Fort Carson doing this. I call on the city to recognize Occupy, if it was anything, was a free speech movement. We're not going to be intimidated by thuggery coming from Fort Carson. Because you tolerate this, I give an example. It's not just us. You had a Fort Carson person broke his own kid's skull, baby skull, yesterday. If you or I or any other person had done that, we would have gotten 20 years. He had a history of abuse. He got, what was it? Was it 3 months probation or 9 months probation? No, 3 months, 9 months in jail, and then he's on probation. Because he's an active duty troop, and you coddle these troops in this city. You allow them to run, threaten and menace civilians here that speak out against our wars. I call on you, Mayor, to call Fort Carson and tell them to get their troops that are still on active duty under control, to stop their campaign of harassing members of Occupy Colorado Springs who do have an anti-war position. No, we're not against soldiers. We're not against soldiers. We allow them to talk in our meetings.
Mr. Abdu, would you wrap up your comments? You would see.
We allow them to talk. They told us they embraced the violence. They told us that they considered children combatants and they would shoot first and ask questions later. We gave them free speech. They wanted to deny it to us, and they're paid for by my tax dollars, and they're from Fort Carson. Please speak to that. Thank you.
PC Mulkey?
She had to step out.
Mr. Burlow, you're next.
My name is Eric Burlow, and I'm representing Occupy Colorado Springs. And I guess I wanted to just cover whatever Tony didn't. These were wanted flyers that have been posted throughout downtown. We found them posted in front of the hospital, Memorial Hospital, when we were there having a rally about universal health care for all. And some people have contacted me from online about finding these flyers. And when you have a wanted flyer for somebody, and this is not a sanctioned police department thing. It's somebody putting a bounty on somebody's head. Offering money for information. Most people won't have information, but they'll look at it and kind of think, well, I want a part of this, and this is kind of lynch mob activity. And to me, it does look like something that would merit the city being able to clear the air about the fact that a person has a right to say that troops kill kids. And not only that, but troops do kill kids. We're seeing it all the time. It's part of the methodology. When we have a drone attack and we take out a family home in Pakistan or Afghanistan or Somalia or all the places that we're using drones, we know that there are children there and we kill them. So it probably would be, none of us like war, none of us want to be war makers, but we have to, I think, face the reality that that's what war means. And so when we make decisions about whether to go to war, we have to know that that means sending soldiers there to who will eventually be killing children, women and children, and non-combatants. And so I think it's everybody's responsibility to speak out against that and try to do whatever they can to avoid us being in a situation where we're doing that. When we participated in the St. Patrick's Day Parade, there was a concern. It was voiced that it was concern for our safety, the fact that if we would be saying something unpopular, that the residents of Colorado Springs would be opposed to that and would throw bottles or something like that. And that's not, I guess, that's not a status quo that we can be satisfied with. We live in a country which respects freedom of speech, but I'm hoping it also respects the truth. Our not saying that troops kill kids doesn't make it not happen, right? We have to face the fact that it happens, so that way we can be sure to be training soldiers not to do that. This is, I think, a really fundamental message that has to get out there, and we're looking for your help in some way to get on board in a cause for right. I mean, we're planning to. We have a permit. We're planning to march in this year's parade, and those of us who have the courage, and we have a wholesome message. I mean, our message at the hospital was about healthcare. It's not about the troops all the time, but we need to know that we're not going to be harassed in an extrajudicial manner. I hope this town does not tolerate lynch mobs. All right, thank you.
I'm tempted to not say anything, but I will tell you that if you count, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to include you if you allow me to do this. Of the 10 elected officials in the city, 5 of us are military veterans. And I think we take great umbrage at the accusations, implied or otherwise, that were made over the last few minutes. You've heard me say on multiple occasions up here, we served in the military to guarantee your right to stand at that podium and say whatever you'd like. But we can't accept the fact that inaccuracies are out there. and allegations, unfortunately, of criminal activities to reflect on all the military is an inaccurate statement and totally misrepresentative of the outstanding members of this community that have served or do serve in the military. And so we take great offense at those comments, and we salute all of those members for their service. And I hope you're okay with those comments.
Thank you for your service.
Item number 6. I'm sorry, item number 5.
Approval of the minutes of the regular council meeting of February 28, 2012.
Move approval.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Slocum, did you have a comment?
Yeah, we addressed yesterday the informal on the February 27th, the 6B. Do I need to clarify that again today?
I'll look into those. Those aren't approved by council. That's more of a direction. So I will certainly look into that for you.
Okay.
Move approval.
Second.
Say another word, please.
Please vote. And that passed unanimously with Councilmember Williams absent. Now item number 6.
Mayor's communications, Housing Authority Board confirmation.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. President, Madam President Pro Tem, councilors, I'm here today to present a nominee for the Housing Authority Board. Some of you know him from the past, at least, previous board to which he was confirmed. I'm speaking of Brian Colbert, who's here with me. We have a vacancy coming up on the Housing Authority Board, and I want to, a special note that the seat is being vacated by Terry Zebarth, who has been on the Housing Authority Board for almost 18 years. What a tremendous long service to our city. And so we thank Mr. Zebarth for that tremendous contribution. He's also the current chairman of the Housing Authority, so when you see him out in the community, I hope you'll join me in thanking him for all that he has done. Let me tell you a little bit about Brian Colbert. I think we sent over a package to you previously. Brian is a graduate of Mitchell High School here in Colorado Springs. He's also a graduate of San Diego State University with a degree in public administration with an emphasis on city planning and urban development. That can certainly help us. Brian served on the Urban Renewal Authority Board from October 2010 to his term expiration coming up here the 1st of April, when he will vacate that seat. Brian is a board member of the Chancellor's Leadership Class at UCCS and serves on various other boards throughout Colorado Springs. He has been actively involved in the financial advising industry in Colorado Springs since 2007. And Brian is also an active member of the Downtown Partnership. So I'm very pleased to have him step forward once again for the second time to help our city now in this capacity on the Housing Authority Board. And either Brian and I would be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions, Council? Mr. Herpy, do you have a motion?
With great appreciation, I move approval of Mr. Colbert to the Housing Authority Board.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none? Brian, you're glad for punishment, so thanks for your help. Consideration of items called up from the consent calendar section. Item, Angela, do you mind if I have both these read at the same time?
No, yes. Do it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Items 3B1 and 3B2, if you read both items into the record.
3B1, the interim city clerk reports that on January 30th, 2012, there was filed with her a petition for the annexation of Hiddle Addition. She states she has examined or caused to be examined the above-mentioned petition and has determined that the petition is in substantial compliance with Section 3112-1071 PRS. The interim city clerk herewith communicates such to City Council and recommends the petition be referred to the City Administration for review and recommendation. 3B2, the interim city clerk reports that on January 30th, 2012, there was filed with her a petition for the annexation of Hiddle Addition number 2. She states that she has examined or caused to be examined the above-mentioned petition and has determined that the petition is in substantial compliance with Section 3112-1071 CRS. The interim city clerk herewith communicates such to City Council and recommends that the petition be referred to the city administration for review and recommendation.
Angela?
This would be pretty simple. Basically, I know when you look at the big map of Colorado Springs, we have a lot of little spots or little blurbs that are not. And I'm assuming that everything around us, and I'm looking at your map, everything around it is Colorado Springs. This is just one of those little blips.
That's correct. This is part of a larger enclave. It's just over 4 acres, located northwest of W.E. Powers. There's probably 3 other property owners on this side of Powers that are also a part of this enclave, and then the enclave continues on a little bit east, includes the Church for All Nations is also part of that same enclave. So slowly but surely, as the property owners...
That's what I wanted to make sure is because I know a lot of city services are out there. We just have these little blips everywhere. So that was all I wanted to ensure. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Very good question.
Are we currently providing city services to this?
No, we aren't. This is a vacant piece of ground. It's vacant. We are not providing services at this time.
Will we be obligated to provide?
That's actually the reason they want to annex is so they can get the valuable city utilities and other services.
Any other questions or comments? Are there any questions or comments from the audience on this particular matter? I'll bring it back for a proposed motion. All in favor? I'm sorry, please vote. And that passed unanimously. Councilmember Williams excused. Item 3B11.
The resolution of the City Council of the City of Colorado Springs, Colorado, approving a minor amendment of the Woodman Heights Metropolitan District Numbers 1 through 3 Service Plan to reduce the maximum debt service mill levy for District Number 3 from 50.0 to 30.0 mils.
And because I sit on the Board of Directors of the Woodman Heights Metropolitan District, I'll be recusing myself from this particular item.
Council, any comments or questions?
Madam Pro Tem, I move approval.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on this item? Okay, let's please vote. That passes with a 6-2 vote. 7-2. Passes unanimously with President Henty and Councilmember Williams absent.
Thank you, Jan. Item number 7.
An ordinance bidding ordinance number 11-95, 2012 appropriation ordinance for the general fund in the amount of $425,000 in support of a partnership agreement with the YMCA of Pikes Peak region to operate 6 aquatic facilities for the city of Colorado Springs.
Kim?
Good afternoon, President Henty, President Pro Tem Martin, and City Council members. We're here this afternoon to review with you the opportunity to enter into a new partnership arrangement in support of our aquatics program. Once the presentation is completed, we have a variety of staff members as well as representatives from the partner organization here to answer any questions you may have. As you may recall, the City of Colorado Springs Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services Department has a total of 7 facilities. We are currently operating the Cottonwood Creek Recreation Center, indoor pool located in the northeast section of town, known for having the only wave pool in southern Colorado. Previously, we had 3 aquatics facilities operated by a private contractor. That was the Aquatics and Fitness Center in Memorial Park, Portal Pool, and Wilson Ranch Pool, outdoor facilities. And then closed since the beginning of 2010 due to the significant budget reductions we've experienced over the last few years, have been Monument Valley Pool, Prospect Lake Beach and Bathhouse, and Valley High. With the continued goal of providing sustainable recreational programs and facilities to the community, the City of Colorado Springs is exploring a new partnership arrangement with the YMCA of the Pikes Peak region to operate 6 of the 7 facilities I just mentioned. Please note that the items presented today are preliminary in nature, but speak to the intent of our negotiations and the final agreement. Also keep in mind that the YMCA in the city has a long, strong partnership history, including the construction of the Southeast Armed Services YMCA and the sharing facilities between the Briargate and the Garden Ranch YMCAs. The target date for turnover of the operations is approximately April 1st, with facilities currently scheduled to be opening over Memorial Day weekend. Please note that the Valley High facility is not part of this arrangement due to its proximity both to the Southeast Y as well as to its proximity to the city's Aquatics and Fitness Center and the Prospect Lake Beach and Bathhouse operation. Also, due to the fact that the Cottonwood Creek Recreation Center is currently in operation, the target date of that transition may shift slightly. Under this partnership agreement, the YMCA will manage and operate our facilities, including all programming and staffing. The city will maintain ownership of the sites. The YMCA will apply its operating policies and fee structure consistently across all the sites. As the YMCA is committed to ensuring access to its programs and facilities, regardless of income level, the income-based rate scale offered by the YMCA will be applied as well. All membership sold, regardless of site, will be honored by both YMCA and City Recreation Center locations. Finally, day passes will be available for all city pools, continued at 2011 levels of pricing or less. However, a reduced rate will be available to anyone having a membership with an add-on pool hopper pass for the outdoor sites. Additional conceptual operating concepts include those listed here. The YMCA will be responsible for operating income and expenses. Should specific facility operations have a shortfall, the city will subsidize the YMCA to the point of a break-even status. On the other hand, should the YMCA realize excess revenue, those funds will be shared between both parties. Current discussions for the use of these funds include committing a portion to capital repairs for the city aquatic sites, as well as utilizing the remainder in terms of more short-term operational needs, such as additional staffing or supplies to enhance programming. Thus, those initial surpluses will all go towards the facilities in some way, shape, or form. Both interior and exterior signage will be designed to reflect the partnership between the Y and the city. The city will continue to be responsible for ensuring all facilities are both ADA and VGB compliant. The YMCA is dedicated to a three-pronged approach which focuses on youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility, while the Parks Department is committed along similar lines, providing a wide array of recreational programs and facilities to all the citizens of Colorado Springs. While the YMCA has served the community for over 130 years, the Parks Department has a similar history, with some of our initial park sites being dedicated by the founder of the community himself. Together, these organizations have the foundations in place for a significant partnership that provides services to the community with the potential for a sustainable future. Of utmost importance, this partnership will provide outdoor pools, indoor recreation centers, and the Prospect Lake Beach and Bathhouse operation to be once again open for the community to enjoy. Per the proposed agreement, the city will subsidize the YMCA for any shortfall experienced at city facilities. Based on proposed budgets, this subsidy is estimated at no more than $632,350 for 2012. By utilizing the remaining subsidy already budgeted for the Cottonwood Creek Recreation Center, which is currently estimated about $208,000, a supplemental appropriation of $425,000 is necessary. Should revenues come in higher than budgeted or expenses turn out to be lower than anticipated, the subsidy amount will be appropriately reduced. By the same token, there are funds already budgeted for this year for some of the facilities based on their current closed state. If needed, these funds can also be applied toward the subsidy as well. Couldn't get it out today either. The next steps to occur in the weeks ahead include completing negotiations and entering into an agreement, which will be for initially 5 years with options for renewal. Since some of the identified facilities have not been operated in over 2 years, site inspections will be conducted and necessary repairs made. All sites will also be inspected for compliance in terms of ADA and VGB. Finally, a multi-pronged approach of advertising by both entities will be utilized to ensure user groups are aware of the reopening of the sites. This concludes staff portion of the presentation. At this time, we would like to invite representatives from the YMCA to come forward and give their thoughts regarding this wonderful partnership opportunity. Afterwards, we will all be available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Kim. I'm Dan Demermuth, the President and CEO of the YMCA of the Pikes Peak region. It's my honor to be here again today. And our Metro Board is also very excited about the opportunity with this potential partnership, and we're looking forward to continued dialogue. Opening these 6 aquatic facilities, recreation facilities, is something that I know every citizen would like to see, because it's such an opportunity for us to really have a win and to be able to serve families, individuals, seniors, really all ages and interests and abilities to a higher degree than what we currently are. And we feel as an organization we're positioned to do that. We have expertise in aquatics management, facility management, and we are prepared and ready to do this. As Kim had mentioned, our 3 pillars are youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility, and this fits in so well in all 3 of those as far as to be able to provide the services that are needed in this community. The other thing is, being a 501c3 charitable nonprofit, one of our charges is to ease the burden of government, and this is a perfect example to do just that. We have what's called, and Kim referred to this as well, income-based rate scale membership, which really allows us to serve the lower income and mid-lower income better than we ever had before. We implemented this in January of 2009. It's been a true blessing for those that otherwise would be a stretch to have YMCA membership and be involved in our programs. Right now, about 30% of our members that sign up are on income-based rate scale. It's a financial assistance program, but it's a program that's very dignified and respectful in the way in which they come in and be able to gain access to membership and also to program. We feel that's a real calling for us to be able to do that. The YMCA right now in the Pikes Peak region serves between 50,000 to 60,000 members on an annual basis, depending on the time of the year. We serve over 50,000 program participants that engage in our programs and services on an annual basis. And this allows us to do more of that. I know you all take very seriously to protect the assets of the facilities that you do have. We feel we're very strong in that area as well with preventative maintenance. We'll work right alongside with the city staff to make sure that we're taking care of these facilities in advance and understanding when things need to be taken care of, the urgency, and prioritizing those to make sure that we have a safe environment, a quality environment where we're providing programs and services. Each year we go out in the community and raise sustaining dollars to scholarship families and individuals. This year we'll raise over $700,000 in direct financial assistance. We actually give out about $1.2 million, so we have a ways to go. That's a pretty lofty number, but we're going to get there. We're working hard on that. In 2013, we see this as a great case for support to go out and raise additional dollars from individuals and corporations to be able to help with scholarships the increased number of families and individuals that need financial assistance when it comes to income-based rate scale, any programs that we're offering that need to be subsidized. It's a good thing for the community, and we need to make sure that we step up and do just that. The other thing is, we talked about our 3 pillars of healthy living, social responsibility, and healthy living, social responsibility, and youth development. But we wanted to make sure that as an organization, we're very relevant to this community and stepping up and doing what our part is as an organization. And sometimes it's taking the lead on things, and sometimes it's actually just being a collaborator and bringing what we can to the table when it comes to staff expertise, the capacity of our staff, whatever that may be. And so we actually drilled it down based on talking to community leaders, the quality of life indicators we took a look at. And so we're really focused on youth development and teen development, but even drilling that down a little bit more on self-esteem of our youth and teens, and looking to make sure that we are thinking about inclusion and diversity with everything we do with programming with those age groups. The other is family stability. We feel as though we're positioned very well to do that as well in collaboration with others, and just with the families that we work with right now. We serve a lot of military families, about 40-45% of our 10,000 members that we have over at Southeast Services Line are military families, and we serve a lot of other military families throughout the community. And we feel as though every family deserves to come together and to be able to participate in different activities when they are together, but also to connect them with other families. That's where true community comes in, and that's what we feel we have an opportunity to really do that. And with this partnership, we have an even greater opportunity. The city and the Y does, and other agencies and organizations is to come together to be able to do just that with families. The third prong of that is senior well-being, and Tim and I were at an aging summit a couple weeks ago, and we need to position ourselves as a community. I think we all understand that, to serve the growing needs and diversified needs of our seniors, from different physical activities, social activities, and just be able to connect with others. 60% of our family or our seniors actually live in isolation. That was an alarming number to me. Some of them choose to do that probably, but there's others that don't. And we need to make sure that as an organization we're stepping up to do that. We would be thrilled to be able to partner with the city to be able to help meet those needs in the community. The other thing is, just to let you know, we have 30 Metropolitan Board members, leaders in this community that really give the direction to our organization. They're 100% behind this potential partnership. We also have 9 standing committees, from Finance Committee, the HR Committee, the Risk Management Committee, the Property Committee, you go on and on. But these are leaders, volunteers in our community that with staff really set the tone and lay a foundation in which we run quality programs, quality facilities. We're committed to leadership and staff development with our staff and our volunteers. We have about 1,500 volunteers that serve us on a regular basis, with another 800 staff that we employ at the current time. We also have about 40 advisors that were former board members that I can call at any notice. We get asked to do a lot in this position as CEO, and it's nice to be able to call those people a little historical perspective, but also the expertise that they bring to be able to give us some insight, to be able to lead the organization and where it needs to go. And with that being said, we have 6 advisory boards too that serve on those 6 branches or centers that really represent those specific service areas of our community, to be able to represent those communities, to be able to provide the needed program services in those different communities in which we serve. With that being said, just talk a little budget right now. When we looked at this budget, we had some data from 2008, we had some data from 2011. But the way the city is, we've got the recreation budget, we've got the general fund, we've got facilities. We had to take that all into consideration, but we also had to look at how we operate these facilities when it comes to the rate of staff, the participation ratio, quality of service, and that sort of thing. And so we went into it with city staff, and they were very helpful to be able to put the best budget we could put together. And really, I feel as though we're going to continue to be good stewards of those dollars. And please know that we're going to have the utmost transparency, and any times the financials are open to take a look at from city staff. And we'll continue to meet on a monthly basis, a quarterly basis, or wherever it's deemed appropriate. And most importantly, we have to make sure that we have communication. That's critical with anything. So we'll continue to make sure, we will make sure that we have those communication strategies and best practices put into place to make sure that we have a win here. We understand that this is a very important decision for the city. And please know that the YMCA and our Finance Committee and our Metro Board takes this very seriously as well. And so we will be adamant about making sure that we are using the resources to the utmost degree. When it comes to membership, as Kim said, it's going to be reciprocal membership between, you're going to be YMCA member if you come to the recreation center, but you're going to have access to all of our facilities within the Pikes Peak region, but you're also going to have access to all of our YMCAs around the country through our WAVE program. You're going to have a preferred rate too as far as when it comes to programs, just like any of our members would that we currently have. So we really feel it's a win-win situation. And because of that, with the membership side of things, that's the only way we're going to grow the revenue to be able to reduce the subsidy in which the city is giving us. And to me, it's a win-win situation. Our board feels the same way, because we're as a city and the Y and other partners are going to be a part of this, because we don't do it alone. As we know, we're going to be able to serve more and do it in a very efficient way. So it's our honor to be considered to be a partner with you in this venture.
Thanks, Dan. I'm going to open it up to questions from my colleagues first, then I'll open up to the audience for any questions or comments they may have. Bernie?
Just to reiterate what we talked about yesterday for those who are new to what we talked about yesterday, you'll be operating a city pool, so YMCA membership is not required. If a person does not want to join the Y, there's certainly a lot of benefits to joining the Y. Who will set for the day passes for the non-Y members? Who is going to set the fees for that? Will that be the Y's responsibility?
That'll be the YMCA's responsibility. We talked with city staff yesterday, and 2011 prices, it was $6 for a daily pass to the outdoor pools for youth. Adult was $8 and a family $25. That's what we based our budget on for the remainder of 2012. So we're going to honor that without a doubt, but we're working to try to reduce that even to a lesser fee if we can. Again, we'll just continue to look at those numbers.
The Silver Sneakers program that you operate currently at the Southeast Y, it was operated at the AFC at one time. Do you look to that being close to a senior facility through maybe the help of the Aquatics Friends who ran the Silver Sneaker program at the AFC? Do we look at maybe bringing that back to the AFC? Do you thought about
that's
that?
something we need to talk to the company. It's changed names, but it's Healthcare Dimensions it used to be. But and we need to check with them to see if they qualify to have the program there. It is a wonderful program for seniors, and we have a lot of people on Silver Sneakers right now. But regardless, we'll have a lot of senior programming. With income-based rate scale, it really is affordable for.
I've had some concerns about the C in YMCA from some folks that you're going to proselytize or put up religious sayings within the city pools and stuff. We did talk about having joint YMCA city signage, but I suspect in the city pools there won't be Christian mottos or motivation things, even though I think that'd be great.
No, it's we're a Christian organization, but we're not an organization of Christians. We serve all faiths and religions, and we really just model behavior as Christians. I mean, it's the internal messaging is more about the core values of the organization that's caring, honesty, respect, and responsibility, and everybody can, we hope, would be able to relate to that. And so, no, we're not an evangelical organization. We just are based on Christian principles.
So there's no rumor to the fact that the pools are filled with holy water?
Holy water, yeah. There has been some baptisms, and I lived in Nashville, but no, I don't see that.
I think that this is a great move for both organizations, the desire of the city to provide safe recreation for our youth. We've had some difficulties, and without you stepping in, these 6 facilities, well, 5 of these 6 facilities likely would not be open this year. So I think this is a win-win for the citizens and the city and for the Y. And hopefully, I know that your goal is to increase Y membership and to make it attractive and affordable enough to those folks who perhaps couldn't otherwise afford it. That maybe that would be a way to go. But strictly speaking, that the city pools will be open to the public at any time that they're available to any other group for swimming. There will be times, I'm sure, when it's closed for swim lessons or aqua aerobics or whatever, but
right when it's being programmed.
But as long as you're operating a city pool, you're not operating a Y pool, and the citizens need to understand that that's the arrangement.
I appreciate you bringing that up. We really feel as though it's going to be a win for the city because the aquatic facilities at Cottonwood Creek and Memorial Park are not really designed to drive membership revenue. They're aquatic facilities. They have a small wellness center and a small multi-purpose room. That's what we're bringing to the table, along with other I think, very strong variables. Is that if you become a member of any of those 2 recreation centers, you become a member of the YMCA, and you have access to all of our other facilities with larger wellness centers, with more diversified programming for people of all ages and interests and abilities to be able to connect with. And different hours of operation. If you're on the road to Denver and you want to stop off the Tri Lakes YMCA in Monument, Colorado, you can still do that as well. And So we think it's a great asset to be able to have access. We're logistically set between, most people, it's about a 10-minute drive to every one of our Ys in regards to how they allow.
I suspect you're going to be going on a hiring spree here to
We're
staff
expecting
these.
about anywhere, probably around 80 new staff if this comes to fruition. And so we're excited about that too.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Tim?
Well, I just think it's awesome that we're going to get these aquatic facilities open. I'm particularly happy with the idea that Prospect Lake is going to be open for swimming again, so I appreciate you stepping up to that. And I'm so delighted that we can have this partnership. I think you guys are the most qualified people in the city to run the swim programs. You have that long track record, and so thank you for stepping up and helping the community.
Well, we'd be honored. And I tell you, Prospect Lake Beach House, boy, I hadn't had an opportunity to walk in. What a community treasure that is, too. And it really is sad that it's been closed. And so if this becomes a reality, we'll be very excited to work along with city staff to get that up and running and make that available for our citizens.
Jen?
Dan, I just have one quick follow-up. I heard you say it a couple times today, and it follows up a little bit on what Merv's question about the day passes. You know, one of the reasons the city has pools is so that everybody can participate. And I hear a lot about memberships, but not everybody will be able to buy a membership. And I heard you say a couple times that there'd be preferred rate for members. Does that excludes people who can afford memberships and just come on a daily basis?
Yes, I mean, we really want to, we're a membership organization.
Sure.
So we're going to, and the way we're going to reduce the subsidy is to get more members signed up and get them involved in more activities, which is what we should be doing, I believe. But there will be day passes to all the outdoor pools and the indoor pools, the same rate. But then we still have guest fees in our membership, in our YMCA facilities. They'll still be available as well. When it comes to preferred rate for our members, that really, we're trying to drive membership to get them more involved, to drive revenue to be able to decrease the subsidy. So there is an incentive to be a member. Again, the dollars that are coming into the city, not to the Y in regards to those two recreation facilities we're managing for the city. That money stays right there. We do want to get an incentive, though, to have them sign up for membership to give them a reduced rate. We don't know what that's going to be yet, but it's going to be less than it was last year with the other provider as far as the cost of that.
Does that answer your question? The cost to the membership, you said, is going to be reduced, or
the additional fee? There'll be an additional fee to our members to be able to access the outdoor pools.
Okay.
It's not going to just be given to them because, of course, we have lifeguards to pay and swim instructors and
I guess I just stress one more time that the reason the city is in the pool business is to serve the people who can't afford memberships. And so please just keep that in mind as we move forward. I understand you're a membership organization, but not all the people will be able to.
I totally understand, but like I said before, the rates are not going to be any more than they were last year. We're looking to lower those for the day passes. And if you become a member, and I think Bernie had said that before, that you actually, it's going to be a better deal for you if you actually become a member.
Sure.
Unless you have just no interest at all. I know those.
Or can't afford it. Can't afford an annual membership fee.
Again, the income-based rate scale is very affordable. I think a lot of times it comes back to, is it really a priority for you as well? And there are some people that are just really cannot afford it. You're right. And we're there for what's called step 2, which is we'll be there if you have medical issues as far as whether it's huge medical expenses for your family or a loss of a job, things of that nature. We'll step up and provide financial assistance until you get back up on your feet as well.
Okay. Well, all I ask is that you keep in mind the lower income people who are not able to afford memberships. And with that, I too am really excited to see the pools open this summer. I think it's a real benefit for everyone in the community.
I appreciate that. And please know, our mission really is to serve all, and that includes all economic. Great.
I have a question for staff. Kim, yesterday I intimated that I'd probably be asking this in open session. I'm going to because I've had several questions from constituents. But can you go down the rationale for the sole source awarding here and the process that was used and how we got to where we are today? And maybe Dave Kirk can help out.
Kurt DeCapit, Procurement Services Manager for the city. Sole source procurement came about because of time, and time was of the essence. With the pools closing last year, we had to really be very constrictive. So there was a sense of urgency, and that was dictated to us to move forward to get these pools open for this year. So through our regs, we had that opportunity, and working with the Y as a nonprofit also, to get that moving and get a proposal from them and see if that'll work. Looking for obviously a quality provider, and if it's fair and reasonable, and which was one of the first determinations we had to make before we did anything else.
And Madam Chief of Staff, maybe what I would ask is, for 6 months, which would kind of coincide with the end of the summer pool season, if you could have Parks and maybe Kurt come back and kind of give a report of how this worked out, where it worked with regards to the, because obviously you're going to be looking for some sort of budget item for the 2013 budget, and I think the more information we're armed with going into that budget process would be helpful.
President Hente would be glad to.
Are there any questions or comments from council? Thanks, Kurt. I will now open it up to public questions or comments. I did have 3 people that originally had signed up under citizen discussion, so because they did, I will call those 3 people first, and then anybody else who'd like to speak to this matter may. So the first person would be Deb Berry.
Good afternoon, President Hente, President Palatine Martin, City Council members. Deb Berry, President, Friends of Aquatics. On behalf of Friends of Aquatics, a nonprofit organization supporting city pools since 1996, we too are very pleased to see 4 pools in Prospect Lake reopen. We would be remiss without stating some apprehensions we have with the proposal between the city and the YMCA. The therapeutic recreation activities currently conducted at Cottonwood Creek Recreation Center consist of extremely unique programs that serves adults with physical disabilities, young adults and teens with multiple disabilities, youth with mental disorders, and our military based out of Fort Carson. We would hope this program is supported within the 5 years of this partnership in the manner it is currently being carried out, keeping it affordable for these individuals that have an essential need to healthy lifestyles. In addition, it is imperative to keep programs affordable for the current and past customers of our pools in Prospect Lake because of the reasonable drop-in fees and punch cards for not only daily public swims, but for our fitness classes too. It was just mentioned the fee of $8 and $6 for youth, $8 for adults. It is not a common fee for the current admission fees at Cottonwood Creek Recreation Center. Currently, those fees are $4.50 for youth, $7.50 for adults, and $5.50 for seniors. Lesser admission fees were in place for Monument Valley, Portal, and Prospect Lake when they were operated by the city in 2009. We hope areas such as fees and affordable programs are strongly negotiated into this contract. For instance, bringing Silver Sneakers back to our indoor facilities. And it's our hope the outcomes of the contract and partnership will be reported to the citizens, maybe a few times a year, quarterly as well. Finally, Friends of Aquatics cannot say enough, about the current aquatic staff. This highly skilled staff of 45 not only are trained as American Red Cross lifeguards and water safety instructors, but 1/3 of them hold advanced certification as instructor trainers for lifeguards, water safety, and fitness training programs. We understand the staff's hard work over the last 2 years have been very difficult, but there has been a lot accomplished. For instance, their year-end financials have reflected an approximate 70% cost recovery rate. That is a very good industry standard in aquatic operations. Their commitment, dedication, and integrity to the programs and the thousands of customers at Cottonwood Creek Recreation Center should not go unrecognized. The Friends of Aquatics commends them for their excellence of duties under exceptional circumstances. Their professionalism, coupled with knowledge, is reflected in our slogan, "Learning to swim is a life preserver." Thank you very much.
Thanks, Deb. Rebecca Hale.
Good afternoon. I'm afraid I don't have the protocol memorized for thanking you for allowing me to speak in front of you, but I appreciate it. I stand here as a citizen of Colorado Springs. I am president of the Freethinkers of Colorado Springs and vice president of the American Humanist Association based in Washington, D.C. As Mr. Herpen mentioned, the C in YMCA stands for Christian. I don't have a problem with the YMCA managing the pools and us getting to reopen. I think that's a wonderful, wonderful plan. My difficulty is with every time that I have joined the YMCA, I have had to either sign and be a hypocrite or make a point of noting on the paperwork that I do not support Christian family values. It's a piece of the YMCA membership application form. It's fine if the YMCA keeps that. It cannot be at the city pools. So people joining the Colorado Springs city pools in whatever membership is structured may not be requested to sign a document that says they affirm the YMCA's Christian family values. So that's point one. The other point that came up as I was listening today is this reduced fee for YMCA members to use the city pools. That may be, I haven't had time to talk with our attorneys yet, but that may be a difficulty in church-state separation. I know the YMCA is not a church, but it is a Christian organization. So that might be an issue. I don't know. I don't want to throw it up there. I don't want to put anything in the way of this proceeding going forward, but I want to make sure that the rights of the non-Christian citizens of Colorado Springs are protected. We're not all non-believers. Some are Jews, some are Muslims, some are Baha'i. There are all different kinds of faiths in our community. And we have to be careful that we don't just sweep other people's belief systems under the rug because it's expedient and handy to have the Y take this over. Let's see if there was anything else. Oh, also, as I was a member of the Y up in Briargate, I noticed that as I came in, there were religious sayings, there are placards around, there are inspirational statements. All of those things are fine in YMCAs because that's their organization. Those things are not fine to be in city facilities. So I would encourage that as the contract is written, that these things be specifically excluded so that the heads up is there. You know, right off the top, we don't want to be spending city money on attorneys protecting the rights of non-Christians. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Gary Betchen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I've been a citizen here in Colorado Springs for 20 years. I and my children and my family have used the YMCA facilities and have always enjoyed them. We've also used the city recreational facilities and have enjoyed them immensely. When I go to the YMCA, I am given a form to sign in with or to sign up for a member, and I'm asked to affirm that the YMCA expects me to live by Christian principles. I have a choice at that point of either signing that, scratching it out, walking back out the door. And that's perfectly appropriate for a private organization to do that. I honor their right to do it. I think it's one of the precious things about our country. Of course, it's not all right for the city to do that. And as the city moves into this arrangement, I want to encourage you to make sure through the language of the contracts that clauses like that that require religious acceptance of principles or ideas are not in the city's documents. As you know, over the past few years, the city of Colorado Springs has on a couple of occasions gotten some bad press over the willingness of the city to accept and treasure religious and other types of diversity. I certainly hope we don't get into another situation like that. One other thing, too, that I wanted to mention, the YMCA is a unique, it's an interesting organization. I can see the image in my mind of the sign that says City of Colorado Springs YMCA Pool. I can also see it reading City of Colorado Springs Young Men's Christian Association Pool. Well, many of the people who go into that facility are not going to be men. Some of them are going to be women. Many of them are not going to be young. Many of them are not going to be Christian. I very much hope that when the signage gets designed for this program, the company name, the nonprofit name, YMCA gets used without delineating what those letters stand for. So that when I bring my daughter or when my Jewish friends bring their children into that facility, nobody has to stop and say, but wait a minute, Daddy, we're Jews, we're not Christians. I'd rather not have to have that happen. I'd rather see the term YMCA. I think with care and with proper respect, this activity can be handled very much like a lot of other programs that are administered by religious organizations on behalf of the city using city and state and federal money. We've got a real good models of those happening in the past, and I hope that the same thing happens with this one. And with you folks paying attention to that, I trust that'll be the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. Is there anybody else who would like to speak to this item?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marjorie Smith. I have to say, first of all, I have a particular appreciation for the Pikes Peak Y because my husband and I are both members. We exercise twice a week at the Southeast Y, and we've been to numerous meetings, community things going on there and everything. So I'm familiar with the Y, how they operate their facilities and everything, and I have no complaints about that. I believe that probably what we're discussing here today is a workable issue and can be done. But I do have strong objections to the fact that the Valley High Pool will not be included here. Not only is that the pool that might be nearest to where I live, but that's not my issue. My issue is that the Valley High Pool is located in the heart of what, as of the 2000 census, I don't know about the 2010 census, but at the time of the 2000 census, that was the most densely populated area in the city, and maybe the state. And I think it was a mile circumference diameter around there. But I know that there are hundreds of apartments down there, as well as numerous single-family homes and such. And that area, there are all those apartments down there around, specifically around Fountain and Shelton. Those apartments have numerous children. Those children can walk to Valley High if they can secure some type of membership. And that's an area of the city that has long been underserved, except for, I have to give them kudos, public safety. They've been wonderful to us over all these years, and I've lived there since 1964 in that area. So I just have to say that I would like to see the Valley High Pool open and kept in good shape and considered in the rest of the mix, because I think not doing so could make the council look bad, and I think it could make the Y look bad as being sort of exclusionary. So I would like that to be kept in mind in your deliberations in setting up this partnership, to consider including the Valley High Pool there. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjorie. Let me take the rest of the public comment. Is there anybody else in the public that would like to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I will bring it back up to the dais.
I just wondered if, at the times that I've had lunch at the Valley High Golf Course Clubhouse during the summertime, when the pool was open, it didn't seem to be very well used. There was a few kids, but not a whole lot. Did you have any idea of how much it was used?
based on when we had attendance figures back in '06 through '08, and just doing a kind of quick look at youth public swim. Of all of our pools, it had the lowest participation rates for all of those 3 years. The only thing lower was the lake, but the lake is a different entity. So in terms of actual outdoor pools, it had the lowest usage for those 3 years.
Yeah.
Well, this is for you, Kim, or Kurt, or Laura. The contract details that aren't worked out yet, do you anticipate those being completed by the second reading?
By the second reading, so by the 27th?
Yeah.
I sincerely doubt we'll have everything worked out. We're working very diligently towards that, but I don't anticipate, we're hoping the first week in April.
You know, if I could just expand on Val's question for a second, I think it's critical that the audience understand in the new form of government exactly what council is doing today. Council today is, if we vote for this, is appropriating the money. Details of the contract are up to the administration and the staff to do that. And so, appropriating the money, we're doing that with the hope that you will obviously do a good job in contract administration and do that. And I think what Val was asking, and put words in your mouth, I think what Val's asking is if we can somehow see those. Now, if we've got a song prior to the second round, it'd be a good thing. But once you do have those done, if you could bring that back, maybe in an informal session, maybe a report, so that we could see the terms of that contract. Because we're kind of going along with a little bit of trust here, assuming we vote for the appropriation, that the contract would be something that we would approve of, and we'd authorize the money for that. So we're going to probably see that after the fact, and I would like to reassure my colleagues up here that the exact status of what was negotiated and what we allocated the money for.
And that's what we've tried to provide up to this point with kind of those operational conceptual guidelines.
I understand, but sometimes the devil's in the details. Sure. Angela?
You know, I understand that a lot of times there's fear and change happens. But this city tried for years to run this service for the citizens, and we weren't able to keep all 6 pools open. Then we went to a smaller vendor, who tried to keep 2 of the most profitable pools open, and they weren't able to do it. So I'm supporting this motion as someone who is known not to like to spend money. Because I'm going to tell you very honestly, there's 2 goals that I absolutely think are just fabulous. One, the first goal of this partnership is that we will move this service to being more self-sustaining. The city really has never looked at that before. And for them to move to say, this is a service we believe our citizens would like, but we can't afford to do it, but we have someone who's willing to partner with us to say, I think I can make it happen for you, so that you can continue to offer this service. This isn't a service that's going to be offered to one small portion. It's going to be offered throughout the entire city. And 2, city tried to run the pools. They didn't succeed. Another smaller businessman tried to leave 2 pools, and he wasn't able to succeed. So I feel very strongly that part of negotiations has to be that the Y is able to do their own hiring, to set their own hours, to figure out which pools have to be open that people will actually come and use the most. Because they're successful at doing this. And I think it's time that we need to move forward and make sure that we can get these pools open for this summer. So I am supporting the motion to move forward to appropriate the dollars to allow the Y to support partnership with the Pikes Peak region to operate 6 aquatic facilities. I always love the official name. The city to open up the pools. I hope to get a second so that we can move forward. And then again, we're looking at this next year when the budget comes up and make sure we're hitting those goals. And I want to thank the Y so much for stepping up to do this.
Mr. Urban?
Mr. President, I will move approval of the ordinance appropriating funds in the amount of $425,000 in support of the partnership agreement with the YMCA of the Pikes Peak region to operate 6 aquatic facilities for the city of Colorado Springs.
That's a second.
That's the motion.
Actually, I think Angela made the motion. Give it a second based on your comments.
She didn't include the amount.
Angela, are you okay with the seconds? Motion. Are there additional comments or questions? Please vote. And that passed unanimously with Councilmember Williams excused. We're coming up on about 19 minutes to 3 o'clock. That clock is an hour behind, as you probably ascertained. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call for a break. I'm going to postpone item number 8, which is the sign ordinance, until after the public hearing. And we'll reconvene at 3 o'clock for the public hearing on the installation of the surveillance cameras. Back to order. Madam Clerk, item number 9.
Public hearing on the proposal to install and maintain surveillance cameras in downtown Colorado Springs.
Before we get started, let me kind of give a little rundown how we're going to handle this today. It's my understanding we're going to have 3 presentations to start off the public hearing. One from the police department. I understand an individual from the Downtown Solutions team will be talking, and then somebody from the Downtown Partnership. At that point, I will open up the floor for questions from my colleagues that they may have with regards to the staff presentations that they've heard. I will then open it up to public comment and questions. And I'm going to assume that the public might have some questions. And so what I'm going to do is, instead of having the police chief or the chief of staff bounce up every time a question gets asked, we'll just keep a running log of all those questions, and then I'll ask city staff, chief, probably mostly you, to answer all those questions at the end. But we will get those questions addressed, but I think that'd be a more logical sequence to do it in. And I'd like to stress what is not going to happen today. Council is not going to be taking a vote today on this particular item. We're going to listen to your questions and comments. I'm sure that it'll generate some additional thought and maybe some additional work of city staff. And the earliest we will hear this as a potential item to be voted on will be 2 weeks from today, which again, that'll be a public session again. So at this point, I'd like to open it up. Chief Carey, I understand you're going to make the first presentation. Chief?
President Hente, President Pro Tem Martin, members of council, Chief of Staff Newman, thanks for the opportunity to provide more information about our request for funding for public surveillance cameras. I'll keep this as brief as possible and allow as much time as possible for input from the public and the concept. I'm looking forward to hearing their questions and their responses too. I do have a few quick slides that I'll try to blast through. This is a map that shows conceptually where 10 cameras could be located, as well as the location of 2 nodes which allow the video to be transmitted wirelessly. This was based in part on our prior pilot study in 2008 and a map of calls for service in the downtown area. This was done just to give us an idea of where the cameras might be placed in proximity to each other. I think I gave a handout that might be able to show you the streets and locations a little bit better. It's important to note that many steps would take place before exact locations were chosen for placement. The exact location of each camera would take into account a number of other factors. Our Strategic Information Center would map specific calls for service data to determine where areas where video might help prevent or capture crime. This was done in a high-level way to develop the concept, but they do a lot more specific analysis that would include known crowd collection points, disturbance locations, etc. We'd also be looking at proposed sites to make sure the lighting is good enough for nighttime viewing, whether vegetation would get in the way, things like that. We'd also involve our officers who have been working consistently in the downtown area to get their input on what placement would have the greatest impact. We'd also like to get input for business owners and people living in the possible view shed area. And by view shed, I'll use that a couple times this afternoon, which basically means where the cameras would cover and record about the best placement from their perspective. And real quickly for the public, I'll just highlight the 9 areas along Tejon Street. It's Tejon and Marino, Tejon and Cimarron, Tejon and Castilla, Tejon and Colorado, Tejon and Pikes Peak, Tejon and Kiowa, Tejon and Bijou, Tejon and Platte, Tejon and Boulder. And then there's a 10th camera that would conceptually be placed in the area of Nevada and Platte. The 2 nodes I spoke about will be placed on top of the Police Operations Center and the City Administration Building. They aren't cameras, they just wirelessly transmit to a place where they can be viewed. This shows you a picture of the general type of camera we're looking at using. We will be bidding for 10 cameras that can be set to just record a specific spot, but also have the capability to scan a preset path in recording. The camera will also have the capability of a trained monitor that manually causes them to pan, tilt, and zoom to get a better view of a possible crime in progress. Cameras do not have audio, and we will not be recording what people say. The cameras that we are asking for at this time do not have additional functionality such as gunshot detection, license plate readers, and facial recognition. And by facial recognition software, I don't mean that they can't identify faces, but there's a new and emerging technology that actually compares photographs to data in a database that can say with some probability whether or not the person you're looking at is in fact the person in the picture. Video is transmitted wirelessly and stored in a secure environment with access granted only to those with permission to view it. The cameras will always be passively recording, and the video will be stored for a minimum of 30 days. That could be useful and helpful if a crime is reported and we think there may be information on the video that can help solve the case. We could then go back and review the video and save the portions that are evidence to use in the case. The 30 days is consistent with Colorado Municipal Records retention schedule for video from body-worn cameras and car-mounted camera systems. At the end of that time period, the video is automatically deleted. In terms of how these cameras are marked, there are some communities that have signs and flashing lights indicating that they have cameras, and some with no indication at all that there are cameras in the area. I haven't decided what the best course of action yet for CSPD's cameras. I'd like to get some public comment on that. The public will not be able to view these cameras real time. There are some procedures and legal justifications that they can make later on to view them, but they're not intended to be viewed by the public as they are watched, like photo cameras or cameras along Interstate 25. And a good reason to think of that is in the event that we're watching a crime in progress, it would be much like our SWAT team being videoed real time. If a jewelry store is getting robbed, I wouldn't particularly want somebody involved with that robbery or in the public watching that as we're watching and getting it in. But there are some justifications for getting that released later on. The success of these cameras really depends on how they are implemented. Cameras will be a tool in our overall crime prevention and crime reduction strategy. We know from experience that surveillance video can be very helpful during investigations. We are using a number of strategies to impact crime and quality of life issues in the downtown area right now. It is also important for me to express that this tool will not replace patrol officers or investigators. I wouldn't be pulling our downtown area response team because of these cameras. I think of it more as a force multiplier, not a replacement for the officers that are down there. The type of monitoring we'll do includes both active and passive monitoring. Active means that a trained person is viewing the video feeds live and can pan, tilt, and zoom the camera to get better information. The priority of active monitoring will be based on regular calls for service and crime information we get from the analysis in our Strategic Information Center. If the trained viewer observes a problem, that information will either go directly to an officer in certain situations or to the Communication Center to be prioritized for an officer to respond depending on the criticality of the incident. Our policies on this will mirror our current dispatch protocols for priorities of response. Our plan is to have the majority of active monitoring happening from a station located right in our communication center. Active monitoring could also be initiated after a 911 call of an incident in progress in the covered area or during a critical incident. So, for example, if the camera isn't being actively monitored during a certain time and we get a 911 call of a crime in progress, we could bring up the active monitoring capability and move the camera to capture the information. This could help us in more than one way. One is that the trained viewer can move the camera to best capture the video evidence of the crime. It also gives better information to our responding officers, which improves officer safety and helps us determine the best response strategy. We've got a lot of questions about who would actually be watching the video if we do active monitoring. And in this case, I would like to recruit, screen, train, and supervise a core group of volunteers to do that. These volunteers would have to pass our background process and get the same training a paid employee would get as to how to properly do the job. And my plan is really a hybrid approach. I would also like to include light-duty officers for regular active monitoring. And when we talk about going back and using that as evidence in a criminal trial, that will be done by paid sworn police officers. Training and policy issues. I'd like to say that we have a lot of great resources available to model our training and policies after. There are best practices, publications, and many examples from other communities that have implemented these systems. We will rely heavily on these examples, as well as legal advice from our city attorney's office and district attorney's office. We don't have a specific policy drafted today on this system, and we're working on that. But I do want to cover some concepts to assure everyone of my position on this important matter. Our policies and training will be designed to ensure individual rights are protected and balanced with the need to have an effective crime prevention tool. Viewers will be trained on civil liberties and privacy considerations, prohibited discriminatory practices, how to use the camera appropriately, how to recognize criminal or suspicious behavior, and what they are supposed to do with that information. We'll have the ability to randomly go back and look at what an active monitor was zooming in on, and if that was done incorrectly, we'll take appropriate action. We understand and respect that people have the right to act anonymously when exercising their First Amendment rights. Our policies will reflect this, and cameras will not be used in inappropriate ways. They will focus on criminal behavior and criminal behavior only. The question was asked me a couple weeks ago was whether or not the district attorney's office was contacted about this. I think President Hinte, you asked me that. I did have some telephone message conversation with Deputy Dan May, and he is approving of this. Budget request for public video surveillance system. We developed a request on budgetary figures gathered by our city IT based on initial business requirements. We're given the funding, we will work with IT to finalize the business requirements for the system, then it will be purchased using the bidding process. This budget request is for the initial capital investment and ongoing maintenance of that capital. It does not include an increased personnel request for the police department. We plan to use existing personnel resources and volunteers in the camera project, as I just said. Last time I presented, I referred to phases of the camera installation. Phase 1 being 3 cameras, phase 2 being 3, and phase 3 being the additional 4. That was based on budgetary considerations. If we were approved for the money, we would do it all at once. That would be our preference, but that was based on the phased-in process of the budget. There are a number of cities, some smaller and some larger than Colorado Springs, that have camera systems. As you can see up there, Denver, Colorado is probably the closest city, and it is larger than us. And Nashville, Tennessee is a little bit larger than Colorado Springs. The rest are fairly comparable. Pretty much every one of these cities can point to anecdotal evidence of their success, such as where cases are solved involving a serious crime because of the cameras. Most of the larger cities have been the subject of research studies. Those that are usually larger than Colorado Springs have the numbers that say whether they're successful or not. When we look at how successful cameras have been in other cities, the fair answer based on the research is it depends. Good results with these systems are not a given. As I said before, how these systems are implemented matters a great deal. Success depends on a number of factors, including where cameras are located, how often they are monitored, available police response resources that are attached to the cameras, and whether they are integrated into a larger crime reduction strategy. I want to just take a second and talk about the Denver camera system. And in Denver, it's called HALO, High Activity Location Observation. A lot of those cameras were purchased with grant funding with the Democratic National Convention a few years ago. In fact, they now have over 100 cameras. Denver Police Department can point to a number of arrests that were held by their video surveillance. In the 18-month period prior to June 2010, they made 80 arrests from captured images and about 300 crimes in the same time period that they reported. Their system has increased in popularity with businesses in the Colfax Business Improvement District, and recently that BID gave Denver Police Department $250,000 to increase cameras along East Colfax Avenue. Our goal in the downtown area is to reduce the crime and quality of life issues that many that may cause people to either avoid the downtown area or to feel unsafe or uncomfortable while they are there. As I explained before, the video cameras are one tool in an overall strategy to achieve this goal. It is important to keep in mind that when you are using a combination of approaches that impact an area, you can't really separate out one of these tools and say that it's the only one responsible for a good outcome or a bad outcome. It's a combination of everything that causes the results. So when we look at something like crime rates, it won't be as simple as saying crime went down just because of the cameras. We could measure the success of our public safety efforts in a number of ways, including looking at calls for service and case reports both before and after implementation, surveying citizens about their experience downtown following these efforts, or providing information about police and fire responses that were generated as a result of active monitoring of the cameras and crimes that were solved or evidence collected from the cameras. I do view this as a pilot project that I will evaluate at regular intervals throughout a year to determine its effectiveness. Again, I appreciate the opportunity, and I look forward to making some comments and responding to any questions.
Thanks, Chief. Chief, before you sit down, are there any questions for the Chief? From Council?
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Chuck, I see you signed up on the list, but I would give you the opportunity to speak now as part of the Downtown Solutions team if you'd like to take that opportunity, sir.
This is my first opportunity to address the new council, and I want to thank all of you for your service. It's greatly appreciated. And I was appointed to the Downtown Solutions Committee because I was doing more driving than anybody else, and it was one way to shut me up. And I've been a member of the Downtown Partnership since its inception of the Business Improvement District with venture partners. I mean, I'm a property owner in downtown. I spent a great deal of my youth in the downtown area, going to St. Mary's grade school and high school, and having fun in the downtown. So I've seen it in its heyday, and I've seen it wane and then come back again. And one of the big concerns that I have, as well as others in the audience have, is that we're having a period in the downtown that we're not especially proud of. We're losing a lot of shopkeepers. We're losing a lot of tenants in the buildings. And there's a concern about safety and security. And the safety and security, we believe, can be met and improved and monitored by these cameras. So we have spoken with the Downtown Partnership, the executive board is 100% in favor of this. We met with Kono, and I think there was 14 or 15 in favor and 1 opposed. I have spoken with any number of organizations and groups and individuals, and in every instance, almost, I've had a very positive response. A very, very positive response. There's a real reluctance about people shopping in downtown. There's a reluctance of people coming to downtown for nightlife, and so I think that this is not the solution, but it's one of a number of solutions that we can put in effect. If there's an eye in the sky, you're going to behave a little bit differently than if there isn't one in the sky. So I would ask you to seriously consider providing the necessary resources for this. I'd like to also just talk briefly about the level of cooperation that we're receiving from the Colorado Springs Police Department. You know, so oftentimes when there's a vacancy appears, they have this national search looking for somebody. And we have these wonderful people right in our own community that we don't have to retrain, and they don't have to spend 2 or 3 years finding out who's who and what's what. Well, that's what we have in Pete Carey as the chief of police. I mean, he knows the territory. He came up through the ranks. He's well respected, doing a terrific job, responds to all of our needs. And I mean, for a long time, we wanted to have guys walk in the beaver in downtown Colorado Springs. That was never possible. We had people on bicycles, and they were chasing one another. But now we have policemen on the beat, and things are much better. but they need to be a hell of a lot better than they are. And believe me, I wouldn't be asking for this if I didn't believe in it sincerely. I believe that this is a solution. And not only will these cameras assist, but the other cameras, the Ritz has a camera, and this one has a camera. I mean, I got cameras in my office, but what I'm saying is the cameras that are, other cameras that are downtown can be connected to this camera system. And it's going to be a tremendous help in providing for a safe, secure downtown. So I greatly appreciate your consideration in this request. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Chuck?
I guess one of the concerns about downtown is aggressive panhandling. I guess the cameras probably aren't going to prevent that, but they could perhaps, as they're being monitored, show areas where that's taking place, and then an officer could respond, or what do we?
I got a guy playing the bagpipes. Being an Irishman, I'm very favorable. I love the bagpipes, and he's playing the bagpipes on the corner of Pikes Peak and Tejon. I mean, he had to get a policeman. The fellow, the panhandler that's sitting there, was going to stab him. So he had to call the police to get this panhandler away so he could play the bagpipes on the corner. And that just, I dropped a nice fat bill in this deal. We had a panhandler on the corner of Pikes Peak and Tejon in front of Academia Bank. That's his territory. He's very territorial. At the Starbucks, there's a fellow there with a bicycle and a bedroll, and it says, "Jesus saves and I'm hungry." And he's there all day long. And as you walk down to the Ritz, you get hammered again. So you're right. I mean, this is a nirvana for panhandlers. I hate to talk about other cities, but in Oklahoma City, I looked high and low for panhandlers. I couldn't find one. I asked them what they do. They said, "Well, the police take care of that." I went to Long Beach, California. I remember that place when I was in the Navy Reserves. It wasn't much. It's a beautiful city today. I asked the sergeant on the police force, "Where are the panhandlers?" He said, "Well, you think these people in these beautiful buildings and these shopkeepers would permit this? We will not tolerate it." But we've become very tolerant here for some reason. And, it's time for us to make some changes. And this is one of the changes that we need, desperately need. So I'm asking you, someone that's been around for a long, long time and is committed to the downtown, to please give this serious consideration, and would greatly appreciate your vote in favor of this request.
Any other questions for Chuck? Jim?
Chuck, I know you were on the Downtown Solutions team. Are we going to hear about other recommendations that you...
You are. We are. I took 168 pictures of the downtown. Did I send you a copy of that? I've got one in my pocket. I'm passing around my card. Anybody else get one of these? I've got a whole bunch of them. So, I don't know if anybody do.
Dr. Chairman.
168 photographs of deferred maintenance that needs to be done in downtown. Some of it's the downtown partnership's responsibility, some of it's the utilities' responsibility, some of it's the street department. So, there's good. What we're trying to do is take one bite eat that out for one bite at a time. Right now, we're working we're identifying all these different things that we need to do. There's a lot of pavers that are out of whack. There's just a lot of things. There's graffiti downtown that shouldn't be there. So that's what we're addressing. We're addressing the entire downtown. And we want to really aggressively work on this for the next 90 days and see what we can do to make it a place where we all can be proud to bring friends and relatives, and where we can come and our wives and daughters can come and shop and recreate in the downtown area. So yes, you're going to see a lot more, Jen.
Well, one of the reasons I ask is I think it would be helpful for us to see the scope of the cameras within the bigger picture. Because I'm not convinced that cameras are going to increase economic vitality downtown. I don't think it's going to bring people down to shop. I think it's going to be a much broader combination of things. And whether the other things without the cameras could accomplish as much. So I just think it would be helpful to see more of your ideas all combined together.
Well, you'll see a lot more of them. Believe me, you will. There's a lot of things that we have, and you take a look at that this there, you'll see some of the pictures that we plan to, things we need to correct. I think that if there's cameras in the sky, there's a feeling of security that one has, especially a secretary or someone working in the downtown on a daily basis. I can tell you right now, you can walk through Acacia Park and get stoned just walking through there and smelling the marijuana. We have plenty of problems that we need to address, and I think cameras at Acacia Park would be a tremendous help, not only in being able to monitor who's selling and who's using, and the high school's across the street. I think it's an extremely worthwhile effort, and it's well worth the money, and I'm anxious to see it put in place.
Just one more comment, and that is, we've talked a lot, and this regime has talked a lot about public-private partnerships. And there's been several organizations set up downtown specifically to provide funding for some downtown projects. And I can think of the BID, EDA, and a lot of the crime and area downtown is along the couple block area of bars. And I can think of several different groups that could possibly partner with the city on this project, Chuck, and I just wonder if you've had an opportunity to speak to
Well, I anticipated your question.
Okay, good. I was hoping so.
I met with the DDA this morning, and there is a willingness to participate.
Okay,
so, so that's not a concern.
Okay, and that'd be very helpful to know that before we vote in 2 weeks.
Well, you have some participation. I don't know at this juncture what that participation is, but I think we would make a contribution towards this effort. Okay. I want to remind you too that part of this money is being spent for a machine to clean the sidewalks. And in the Denver Post last week, they had a picture of a fellow in North Glen, wherever it was, North Glen I think it was, washing the graffiti off the sidewalk and the curb and the gutter. In Colorado Springs, it's not permissible. You get cited if you wash the sidewalks in Colorado Springs. Now, mind you, the water lands on the roof and comes down the downspout and washes across the sidewalk, and that's fine. But I can't wash the sidewalks in Colorado Springs. So when you're walking down the street in Colorado Springs, pay close attention to the sidewalks, and now you'll know why they're the state they're in. Hopefully, this funding will help us buy one of those machines. Or maybe we will have to buy a machine.
Chuck, I just have to comment that in all the years I've known you, the downtown has been your passion. And it's really clear how much you care. I actually walked with you in Oklahoma City from the memorial that night back to the hotel, and we commented on how there were no homeless, how clean it was, and how there were no panhandlers. So, and I know everywhere you go, you've looked at how other cities have done this. So, thanks for all your work in this.
Well, thank you so much.
Any other questions, Chuck? Thanks, Chuck. It's my understanding, somebody from the Downtown Partnership, Ron, are you going to speak to that, or is somebody going to speak to that?
Sam can speak to that.
Okay.
Members of council, I'm Sam Epley. I'm the owner of Sparrowhawk Cookware, which is just a block away from us. I'm also president of the Downtown Partnership. And I would respectfully ask that you guys approve, men and women, approve the request by Police Chief Carey to fund the additional police hours, the camera is part of that, and the sidewalk sweeper. I think these things would all greatly help downtown. Having been a merchant and property owner downtown for 39 years, I feel that it's the heart and soul of the city. I feel it's the heart and soul of Pikes Peak region, and I'm very proud of it. Recently, we have had some troubles, and we have had some community feeling that we've become unsafe. This has caused a negative impact for the economic vitality of downtown, related to whether customers come down, whether they shop with us. And it's also ended up with vacancies, more vacancies than we've had in the Old Time Martin downtown. It is partly a reality. There are some unsafe areas and some unsafe times of day, and part of it is a perception. People they see the news, they realize that something did happen, and that scares them away for the next day. I feel that negative impact with the store vacancies is causing a lower sales tax revenue for the city. We are not selling as much per square foot downtown as we should be. And I think that's also a property tax loss to downtown. There are not the property values that there should be if all those stores were full and vibrant and doing business. The extra police effort in the past has always been a welcome sight for customers and any of the constituents of downtown, be it employers, employees, to have the old-time beat cop idea. The policeman walking the beat has always been a phenomenal reassurance, a very proactive way of solving things early. And to me, the cameras are just the latest technology to help with that. It's just a tool for them to use. And it's been, as was presented, effective in Denver and Fort Collins. All over town there's cameras on private property. And I think that it is a good deterrent as well as a good way of quickly resolving something that has happened. They can look back on the film. I would add that, as it's been mentioned, that the street sweeper, the sidewalk sweeper is a part of what has been asked for. And as Chuck mentioned, we have some environmental issues. It doesn't make it as simple as cleaning the sidewalk as you would think it would be. And that street sweeper, sidewalk sweeper would be a great help with that. I really just feel that the actions that we're trying to take are part of the bigger picture. There is a lot going on. We're trying to do it in a timely manner, and I hope it doesn't seem piecemeal. There really is a bigger picture. This is part of it, but the security issue really needs to get addressed while we're doing all the maintenance issues, because that is the single biggest thing right now that is deterring the use of downtown and making people feel uncomfortable with it. And I would just ask on behalf of myself as a business owner downtown and on behalf of Downtown Partnership that you consider the funds being used for that source.
Tim?
So I don't know who to address this question to, but with regard to the sidewalk sweeper or sidewalk washer, and I actually just came back from a trip to Phoenix and Tucson last weekend, and when you compare and contrast and this has been a sore spot for me also, when you compare and contrast our sidewalks and just the unkempt nature of how our downtown looks compared to some of these other cities that get it right, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment.
I totally agree.
And I was in Phoenix, and the flowers were, obviously it's a little warmer down there, but they had, winter flowers in bloom, and it was clean. There were no panhandlers, and you just really wanted to be downtown in Phoenix. And I was quite surprised actually how nice and clean it was. But the question is with regard to the sidewalk washer, who has the rule? Is it a charter? Is it an ordinance? Or what is the rule that says we can't wash the sidewalks? Because that has been a burr on my side since I got elected.
I'm going to defer that.
Mr. President, Pro Tem Martin, Councilmember Steve Cox, Chief of Economic Vitality and Innovation for the downtown area. That requirement is related to our stormwater permit, that activity. We're looking at those regulations. We're making sure that we're in line with the state and that we're not making a requirement that goes beyond what the state is requiring. So we're doing that evaluation right now.
So is there anything we can do as a body to assist you? I guess I'm trying to get my arms around that. Who's the governing authority?
Well, ultimately, it's the EPA. That flows down through the state, and then, but we are doing it as a part of the Downtown Solutions team. Can I talk for a minute?
Sure, go ahead.
Just a little bit about the Downtown Solutions team, because it is more than cameras. The mayor's vision is that we have a renaissance of the downtown, and this is just one small part of that. But as we work through all of the different issues and possibilities for our downtown, The number one issue was the security issue. I could go down the list. Homelessness at times is an issue. So as subcommittees of this larger committee, we, for example, have enlisted Bob Holmes' help to help us have that conversation as a subcommittee with the homelessness, and to work with all organizations that provide human services in the downtown area. That's just part of it. Working to obtain an anchor in the downtown area, whether that's a sporting event or convention center, just what that might look like. Working with the utility in terms of infill and what the possibilities are there for improving infill development in the downtown area. Working with local developers in the downtown area to find out what their issues are and what are their roadblocks for developing in the downtown area. Looking at the parks, special events, how our parks are being used, how Pioneer Park, Acacia Park, Antlers Park, and even Dorchester Park, and how that's been used. We have a meeting next week with the ACLU and the police chief and myself and others so that we could have the discussion about panhandling. Because just as Mr. Murphy said, I was recently in Long Beach and several other downtown areas, and we do seem to have a problem, and we have been more tolerant of that. And it's not widespread. It's probably 20 or 30 people that create the problem. But we do have ordinances, but we're reviewing those ordinances, and it's likely that in a month or two, after extensive public process, we'll bring that forward to the council for review and public comment and public hearing, so that we might address that. We have great things happening in the Fountain Monument Creek. I'm sure the utility board is aware of some of the good things going on there. Again, special events. We really want to look in terms of economic vitality. Are we having the right kind of events in our downtown area? Or are we having events that call for the closing of Tay Home? And then what impact does that, negative impact does that have on downtown? But really try to get our arms around special events and then identify where we might have gaps in the calendar, where we might go out and try to fill those gaps with special events. So transportation is a huge part of that. When you look at I-25 and Highway 24, which is a gateway to the ski industry, if you will, and that's in sad shape, so we're continuing to work on that. So it's more than just one component of it, but we felt strongly that we could bring this piece to the council quickly and start to get some action moving. But it is we're doing this in conjunction with many other projects. And unlike the mayor's transportation transit solution team and the streetscape solutions team, and the downtown solution team is a long process. I don't see it ending anytime soon until we completely revitalize our downtown. So, Lisa?
Steve, with all the things that you just mentioned, I have to ask you then, why would council, who's the policy-making body of the city, why would we have not been included as a stakeholder in this process as far as on the resolutions team? I would just automatically assume that, especially because of the things you had just mentioned, that it would be really pertinent to have some type of representation from council on there.
That's a good question, and you and I have talked. I need to communicate better with the councilor over the downtown area. I own that. And as we go forward, we'll have those conversations.
Well, I didn't mean to set it up like it. My point is because of talking about the bigger picture and what Jan mentioned. When this first came forward, I had talked about that I had been present at the last couple of downtown partnership meetings. The cameras had never been discussed. And I think a larger picture is needed because we're really seeing a lot of requests for appropriations coming forward, especially lately, without knowing. And if you go to the downtown partnership page, you can still find what many of us who were candidates and ran for this position talked about our positions with downtown. And again, I'm a huge advocate for downtown. But I'm going to tell you, as a mother who is downtown in the parks with her 4 kids, I'm in the businesses shopping, I'm in the restaurants. I want to know what the bigger picture is. I would personally feel better with police presence to see somebody. I'm somebody who I really believe that we need to have good things downtown, just like you mentioned. Get us this alley district, get us this Acacia Park redesign, get us some great things, get us a children's museum, to get families down there. That's what's going to improve, but it is a bigger picture. And so again, I'm just, all these appropriations that keep coming up, again, without the bigger picture. And then again, too, is I'm going to reiterate, and I was doing it more for, not you, Steve, but the public of saying, you know, we're the policy-making body. We have a lot of stake. We believe in downtown being the heart of this community. And we want to participate, and we want to make sure we can promote that vision that hopefully we all have.
Point taken. We are in the process of establishing what that vision is in its totality. Point taken.
Okay, thanks, Steve. I will now open it up for public comment. I'll make a deal with everybody's going to speak. I won't limit your time if you will agree that you'll be considerate of the fact that there's a fair number of people that want to speak. And when we're done with this issue, we're still going to be here. So I'm not going to cut you off in an arbitrary 3 minutes or something like that, but I would actually be very considerate of the fact that there's a fair number of people who have signed up. So I'm going to call you in the order that I do have you signed up, and the first person I have is John Stoner.
Council members, I appreciate you for having this public discussion today. My name is John Stoner, and I just wanted to break in on the video surveillance pilot program and give you what I found, some information that was taken from an article written by Lauren Siegel, Robert Perry, Margaret Hunt Graham on behalf of the New York Civil Liberties Union. And this is an article is called "Who's Watching? Video Surveillance in New York City and the Need for Public Oversight." Give you a little background on myself. Just recently I was elected a GOP precinct leader, county delegate, congressional delegate, state delegate, and I plan on running for national delegate as well because I wanted to be a part of my community. I wanted to persuade representatives to rein in spending, follow the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and really restore the confidence back in local government as well as national government. So that's why I'm here today. Those are the very reasons that I'm here. I think it's a really important question that we ask. Have you ever been to a political event? Have you ever been to an MMJ center? Have you ever been to a physician's office for treatment? Have you ever gone out to dinner downtown in Colorado Springs or to a nightclub to enjoy yourself? Have you ever been to the park to read a book or meet with someone for a private conversation? Have you ever sent a private text message to a client as you're walking down the street? Those are all questions we need to ask because you might feel differently if you knew someone was tracking you and watching every step of the way what you were doing, every step of the way. The fact is, since 9/11, surveillance cameras in public areas have skyrocketed, and our lawmakers have done very little to keep up with it. Video surveillance cameras can be operated with almost no legal consent or consequence. Proponents of video surveillance, like today, want us to spend $188,000 on a pilot system that is unproven and an additional $25,000 a year to maintain that system. They contend that the cameras are going to enhance the public safety of our downtown area. However, video images may assist criminal investigators after the fact. Cameras are not actually going to deter a crime. A camera will not stop me from punching you in the face. I ask you that you consider quality of life issues that rarely come into the deliberations between policing and security, mainly the issues that have to do with privacy, speech, expression, and association, that these cameras may actually cause our citizens not to come downtown to these businesses because they don't want to be seen in an area or the purview of the government. I do ask you to consider that how powerful the cameras are. As Chief Carey has said, the cameras really have superhuman vision. They can tilt and pan and rotate and make it increasingly easy to follow your every action downtown. How powerful are they? This is Sarah Dudridge from Financial Times reporter in England describing an experience with a London police camera operator. The reason I bring this up, London, England has more cameras per capita than anywhere else in the world. This operator, and I'll quote the situation, the operator zooms in on 3 young men wearing baseball caps. He gets so close to them that I can read the brand of their mobile phone. theoretically, explained the operator, I can read the text message that they're sending. Is that what we want when we walk down the streets of Colorado Springs? I think not. Another private moment noticed in 2004 in New York City, and this is concerning people that live in lofts downtown. Police officers were surveilling a nearby protest rally using surveillance cameras with night vision. One of the officers shifted the focus of the camera away from the protesters and recorded nearly 4 minutes of the couple's intimate activities on the terrace of their private 2nd Avenue residence. Anybody live downtown? I'd be concerned. How race and gender enter into this picture is another interesting fact. Now, there aren't any published studies about race, gender issues with videotaping in the United States. However, 2 criminologists in England revealed a clear racial basis in police officer video monitoring of civilian populations. And this was the Journal of Surveillance and Science. This is their summarized findings. 40% of people were targeted for no obvious reason, mainly on the basis of belonging to a particular subcultural group. Black people were between 1.5 and 2.5 times more likely to be surveyed than one would expect from their presence in the population. 30% of the surveillances on blacks were protracted, lasting 9 minutes or more, compared with just 10% on white people. People were selected primarily based on the operators' negative attitudes towards male youth in general and black youth in particular. Women's privacy rights are also particularly vulnerable to video surveillance. Upskirting and down blousing has occurred on college campuses and streets throughout our country. And in fact, police officers have engaged in this very conduct. And this is from an Associated Press article describing the following scenario. The remote control camera located at an intersection near a row of nightclubs, sounds like Tejon Street, usually shows traffic. But officials said someone at the state trooper's office diverted the camera focus to pedestrians in the pre-dawn hours Friday. Footage broadcast citywide on a cable TV channel showed several people, and the camera zoomed in on the breasts and buttocks of young women. If that's what you want to happen in downtown Colorado Springs, I won't be coming to downtown Colorado Springs. I won't come down here if there are cameras. These are just a few of the harms that can come from video surveillance. The fact is, no researcher has ever produced conclusive evidence that cameras deter crime. In fact, Congress determined a comprehensive investigation into the surveillance of federal property in Washington, D.C. The General Accounting Office interviewed public officials from 4 American cities that used video surveillance. They toured their closed caption control rooms, and the final report from the General Accounting Office concluded that there was simply not enough evidence to determine whether cameras were preventing crime. Studies in England have also come up with the same inconclusive evidence. Most recent survey evaluated 13 local surveillance programs. They compared the crime rates in those 13 surveilled program areas with control areas without surveillance cameras, and only one of those 13 did crime significantly decrease. In fact, in 7 of them, crime increased. I don't want to see crime increase in downtown Colorado Springs because we have cameras instead of cops. So in conclusion, the fact is no researcher has ever produced conclusive evidence that cameras deter crime, and there are only limited places to which surveillance cameras are not allowed to intrude. There are virtually no rules prohibiting police, private entities from archiving, selling, or freely transmitting the images captured by the video camera surveillance. The courts have yet to address the fundamental privacy issues and association issues rights implicated by video surveillance. Today I've outlined the nature and magnitude of the harm posed by the proliferation of video surveillance cameras, and it's now incumbent upon you, City Council, to really take this at its seriousness and take it as it's required. And I do thank you for considering this. And I ask you to reject the video surveillance pilot program and instead enact a comprehensive, well-crafted ordinance that recognizes video surveillance affects fundamental rights privacy, and liberties, and the use of such technology should not dilute the individual's interest in enjoying their liberties and personal privacy. I ask the council to continue to protect the rights and liberties of the residents of Colorado Springs, and I thank you.
Michael Clifton.
Hello, my name is Michael Clifton. I'm a YouTuber, a part-time journalist, a voter registration drive organizer, and I'm also a county, state, congressional, and judicial delegate. And I also feel very strongly about constitutional values like John Stoner does. We've already met before on January 10th. It's now March 13th, 2 whole months later. I'd like to bring up 2 things that happened and 1 thing that didn't happen since the last time we saw each other, before I implore you to not install surveillance cameras in downtown Colorado Springs. First, the thing that didn't happen is that no one on City Council called me back about the instances of CSPD fraud in charging thousands of dollars of overtime when they were clearly not present at an event. And I showed you all the videos. I gave you the links. No one called me back. Whether you delegated it to another agency or you can't speak on ongoing investigations, I and the people of Colorado Springs still do not know where thousands of dollars went for services that were not performed by CSPD. Next, I'd like to call to the attention of City Council another incredible case of wasteful spending by CSPD.
Mr. Clifton, I'm going to ask you to kind of confine your comments to the issue at hand.
Yeah, I'm getting there. What I just gave you is a still shot from a surveillance camera outside the home of Linda Glandorf. This was a no-knock raid of her home by a small army of CSPD SWAT. No crime was found to have been committed, but in the process of executing the search, CSPD broke down her front door, broke countless things in her house, threw flashbang grenades on her hardwood floors, leaving burn marks, and burned her dogs. What really stands out about Linda Glandorf's case is that the police tip that initiated this no-knock raid came from her soon-to-be ex-husband, a man who she has had restraining orders against for domestic violence, and who has previously attempted to use CSPD to force his way back into living with her in the few days between 2 protection orders. After not researching the name of the informant at all, CSPD allowed itself to be the proxy for this harassment of this woman who had a restraining order against this man. CSPD left a domestic violence victim with a broken front door that can't be secured because they broke it down.
Yeah, Mr. Clifton.
I'm getting that. This is on surveillance camera.
We're way off plan here. We got a full agenda and we're way off track here.
I'm finishing up.
Let's get on track here.
Mr. Clifton, I'm going to agree with my colleague. I said I was going to give a little leeway in comments, and after 2 speakers, I'm starting to question whether I did the right thing or not. I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments specifically with regard to the issue at hand, which is surveillance cameras downtown.
The second picture here is where I'm showing children playing across the street from CSPD SWAT with their automatic weapons. This is what we do as YouTubers. We take video and we collect it and we show the worst things. Bernie Herpin knows this. He's been the target of a lot of this. I can use the Colorado Open Records Act to get the footage from these cameras that you're proposing. Is this really what you want? You know? You've budgeted $25,000 a year for maintenance. How much are you going to budget for the civil lawsuits and the class action lawsuit that people could bring against the police? You know, this is something that isn't being looked at.
Thank you, Mr. Clifton. Again, I'm gonna beg everybody's indulgence. Please be considerate. Mr. Lee is right. We're gonna be here for a long time if everybody keeps going. So I ask you, please be concise with your comments. Ed Billings.
In the last 25 years, I have lived in Colorado Springs. I've never felt unsafe. And surveillance cameras in downtown Colorado Springs will not make me feel any safer. I've recently spoken to some friends of mine back in my home city, Baltimore, Maryland, where there are currently surveillance cameras in place. And what they're telling me is the surveillance cameras have not made that city any safer. I know that there are some of you on the council who were opposed to the idea, so don't take offense to what I'm about to say. The idea of these cameras is to imply that certain people who are in downtown Colorado Springs are criminals. Today, the surveillance cameras. Tomorrow, the thought police.
Raven Martinez.
Hello. As city council members, you're elected by the people to be our voice when such controversial issues, such as the surveillance cameras that's currently come to the table, come into play. And I have to agree with Councilwoman Lisa Sledsko, I'm sorry, the last name, that I find it disturbing actually that city council has not been a part of the chat or the conversations that are taking place on exactly what to do to better the downtown area. Because in my experiences so far in Colorado Springs, it appears that the only people that the citizens of Colorado Springs actually have an opportunity to engage with is city council. We don't really get the opportunity to engage with the mayor or anybody else from the city administration building. And so this is where we have to come. And so sometimes you guys pretty much get the grunt of our anger because this is the only place we get to come and actually express our views on the situations. Now, Police Chief Pete Carey basically has said that this is going to be for safety and security of the downtown area. I find that somewhat interesting considering just back in February of this year, Colorado Springs was considered the second safest city in the United States by insuranceproviders.com. So being the second safest city in the United States, where's all this crime taking place? It was mentioned that there's issues with homelessness. Some of the issues are with like punk kids that seem to like skip out of school and things like that in Acacia Park. The homeless with the aggressive panhandling. And then later in the evenings, I'm sure a lot of the crimes or a lot of the phone calls have to do with occupants that are coming out of the bars and that are drunk late at night. Well, the cameras are not going to deter any of those people from committing the crimes. Because I know I've heard of one business person in the downtown area that supports the surveillance cameras because they've told stories about how they had a homeless lady who was somewhat, they said, crazy, and in front of their store yelling and pulling down her pants. Well, let me ask you, you really think that somebody that's in that state of mind actually is even going to care whether or not they're on camera? And that state of mind, are they really going to be deterred their actions? I mean, even if they do know they're on camera, it's not going to stop them from acting in that manner. It's not going to stop somebody that's drunk from acting in that manner because they're not in the right state of mind. Punk kids don't care if they're going to be on camera. As a matter of fact, it might entice them to go out and do even more crimes so that they get to be seen on camera. And so, because that's unfortunately what the things that happen. And I mean, they brought up issues with Acacia Park, and when the gentleman said, oh, you could somewhat get stoned, to quote him, from walking through Acacia Park. And I brought that issue up in conversation with city council members or when I've come up here and spoke, and just in other areas that Acacia Park, where's the officers at down there? I mean, we could get truancy officers to come down there and address issues with a lot of these children, and I call them children because They're under 18, they should be in school. Why are they not, nobody's coming down there and actually saying anything to them? Because it really is quite disgusting when you go through Acacia Park. Another thing we could do in Acacia Park is actually utilize it, as it's been stated previously, for events. I mean, get some events down there going. There's a stage down there. If you have more people down there, that's what's going to deter somebody from committing a crime, not a camera in the sky. That they don't care about. But if there's a bunch of people around them, they're going to think twice before hitting somebody or before doing anything, because there's somebody there with immediate reaction. And I just have to say, our police officers are becoming more militarized. It used to be that our police officers and our law enforcement officials, they had personal relationships with the community. They were out in the public. The people knew them. I mean, even in a larger city, still, you knew the police officers. And when you start using security cameras instead of uniformed police officers, that impersonalizes it. That makes it very impersonal. And that's just, okay, somebody sitting behind the desk and watching. No, I'd rather see, I'm not asking for there not to be patrol. I'd rather see uniformed officers down there patrolling the area, because that's what's going to actually detour the crime. Because all of the surveillance cameras are going to do is possibly catch somebody after the fact. And again, if the problem are homeless people, punk kids, and drunks, okay, even if you catch them after the fact, what is that going to result in? A citation? Okay, you're going to give a citation to somebody who's not going to be able to pay the fine, or somebody's going to get a court date that they're not going to show up to, and then you're going to have the cost of issuing warrants to these people that don't care because they don't have the money, they don't have a residence, they don't care. So you're just going to constipate the docket in our courts. You're going to continue to add more cost, because now we have all kinds of warrants being issued. That's $35 they're going to fine each person for a warrant being issued. Plus then they have the fines that they didn't pay. Then their failures to appear. Then they get picked up finally, and they get thrown in jail, where again, as taxpayers, we get to pay for them to have a nice little stay at CJC, where a homeless person might not have that might not be so bad for them. That may be what they want. So again, this is actually just going to cause more cost to the taxpayers. So I really urge that we go against even the idea of installing surveillance cameras in the downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to get through all the speakers and I'll...
I'd like to get some idea of what the rules and protocol here are. We're for 6 minutes with each speaker, and the rules of our body say 3 minutes. I want to hear what they have to say, but we get off track with a lot of this stuff. I want to keep the comments on point. And it seems like we're straying a lot, making this a public forum. So can we enforce our rules, please?
I would emphasize Councilmember Lee's comments. And let me just add, I think you'll find you'll be more effective with your comments for this council if your comments are succinct, because it would be more productive in that manner. So I'm going to continue on and hope that we'll be able to get through this on a timely basis. But Daniel Cisneros.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to allow us to come up here and express our concerns. I'm primarily concerned with the action that the council is considering installing the cameras downtown. The reason is there were a few things thrown around to help business owners. Business owners are concerned because of the illicit things that they say are going on down there. The police chief says that if we don't install these, bottom line is we're going to have to add more cops to the payroll. But I guess the question is I don't frequent downtown that often. I know better. I know what to expect downtown if I go there on a Friday night. I know you're going to see a group of people coming out the club drunk and probably up to no good. So I guess the thing is I did some research, and it looks like $268,000 to get this thing up and running, and then $25,000 annually. And I tried to do my due diligence to see where this money would come from, and I couldn't find anything on the internet. So I'm operating under the assumption that it's going to come from a lot of people out here on this side. So the question is, why should somebody have to pay for something downtown that they're never going to use? I never frequent downtown, so why are we going to be taking money? Because the money has to come from somewhere. And anytime the government takes money from somewhere, that is potential economic activity that is then stifled. It is then prevented from even allowing those funds to flow into the economy through regular transactions. So that's just one thing I would look at. The second thing is if we do go forward with this and we do decide, yeah, it is for the best interest of the people, where do we draw the line? I mean, what's next? I mean, what's going to come next down the chute? So we need, let me make sure I got this right. We need cameras downtown to prevent crime. Then we're going to need a camera in every school to make sure the student doesn't mouth off to the teacher. Then we're going to need a camera in every home to prevent domestic violence. So I would just urge you all to consider, where's the line drawn? If we do go through with this, where's the line going to be drawn? What is to stop the scenario I just proposed from unfolding? If it does go through. Another thing is, I found the chief's comments interesting. That we're down a few officers. We're not operating at full capacity. Well, I thought back to a while back ago, and there was a Hooters case where we actually found officers had to resort to making a crime against single mothers with kids. Well, what could those officers have been doing if they had actually been solving actual crimes? And maybe this is a good opportunity to look at the resources that we're allocating the city and maybe tighten up the belt a couple notches to make sure that we are indeed using what resources we already have effectively. So that way the taxpayer's dollar does go that extra mile, instead of just coming up with these random programs and they're being pitched down our throats as, oh, well, it's good for you, it's for your protection. Well, I don't understand, I get the business owner aspect side of it, but why can't those business owners maybe form a coalition and pool their resources to install security? If their security for their businesses aren't up to standards for today's technology, what's stopping those business owners from doing something like that? Pooling their resources together and paying for their own security. So there's just a couple of things I thought would be important to bring to light here, because $268,000, sure, it seems like a drop in the bucket, but a drop in the bucket here, a drop in the bucket there, and eventually the bucket's overflowing. So I would just urge that we consider what it is we're really trying to do and what we're really trying to implement. And before we do that, make sure that the resources that we have already allocated are indeed maximizing their efficiency. Thank you. Maureen,
excuse me, sir. I was Skip Kenneth Norrie. I was Daniel C. Norris.
I'm sorry, sir. You're absolutely right. You can come up.
Sorry to interrupt. Thanks
Sorry,
thanks again for the
that was my
opportunity.
mistake.
My name is Kenneth Norrie. I am an active leader in a political activist group called We Are Change, Colorado Springs. As a group, we stand opposed to this, to setting up the security cameras downtown. First of all, the erosion of our civil liberties have been slowly creeping across this nation for 50 plus years now. Putting up security cameras is not going to help with this issue. It's not going to stop crimes. I heard a lot of people talking about the homelessness and the aggressive panhandling and how these cameras are going to help concentrate on where this is happening. It should take you 15 minutes of walking down the street to find out where the panhandle is coming from. I also like to bring up, being a political activist, I like to wonder the political activity that's been going on in the last couple of years, if these cameras have anything to do with that. I can't help but notice that Acacia Park is basically going to be surrounded by these cameras. Tea Party does a lot of activities at Acacia Park. Occupy Movement has done a lot of activities at Acacia Park. We as We Are Change has done a lot of activities at Acacia Park. How am I going to be secured in the fact that we're not being monitored and trying to be controlled through these cameras and what they're watching for? As far as personal issues go, back in my more ignorant days, I was an auditor for Walmart. So I had close relationships with the loss prevention teams there in Walmart. I've spoken to them. The cameras do not catch people from stealing. It's their own little private security, the little secret shoppers that they have walking around. Those are who catch people from stealing. 7-Eleven, liquor stores, Walmart, other stores like that have people steal from them on a daily basis. Not to say that is right, but it's the cameras do not stop that from happening. Also as well, I don't know if you guys have gone to this, but what company, is there a certain company or business that you plan on hiring to put in these security cameras? And if so, do they have any ties to any foreign governments that have been known to spy on American people and government agencies? I did have an issue with the face recognition technology. Police chief did address that, so thank you for that. Also with the cost, a lot of numbers being thrown around. I'm basically going to see we go by the $166,000 I've seen in the Gazette. Me personally think that could be used in a better avenue into addressing the homelessness, addressing the kids that are on the streets. Maybe we could use that money for some programs that would keep them off the streets. Also as well, the fact that we have been ranked as the second safest city in the United States. So once again, where is this crime coming from? I live in the downtown area. I've never felt unsafe in the downtown area. I enjoy walking around the downtown area. Just the other day, I had nothing to do. I literally just walked around the downtown area. If cameras are set up, I will no longer be doing that. And also as well, how are we going to be assured that the information that you guys are being able to pull with these cameras, coupled with the new program that you have with the bar owners, where you have the ID scanners, would mount to the cameras as well, so you can literally track somebody from bar to bar, from store to store, what they're buying, what they're doing. How am I going to be assured that this information is not being sold to marketing companies to be used to advertise against me? I don't want to be getting Subway coupons for me going to Jimmy John's.
Scott, I got to call point of order again. I'm sorry, we're running over, we're meandering, and we're getting off track. Our rules are 3 minutes. You're 4.5 minutes. I'm sorry, I don't want to enforce the rules of this body.
All right, well, I'll just leave with one statement. Benjamin Franklin said that if we trade off liberties and freedoms for security, we will find ourselves with either of them. Thank you. Welcome to the police state.
As a point of order, real quick as well, I would just like to point out
I don't think
that...
you're entitled to point of order.
Raven, I'm trying to get through this and you had your opportunity to speak. Lauren
You're the
Wimble?
president, not Tim Lee. He's not president.
I would agree with Raven that Tim Lee is not the president. You are. And I'm Lauren Werble, co-chair of the Bike Speak ACLU, and you've seen me before. And I'd like to thank the council very much for putting speed bumps in the way of Downtown Solutions, who I think has developed a process of coming up with one wild-eyed proposal every 7 to 10 days that involve many more tangential issues than the Downtown Solutions is prepared to deal with, and then just dumps it into the lap of the council. So I think it is behooving on the council to put these processes in place to allow discussion of this. Now, obviously, ACLU is opposed to the issue of video surveillance, and obviously, ACLU on a national basis has to deal with the fact that there are dozens of cities putting these networks in, and also with the fact that Department of Homeland Security has now allocated north of $5 billion to fund some of these camera systems. But you get a very much a foot in the door kind of solution to this, where Toledo, for example, recently allocated $900,000 for 50 cameras, but a lot of these systems tend to grow like Topsy until Mr. Cisneros asked, where did this all end? It can end with an operation like Operation Virtual Shield in Chicago, where $60 million has been spent on over 10,000 cameras in the greater Chicago area, managed by more than 7 different municipal and county agencies. And you talk about a mess. That is one case where the ACLU has brought suit for specific issues regarding these kind of camera systems. Things like facial recognition. I was very pleased to hear what Officer Carey had to say about not having facial recognition. The most dangerous time is when you get embedded hardware-based facial recognition on chips inside some of these cameras, because then you have no real control whether the police department wants to use that facial recognition itself. Even facial recognition software based in the server is something the ACLU has a problem with. But what if they go to get an upgrade next time and the only kind of camera they can get has facial recognition by design? That's something that's litigable. What about the notion of pan, tilt, and zoom, which he mentioned? Well, guess what? If you haven't got a specific probable cause to use that pan, tilt, and zoom, you may be engaged in a litigable activity just by enabling that pan, tilt, or zoom feature of the camera. Active monitoring is in itself dangerous because of all the activities that Mr. Stoner and others allege that even properly trained police officials in emergency management centers don't always use these kind of active monitoring in appropriate ways. And so if we link these cameras together in any kind of database like the DDAX database in the Department of Justice, there might be a litigable activity right there. People have brought up the issue of private-public partnerships. But if we link public cameras to private cameras used in private situations, guess what? A private citizen or a private company can use a camera in many ways that a government can't. But if they're involved in linked databases through a private-public partnership, all of a sudden that private company becomes liable in all the same ways that a public, municipal authority is. So what we're talking about is walking into a minefield of potential litigation here, and something that the council had better very carefully consider. I just wanted to close with a little bit of analysis or observation as to where Downtown Solutions is going. I don't think they have bad intentions at all. I think a lot of this idea of a downtown renaissance is fine when it is involving, investment into infrastructure and facilities and programs. But as you start talking about free speech zones, surveillance cameras, active panhandling, all this kind of thing, you come up with a vision that maybe they see the beautiful city of the future as being something along the lines of Singapore. Singapore may be a beautiful model in one way, but it's also a city-state where you can't spit on the sidewalk without being arrested. I don't want a Disneyland for a downtown. I've already got a beautiful downtown that, as many people have said, is the second safest in the nation. People are leaving downtown for simple economic reasons. They can't get leases at the same price they get on Union or Academy, and so they move eastward. That's not going to be solved by surveillance cameras. And I think that, in essence, the mayor has to step back and say, maybe the worst kind of city would be Tampa, which has just spent $2 million on surveillance cameras and $2 million on purchasing tanks. That's right, Department of Defense tanks for the Republican National Convention, or Chicago under the auspices of Operation Virtual Shield, rather than a city like Colorado Springs.
This isn't
I hope
Tampa.
everybody thinks
You're over 5 minutes now. You're talking Tampa.
I'm done. That's what I'm just saying, is that those are the kind of cities I would not want to live in, not a Colorado Springs without cameras. Thanks.
Thank you. George Racco.
City Council, thanks for having this public meeting. I'll try to keep this under 3 minutes, I promise here. I'd like to specifically thank Ms. Salatko for her response to my email this morning. I sent an email at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I had a response in my email box at 5:38 on this very issue, and I appreciate that quick response. And I think that helps an open dialogue with the council, with all us individual residents of Colorado Springs. I live downtown. I'll make just 5 points here. I live downtown, and I'd like to make some points against these cameras. And it's because that I live downtown that I think that I'll be subject to law enforcement actions more often than somebody that lives on, say, Powers Corridor or out east in Falcon. Just because the location that I choose to live in, a beautiful downtown, by the way, maybe not kept up as nice as it could be, but a beautiful downtown nonetheless, I'll be subject to filming my activities every day. Every day that I walk up and down the Cajon corridor, every day that I walk through the Acacia Park, every day. And the police chief mentioned that the cameras will focus on criminal activity and criminal behavior. Those cameras are going to be on 24 hours a day. Are my behaviors walking up and down Cajon criminal activity and criminal behavior? I don't think so. And I don't think that our city should think that this is an appropriate way to revitalize our downtown. I think what Mr. Whirling talked about, leases, getting people back downtown, I think that's a good way, but not for a police state. I'd just like to say that I like Chuck, the first speaker, walk down there, and I smoke a cigar once in a while. And he mentioned that these cameras will be used at picking out marijuana users. I don't know how anyone is trained to figure out what my legal activity and marijuana activity is through video camera. I just don't know how that would be done, and I don't understand how that would even be a consideration. Ultimately, this comes down to not being a safety issue. This is really a privacy issue. It's not going to make anyone safer. It's not going to make my son, who has to walk to school past Cajon and Boulder, one of the proposed locations, every morning, every school morning. It's not going to make him safer when he does that. Him obeying the laws, crossing the street, him staying away from people that he knows are problems, that's what's going to keep him safer. And maybe even police presence would make him safer, but not a camera. I also don't want him to grow up in a world where he thinks it's okay that his government can watch him do the innocuous things that he does every day. And I think that that is wrong just on the face of it. My final point is Chuck also brought up integrating private cameras into this network. And I know that that is not proposed at this time, but it shows the idea that we're already considering moving on down that road. And I think that there's a security issue with that, non-repudiation security issue. I can insert any video I want into that network and make any of you think you saw what you didn't see. So to that end, I'd like you to all vote no against this appropriation. I appreciate that the Downtown Coalition is trying to make the downtown better, but I think the cameras are the wrong way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, George, for keeping your comments succinct. Gary Fornander, and as Gary's walking up, I just want to reemphasize again, George, that we are not voting today one way or the other. This is just a public hearing today. Gary, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have two comments about the downtown camera issue. My second and main point I'll come back to is about the process of this decision, but I want to start with some words about the merits of the issue. Surveillance by a governmental entity is serious business. It raises constitutional issues. It requires balancing of civil liberties versus safety. Colorado Springs is a schizophrenic community on the issues of safety versus civil liberties. On the one hand, this community likes to claim a rugged individual spirit, a leave me alone, keep the government out of my life attitude. On the other hand, this community has a law and order attitude on policemen. These are conflicting positions. For me, it will take clear and convincing evidence that there are safety gains to be made by surveillance cameras that outweigh the obvious mentality imposed by installing the cameras. Council must balance the relative merits and dangers carefully before making this decision. I note that the police department and administration decided to remove the red light cameras, traffic cameras, in spite of reports of increased traffic safety here and in other communities. Now, one of the arguments for the surveillance cameras is that other cities and counties are having successes. So I'm perplexed by yet another contradiction. Council needs solid evidence of need and effectiveness before it institutes surveillance procedures. But the main point I want to make today is about the process. I thank Council for having this hearing. It's an important decision. Citizen input is critical. As Council President Henty has observed, community support is important. Decisions such as this must be made in an open, transparent, and accountable manner. Newspaper reports indicated Council saw this hearing as a tool for civic engagement. I commend Council, as another speaker said, for slowing down the process holding this hearing to invite citizen input, listening carefully, and proceeding on a timeline that allows adequate time to explore the issue, ask questions, and carefully think through the decision. This model, not just allowing, but welcoming, inviting, and arranging for citizen input, is a model that should be utilized for all key decisions of council. It's a model that should be utilized and respected and embraced by administrative and executive officials as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Chuck, Paul?
Chuck Ball. I'm going to talk about the cameras. The police act like these cameras are going to do justice. Well, I have cameras outside of my house, like Michael was stating. And when they raided my house, they wanted to take my surveillance. They all got all queasy when they found that they was on surveillance. But us as citizens are not supposed to feel queasy when they have their surveillance going. I mean, in my opinion, the ones that need to be watched is the bullies in blue.
Julie, nay. Going once, Julie, nay again. Anthony Daniels.
Good afternoon, council members. Quickly, just 2 points. I think we need to do a little bit more research into the surveillance cameras, clearly by comments we've gotten from the audience. Model cities that have been shown, such as Oakland, Newark, New Jersey comes to mind. Cameras weren't the only thing that they did. They revamped their lighting areas in high crime areas, as well as increased the foot patrol of the police department. Also, one issue that hasn't been discussed at all is displacement. Criminals are going to be criminals, and if they know they're going to be watched, they're going to move somewhere else. What I saw is just one street that has cameras. In Los Angeles, California, they showed that there was a decrease in crime 100 to 200 feet from the cameras. But that was negated by an equal increase outside the reach of the cameras. So now, Los Angeles has spent $900,000 on 68 cameras. To combat this issue, they've reallocated another $200,000 for more cameras. I think a lot can be spoken for a police officer that can walk around downtown Colorado Springs, get to know the business people by name, as well as look at areas like Acacia Park, and not be there as a police state or whatnot, but to be a friendly face. We're looking at the police department in a negative light, and we shouldn't be. They're there to service. But I think we should allocate our funds better, as to maybe take the $168,000 and maybe hire a couple of policemen to walk downtown. Other than that, I honestly think that a little bit more research needs to be done into this issue before we start jumping into a vote to allocate funds, to look at all sides of the story. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. Luke Travis.
Good afternoon, this evening, council members. Luke Travens, business owner, property owner, downtown Colorado Springs, and also other parts of Colorado Springs, and one of the principals in Concept Restaurants. Some of my locations downtown, Jose Muldoon's, across from Acacia Park, the Ritz, as Mr. Murphy mentioned a couple times. Thank you for your service. After hearing some of the testimony today, I really thank you for the service. I know you have a lot of patience up here. One of my inspirations for serving on the Downtown Solutions team, which I do, is that after opening some restaurants in other parts of town, in the 80906 on Powers Boulevard, unfortunately I do hear a lot from customers across the city that there is a perception of downtown being unsafe. I disagree with that. Like several people have already said today, I don't believe downtown is unsafe.
for the most part, but there is a perception, and I believe that these security cameras will help that perception and will help clean up certain areas of downtown. I know that some people on council have maybe already commented in the press or on their Facebook that this is really a bar restaurant problem. And I'd like to address that specifically because I don't think it's just a bar restaurant problem. It's a community problem. Downtown is the center, obviously, culturally, culinarily, et cetera, but also for family-friendly events. And Acacia Park, which is dear to my heart, with Uncle Wilbur, with the amphitheater, with all the events that take place there, has ceased to be a family-friendly place. I believe the security cameras will help that. There is rampant drug activity, at least up until the past week or so, and I'm sure you've heard about the drug busts there. There's rampant drug activity. There's drug dealing going on there. It's no secret. It's out in the open. And I think cameras will help some of the issues in Acacia Park, some of the issues with trespassing in areas downtown, some of the issues with aggressive panhandlers, and I want to make a distinction between aggressive panhandling and homelessness. They're two separate issues, as many of you probably know. Quote about Colorado Springs, often we get this nationwide reputation as being an intolerant city, and then all we hear about lately is how tolerant we are to some of the illegal activity that's going on downtown, and I think this is a step in the right direction. As far as who should pay for this, and should there be some collaboration between the Downtown Partnership, the DDA, the BID, I just want to bring up that, yes, this is taxpayers' money, but as downtown business owners and property owners, we pay a lot more tax than just an everyday citizen when it comes to owning and managing businesses and property downtown via property tax, personal property tax, the sales tax revenue we generate, all the parking revenue that's coming downtown. So we already pay our fair share, and I think we're willing to collaborate more through the DDA, which obviously we're paying for that as well. For all the conspiracy theorists and the Big Brother, watching out for Big Brother, interesting to note that when you come downtown, you're already on camera nearly everywhere you go, both publicly and privately. Do you all know that CDOT, the Colorado Department of Transportation, has traffic cameras throughout the city, and they're not just high-moving highway cameras. There are cameras on Platte, Nevada, obviously the center of downtown, right across from Palmer Park and Acacia Park. There are cameras on Nevada and Uinta on the north end of the CC campus. There are cameras on Nevada and Cimarron. When you go into a majority of the businesses downtown, be it restaurants, be it business, just normal business operations, be it retail shops, most owners have surveillance cameras already on their property. And then you have the YouTubers, which I know a number of you have mentioned your YouTubers. That's going on all over downtown Colorado Springs and everywhere. So I submit to you that it's already happening downtown. And really, this would not infringe upon your civil liberties by adding a few more cameras. To conclude, I just implore you to make the proper appropriations for this when the time comes, and open myself up to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Luke.
Thank you again.
Carolyn Dole.
And it's Carolyn McDowell, and I'm Executive Director for Ecumenical Social Ministries. We're your close neighbors just around the corner. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the value of cameras, because Ecumenical Social Ministries does have security cameras in our building. We deal with about 20 to 25,000 people every year coming to us for different services. 18% of those are homeless people, and we do have incidences of people coming to us that maybe have a substance abuse problem. Some of them may have mental health problems. When we talked about schizophrenia a few minutes ago, we do have people come in, and sometimes they're off their meds and they are not quite level sometimes with their behavior. One of our close partners in dealing with people of in different stages of crisis, one of our close partners is Downtown Partnership. We're proud to be part of them and to be part of the downtown community. And just as close as the Downtown Partnership, as far as a partner is concerned, is the police department, because we work a lot with the homeless outreach team. We have had occasion, maybe about a year ago, that we had 3 notes left in our building talking about bombs. And of course, the first group I called was the homeless outreach team, because they know who the different homeless people are in town. And when we described the note, and we also used our cameras to describe the person that had left the notes, they knew who that person was, and they were able to give us advice on how to manage that. Our cameras are part of our security system. We have panic buttons throughout our building in case we do need the police, and it has never been more than 5 minutes if we've had to press that panic button to have the police in our building helping us with the problem that we might have. We've had our security cameras on site now for about years. The one thing that we know, it is a deterrent because we have not had as many instances of people scrapping with each other, or there being issues between one client and another client. And we also note that we do not have as much graffiti on the side of our building, since we have security cameras too. So for us, it's a very important part of what we do at ESM with the number of people that we serve on a daily basis, because part of our job is to make sure that our clients are safe if we have another client that might happen to be out of control, that our volunteers, and we have about 100 different volunteers coming every week, average age of our volunteers is 62 years old, and that our staff and others that might be in the building are safe at all times. So we are definitely very in favor of cameras. I don't mind if I'm walking down the street at any time of the day or night that there might be a camera watching me. I don't have any reason to mind that. So I would encourage you to consider this to be just another way that we can together make sure that this wonderful community is always safe wherever we are and whenever we're there. Any questions?
Thank you, Carolyn. Chris Jenkins.
President Henty, Pro Tem Martin, members of council, thank you for hearing this and letting me speak. I'm a downtown property owner. I live downtown and former chair of the Downtown Partnership, and I do sit on the DDA board. I'm in favor of the cameras. From my experience, cameras do deter bad behavior. Specifically in some of our downtown office projects, we have surveillance cameras. And when the bad behavior starts to go on, we are able to be notified and to make sure that they are removed from the premises. Our tenants would not have it any other way. They would not allow this to persist. So it's not just the heavy crimes, it's also trespassing, skateboarding, property damage. And to have the police department be able to be involved in that on our public spaces is an enhancement to downtown, an enhancement to these retailers who are struggling. And I'll be brief. I encourage you to support the police chief. I commend the work that he's doing, and I appreciate your leadership. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. That is all that I have signed up to speak. I will open it up one time. Is there anybody else in the audience that has not spoken already and would like to address this issue? Sure, come on up. I see at least 3 hands up, and same rules apply. Ashley, please be succinct in your comments.
I'll try and be as quick as possible. My name is Jason Hand. I'm a strategic development consultant, a law enforcement professional of the year, and a CCTV expert. I actually proposed the CCTV solution that Boulder, Colorado put in. I'm very familiar with the technology. Some of the questions that I have come from two standpoints. One is the strategic standpoint of how did we develop this? Where does it kind of sit within our rack and stack? We're kind of hurting for money right now as a city, and I'd kind of like to know, do we have a return on investment analysis of, is this the best place that we can spend our money? I think that there's a lot of other things that hopefully Steve Cox and his team are working on that maybe we can collaborate together with and see, are there other things that we can put $188,000 towards that we actually see quantifiable benefits from? We've had a lot of opinionated and speculative questions today and remarks, and unfortunately I don't think that we're going to be able to measure those. That's what I'm worried about. I want to see measurable returns. From the technology side, there's a lot of technologies out there that go into CCTV. If that hasn't been clearly articulated in your RFP, there's going to be a lot of questions on deployment, and then there's going to be a lot of challenges that go into it. There's heavy IT involvement, especially if you're talking about tying it into other LAN networks and wireless networks. There's a lot of analysis that goes into it that creates a lot of additional costs. So those are kind of some of the questions that I would love to see answered. I'm not going to say whether I support them or whether I don't support the cameras. I'd like to know what the root cause analysis is, and I'd like to see the data that everybody went through and the research to warrant something of this nature. And if that's the best choice for everybody, then let's move forward with it. If it's not, then fine. Let's find something else to spend our money on.
Thanks, sir. Dave, I saw your hand up. Want to come up?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Dave Munger. I'm the president of the Council of Neighbors and Organizations. I'm here to represent KONO's recommendation to you. It's nice to see you all. I second a lot of what was said before about your patience and your service to our community. We all appreciate that. First of all, KONO is joining our member. The Downtown Partnership is actually a member of the Council of Neighbors and Organizations in supporting their request to you to make this happen. KONO heard from a panel. Councilwoman Zlotko was very nice to give me I think it was an email message asking if she could come and speak, and Steve Cox and Chuck Murphy joined her. We had lots of discussion. In the end, we voted very much overwhelmingly to support the Downtown Partnership's request. I want to make this comment. You and I believe I'm talking for KONO as well here, you and I know we have a well-run professional police force. You and I know that we have limited resources to support that police force. What is being requested is a widely used way of multiplying limited police presence. I'd ask you to think about that. I'd also ask you to think that, and I think you join me in this realization, that Chief Carey is the professional here. He knows the problem. He's added foot patrols. He's done what he can with what we've given him to correct this situation. He's researched this solution. Lots of cities are using this. I'd like to join my colleagues in this in suggesting that we give this a try and that we ask the chief and others to measure the results so that we can determine whether it's successful or not. Thank you for your time, your attention. I'd be glad to answer a question.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Marjorie, I saw your hand up.
I'll keep it extremely quick. Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate your comments on that. I'm here today because I want to say first that my opinion today is mine alone, not related to any organization or group that I may be involved with. Secondly, my concern is not with the cameras. The cameras, I guess I would have to say I'm neutral about the cameras. My concern relates to funding. My position is that if we're going to spend city funding, and what I was originally told was that it would be contingency funding, which I always thought of that as funding that would be used in the event of a huge snowstorm with 10 feet drifts across the city and all the extra overtime it would take, or a plane crash, some terrible problem like that. In this case, I don't want contingency funding to be spent for that. I would much prefer that if it's to take place, that the Downtown Coalition, the folks, the property owners, and those people would be the ones to support that. That's all I had.
Thank you, Marjorie. And one last opportunity. Is there anybody else in the audience who would like to speak to this? Okay, Chief, I was writing down questions. I didn't hear a lot, but let me tell you what I've got, and if you missed us any other ones, or get ones that I missed, let me know. I did hear several comments or questions with regards to research that was done on the evidence of the effectiveness of cameras. And I heard several questions about that, so if you could address those. I heard a couple of questions with regards to what company will we use to do this, and then there was kind of a follow-on set of questions with regards to, is this going to be sole sourced or an RFP? And then the last question I heard was with regards to the funding. And if I can just add just a 2 cents onto that, funding / manpower, especially, and this is coming from me more than anybody else, but manpower, especially in light of your comments of a few months ago when you talked about the manpower required to monitor the red light cameras. And so, Chief, if you have any other that you wrote down in addition to the ones that I've got, I would ask you to address those also.
Thank you. The research shows mixed results depending on the city and who you read the reports about. There's a report I think got circulated with City Council from the Urban Institute. It's got some pretty good numbers and some best practices and things like that. Again, it's difficult to say if cameras in and of themselves prevent or reduce crimes. It depends on the resources that follow the cameras. Our game plan is to be holistic and to try to apply some overtime, as I asked for in this ordinance, as well as the existing 2 foot patrol officers, as well as the 4 downtown area response team officers. I do hope that that's comprehensive enough that we will see some return on our investment. We are now trying to put together exactly how that's going to look as far as reports of crime currently, reports of crime, let's say in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and in a year, and some citizen satisfaction surveys regarding their perceptions of their safety and their comfort while they're downtown, being both business owners as well as retail shoppers. So there are the things I'm looking at as far as trying to determine some measurable outcomes on this. There were some comments along the lines here about this being a safe city. I'm very proud that it is a safe city. We've done a lot. That particular study a month or so ago had my interest, and looking at the details on it, I think it makes some very valid points, but it also includes traffic safety in there. That's a big component of it. That does, unfortunately, offset some crime safety. What I presented a few weeks ago was the downtown core has a fairly high amount of disorder crime depending on the time of day, and I think the cameras would help impact that. I really do, in addition to the resources I'm already applying to it. I'm not sure if I'm the person to answer the question as far as sole source justification. As far as I know, what we're going to try to do is put out a bid process for these cameras. I don't believe we settle in on any particular brand or type of camera other than a semi-covert camera, which means a camera under a glass dome that you can't necessarily see if it's panning unless it is actually moving and things like that. So we're still in the process of that. I don't know if I know Jesse James, our CIO, is here. Is there anything you could add about the bid process? How we're going to go about that? Do you mind if I make a couple comments on some general things that I caught also?
No, please do.
I want to reiterate, we're not asking for more police officers or personnel or anything like that. I think I've got a good hybrid game plan of using volunteers that goes through the same training and held at the same level of accountability as our police officers, as well as light duty officers. In fact, Mr. Herpin is a long tenured volunteer. I might even recruit him to come in and help us out with that. When it comes to manpower, I wish I had 5 more police officers to put downtown on 15. I very much value the component of customer service and outreach and community engagement downtown. I really think that is the key. And I'm trying to do that with some additional overtime and some more resources that I can apply toward the downtown area. This is a force multiplier. A lot of comments that were made about people walking to and fro and not necessarily engaged in criminal activity. I can tell you that my intention is to have very solid, tight policies and procedures that address criminal activity and criminal activity only.
I said it before, I'll say it again, I recognize that people have a right to exercise their First Amendment rights anonymously, and we're going to honor that. And again, there's a whole set of other issues as far as aggressive panhandling that we can discuss, but if it's not a criminal activity, I'm not interested in following it or capturing it. Another comment about First Amendment rights. It has been a busy year downtown as far as some things going on. I would like council to know that our efforts have been as diligent in protecting these rights of our protesters as it has been against anybody counter-protesting. If there's a parade or a movement or something like that, or even a situation in a static place, I've made as sure as I could that the people that were actually protesting and exercising their rights were as safe as possible. Earlier today, there were some comments about leaflets and things like that. Again, if that's brought to my attention, I'll look into it and do the best I can to protect their rights. So I want to make sure that I'm right down the middle of the road on it. Again, some comments that were made about the cost of this. I don't take that lightly. I am trying to do the best I can to be a good steward of how much money I get to run the police department. The salary and benefits, it is in the ballpark of $95,000 to get a police officer that's at full pay to work. And again, there are some ongoing legacy costs regarding pensions and things like that that go on and on and on. One of the values I see with the public safety surveillance system is, for the most part, it is a one-time cost. Again, there's replacement costs and maintenance costs and things like that down the line later on, but this doesn't have as big an impact on the budget as hiring one or two or 3 or 4, even 5 different officers to do the same thing that those cameras could do. I don't know if I answered all your questions. I tried to.
Bernie?
I wonder if the city attorney is prepared to address the legalities of cameras in the public square, especially I know we don't have an expectation of privacy when we're in public, but the guy from the ACLU spoke about tilting and zooming as being a violation. Are you prepared to address that, sir?
Thank you.
President Hente and President Pro Tem Martin, council members. Thank you, Councilmember Herpin. Our office has looked at this issue. I will briefly give you the results of our legal research. Pursuant to its powers as a home rule municipality, the City of Colorado Springs certainly has the authority to install and utilize closed-circuit television surveillance cameras. The reason would be in order to provide, regulate, conduct, and control the enforcement of fines and penalties for the violation of city charter or city ordinances. This has been upheld many times by the Colorado courts pursuant to Article 20, Section 6 of the Colorado Constitution. The city powers must not be exercised so as to violate the U.S. or Colorado Constitution, so that's the issue really at hand here. The primary areas of concern regarding the usage of these surveillance cameras is whether such use would violate a citizen's right to be free from unreasonable search and seizure under the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, or under Article 2, Section 7 of the Colorado Constitution. The touchstone for Fourth Amendment analysis is whether a person has a constitutionally protected, reasonable expectation of privacy in the area or item searched or seized. To have such a protected, reasonable expectation of privacy, the U.S. Supreme Court has said that there's a twofold requirement. In the case of Katz v. U.S., issued in 1967. Quote, first, that a person have exhibited an actual subjective expectation of privacy, and second, that the expectation be one that society is prepared to recognize as reasonable. The U.S. Supreme Court has held that these types of cameras do not violate the Fourth Amendment because there is no such reasonable expectation of privacy in public spaces. There is no Colorado case law dealing directly with the use of these cameras in these public spaces since the cities have implemented them, but as was noted earlier, Denver, Fort Collins, and others have implemented these cameras, and there's been no challenge to date. Overall, the usage of these cameras in public places has been widely adopted throughout the United States. There has been no court that has struck down the use of these cameras. They have, in fact, videotape cameras have been upheld by the federal courts in both New York and California. The U.S. Supreme Court decision in 1983 in U.S. v. Knotts questioned the use of technology in very similar ways in law enforcement and stated, quote, insofar as respondents' complaint appears to be simply that scientific devices enable the police to be more effective in detecting crime, it simply has no constitutional foundation. We have never equated police efficiency with unconstitutionality, and we decline to do so now. So in conclusion, the courts have upheld the use of these cameras in public spaces. The issue I think that the representative from the ACLU brought forward about PAN and like SCAN, to my knowledge, that has not been litigated. That has been brought forward as complaints by citizens when those cameras have been improperly used. I think that goes to the issue of training and execution. And I've heard the police chief say that a significant component of this program would be training and execution. If individuals misuse the camera, then I would expect them to be disciplined or to be retrained and to be advised accordingly. I think there also was some question about a minefield litigation. There is no such minefield of litigation. This is a commonly used tool for enforcement. We are not aware of any lawsuits against cities using these cameras, so long as they have been properly implemented and the persons using them are properly trained.
Sure.
Any other questions?
I have a comment, but not for the city attorney.
Any questions for Chris? Thanks, Chris. Very good.
It was interesting that one of the speakers talked about the Hooters case, in that the waitress was exonerated through the use of video cameras. Yes, this is in a private business, but we have cases of Rodney King and other possible abuses of authority where citizens videotaped the incident, and the recording was used to perhaps right a wrong. So I can understand that where these cameras could possibly be abused, I think I have enough confidence in our police department and their training and their supervision that would not be the case. But I could also see their use being to exonerate somebody. If there was a question of who started a fight or what happened downtown, and we have that on videotape, that could be used to exonerate an innocent person who was falsely accused by a couple of bystanders that they started the fight or whatever. So I think this does provide a force multiplier, and that's the concern that I have. But our department is understaffed, no doubt about it. I wish that if I could win the $117 million mega lottery, I would donate money to the city to hire 25 police officers. We don't have that money. So we're in a balancing act between, as someone paraphrased Benjamin Franklin's quote, didn't quote it exactly, we're in a balancing act between safety and security and freedom. And that's what we do as elected officials. That's what we expect our police officers to do when they're making instant decisions on life and death on the street, to exercise their best judgment to balance freedom and security and protection of public safety. And that's what we are being asked to do here. Does the benefit outweigh any possible loss of freedom? Well, we know that legally there is no loss of freedom, no expectation of privacy in the public square, so it becomes more of a moral issue. So do we have the moral authority to try to make our downtown safer? And I think we do. And so based on some information that will be coming back from the staff on how we're going to implement, who's going to do it, where we're going to get the cameras, those kinds of technical details, I think that I would be supporting this request by the person that we've hired to be our professional advisor on public safety. I thank all the presenters. Now we got a little testing during this about some of the guys running on and getting off track, but you came here on your own time. We're being paid to sit here, $3 an hour. We're being paid to sit here to take citizen input. This was the council's idea, the citizen input. The staff did not ask us to take public input. We were going to discuss today the appropriation, and we said, no, we would like to hear from the public. So you took time off from your busy schedules to come here and give us your input, and I certainly appreciate that, no matter whether the implication are whether we're going to accept your input or not, but we did listen, and I did take to heart some of the things, and I think some of the questions that you raised, the chief has written down and will be addressed. So thank you for being here, and thank you for putting up for having to sit here with us. Thank you.
Any other comments from council? You know, I'm sorry you had your chance. You know, earlier, I was thinking about commenting on this. Earlier today, I defended comments made about the U.S. military, and I took it personal, being as I am a retired military officer. But I can't let the comments with regards to the police department that I felt were inappropriate go uncommented on. Refer to them as the bullies in blue, I think, is inappropriate. I take great umbrage at that. One of the beauties of this job is, and I think I speak for all my colleagues, is we've gotten to know a lot of the city staff. We've gotten to know a lot of the professionals that serve our community. In my particular case, I go to church with these guys. I go to sporting events with these guys and gals, and I know them to be the professionals they are. So I take, while I echo Mr. Herpen's comments with regards to I welcome all of your comments, I do take a little offense at the characterization of those professional people who put their lives on the line for us every day. And just as I will close the hearing, the public hearing. I will say that our staff, along with the city administration staff, will be working together on an agenda item, possibly as early as 2 weeks from today. I can't swear to when we'll bring that forward, but there will be significant public announcement as to when that will be. And again, if that vote or when that vote occurs in the appropriation, that will be a matter of public record and a public comment period also. So I will close the public hearing. We'll take a break and we'll come back to the last item on the sign.
Serve with integrity or serve with strife?
We're back to item number 8.
An ordinance repealing and reordaining Part 4, sign regulations of Article 4, site development standards of Chapter 7, planning, development, and building of the Code of the City of Colorado Springs, 2001 as amended pertaining to sign regulations.
Megan.
Good afternoon, President Pro Tem, members of council. Megan Harrington with the Land Use Review Division. Today for your consideration is the update to the city sign ordinance. We did present some of this information to you at the informal meeting on February 27th, where I talked a little bit about the history of the code, summary of the changes, and some detail on the stakeholder process. Just for a summary of the changes, a recap of that presentation. This is a total reorganization of the code, heavy on tables and graphics to illustrate the community standards. The update will also simplify the permitting requirements, update the definitions, clarify and update measurements of signs, and scale the allocation on the use of the property, being the use of the building, length of the property frontage. And this will have the greatest impact on how we calculate our freestanding signs. The calculation will be based on the length of the property frontage. The shorter your property frontage, the smaller sign that you would be allowed under this new proposal. However, the larger the property, larger commercial centers, larger signs, perhaps the ability to have multiple freestanding signs to be used as multi-tenant signage. The coordinated sign plan is new to this code and will allow staff some administrative flexibility when looking at sign packages as a whole. We would see this as a piece of a large development or a commercial center, and will give staff the ability to increase signage administratively up to 15%. It's a bonus incentive for looking at signage as a whole. Staff was tasked to evaluate electronic message centers. Electronic message centers is an outstanding issue. At the hearing on the 27th, Council did ask staff for some additional information on EMCs. A lot of that's in your packet. I will present a bit of that today. What you see in front of you is a list of front-range cities with EMC allowances. Not all of these cities are utilizing the exact same thresholds, but they have updated their codes in the last 5 years, and those code updates have allowed the allowances for the EMCs to some respect. What is it?
Megan, I'm looking at your list, and I'm looking who's not on the list. And clearly Denver's not on the list.
City and County of Denver is on the list.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
And this is definitely not a comprehensive list. And keep in mind, this is on-premise signs only. This is not billboards or off-premise advertising. We're talking about on-premise commercial advertising only with this update.
Thank you.
An EMC is a sign that is capable of displaying words, symbols, figures, or images that can be electronically or mechanically changed by remote or automatic means. Staff spent the last year working with stakeholders, researching EMCs, and through the work with the stakeholder group, did come up with a set of criteria if EMCs were to be permitted. Not every individual stakeholder in the group supports the use of EMCs, but through the discussions with the stakeholder group, the recommendations are that EMCs be permitted for on-premise commercial advertising only, 1 per property, at 50% of the freestanding sign. So if a property owner is entitled to 100 square feet of signage on the freestanding sign, 50 square feet would still need to be that static message, and 50 square feet could be an EMC. There is no flashing or animation, so full video would not be permitted. If you have an EMC on the property, you would not be able to pull a permit for a temporary banner inflatable display. The thought is if there's an EMC on the property and you have a $1 burger special or a semi-annual sale, that advertising would occur on the EMC and you wouldn't need permits for temporary banners.
Could you,
I'm sorry, Tim?
what is the sign in front of the Pikes Peak Center? Is that an EMC?
It is, and if you allow me, next slide, we're going to get to a little bit of information to put it in context for you. And then the freestanding sign, if you want to convert your freestanding sign to include the EMC, the freestanding sign is going to lose its legal non-conforming status and would need to come into compliance with the current code. There are 4 regulatory distinctions that are set to ensure that these signs do not become visually intrusive. We're recommending a 10-second message hold time. That's the time that the message is displayed, transitioning through fade or dissolve in less than 1 second. The sign industry has set up 4 levels of transition. We're recommending fade or dissolve, which is a level 2. Transitioning in less than 1 second, so we have that instantaneous transition of message. And then the brightness would be to auto dim between dusk and dawn to 0.3 foot candles. 0.3 foot candles equates to approximately 500 nits. The Pikes Peak Center sign, that's in front of the Pikes Peak Center, is operating at about 630 nits. So that gives you an idea of the brightness if you've been downtown at night and seen the brightness of that sign. The recommendation for 500 nits should be less bright than that sign. And that Pikes Peak Center sign was approved through the variance process. I did have a video for you to show what this sign would look like. Unfortunately, the video is not working through the PowerPoint. I will skip over this. If at the end of my presentation you have questions and you want to see a visual on the recommendation for the transition method, we can do that at the end of the presentation. The Planning Commission did make a recommendation that EMC should not be a component of the ordinance going forward, that we should retain only the time, date, and temperature of 5-character allowance. Comments from the Planning Commission included the need to focus on cleaning up signage in the community before allowing more signage, and that EMCs may create additional illegal signs that the city can't enforce. The discussion was mixed on the overall use. Some commissioners felt that EMCs is not appropriate at this time, again, focusing on enforcement. Others did feel that EMCs are not appropriate for our community, that they are not complementary to our natural and scenic vistas. All planning commissioners and staff and the stakeholders that you'll hear from today do agree that a strong enforcement program is necessary. The Planning Commission has recommended a 3-phased enforcement program. The first phase is the sign specialist enforcement position. This position would be funded through the Development Review Enterprise. It could be fully funded through a slight increase in sign permit fees. And just to show you the fees, this is the fee calculation for the proposed increase. It's a nominal increase. I've been told that our fees for signage are low compared to other communities. The sign review fee would potentially increase $25, banners and temporary signs $20, and if EMCs were to be permitted, we would want to incorporate an EMC permit charge. That would be approximately $200 with an increase in these fees, would allow the city development review enterprise to hire the sign specialist that would also do partial enforcement. And that's a benefit to the business owners as well as the enforcement of the signs, because with that one dedicated sign enforcement position, a business owner would have a direct contact. The permits would go through quicker. They would know who to contact that would go out and do the sign inspection. And while that specialist was out, they would also be following up on the back end with some enforcement. So the nominal fee increase is a win-win on both ends. And in order to do that, staff would need to bring a fee resolution back to you at a later date that would institute that increase in the fees. The other two steps to consider for future phases are to dedicate one new code enforcement officer to sign enforcement for at least a year. That was the Planning Commission's recommendation. And to also have staff investigate establishment of citation authority for code enforcement officers. Both of those phases and this program as a whole has been discussed with upper city management, and there seems to be support for moving forward with these phases. On the 27th of that informal meeting, council did request that staff provide two ordinances. In your packet, you have Ordinance A. Ordinance A is the ordinance that is supported by the Planning Commission that excludes the allowances for EMCs. At that meeting on the 27th, staff attempted to fully represent the Planning Commission's recommendation. That recommendation is to exclude the EMCs. That recommendation is Ordinance A. Ordinance B is the ordinance that comes out of the staff research over the past year, the discussions with the stakeholder committee and others in the community. There are some that feel that Ordinance B would be appropriate. Ordinance B includes the allowances for the EMCs. There are folks out here today that will present to you the pros and cons of both ordinances, focusing particularly on enforcement and the EMCs. And the only difference between the two ordinances is the EMC component.
Go ahead, Mary.
And under Ordinance A, all EMCs, or would the time, temperature, gas price stuff still be allowed under A?
Correct. Under Ordinance A, we would retain the time, date, and temperature and 5 character allowances, which are usually for the gas prices. That is included in Ordinance A, yes.
Angela.
I actually have a couple of questions, so bear with me to go through a couple of them. On the EMCs, we're going to take the billboard, the plain billboards we've all seen for years, and the EMC billboards. That is completely out of this, correct?
Correct. We have, in this sign ordinance, there is criteria for billboards, just a static billboard that we've had around. We're not changing any of that criteria, nor does the EMC component apply to off-premise advertising. It would not apply.
So we're going to be looking at that in the future year. It's a second compartment that we'll be looking at sort of separately, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And also, our current policy right now for EMCs is that they are on a case-by-case status. They come in if someone wants to do them, but it's only for government entities, that I understand?
Not that I'm aware of. If someone wanted to apply for an EMC currently, they would go through our standard variance process and would end up at the Planning Commission hearing for a final.
Whether it's commercial or, like the Pikes Peak Center.
Correct.
Anyone can do that this current time.
Yes, at this time, anyone could apply for a variance for an electronic message sign.
Okay. And just a couple of questions I did have on the window. The window signs that people, I don't want to say painted on, but have painted on. It was 25%, and then it was sort of odd because I was thinking, well, that makes sense when you walk into a building, you see the storefront window. I don't want to go into something that's completely black and dark. But then I went to a place that had windows on the side and another window on the other side, and then they had a storefront, and I thought, well, are you counting all the windows as 25% or just the storefront windows are 25%?
The way it's written currently is that it would be first floor windows only per elevation. 25% of your windows per elevation. So the storefront, 25%, any 25% that you wanted would be allowed to be signage. And then if you had a side elevation or a rear elevation. You could also put signage up to 25% on
each one.
Each elevation, correct.
So that the front storefront can be 25%. We don't have to add all the windows and.
No, just we would be looking at the front storefront and 25% of the storefront windows with signage.
Okay. And then with the banners, I was very concerned. I know we're not voting on this today, but I want to go into more detail about it at a future because I know we're not going over the actual cost. But I was very concerned because when I looked at this hit a pet peeve sign of mine, especially when I was teaching. I absolutely just abhor when teachers punish an entire class for what one or two people do. And those one or two people are going to go to the next class and find misbehave until you can figure out a way to come through it. And that's what I looked at by increasing the fees. It was $81 for a banner review fee, and yet to go on, and from what I understand, we don't have online services yet, correct, to do the permits? And they have to go downtown to get the permit. But it's only $100 if you get caught doing it wrong. And I look at the numbers that you have, and sometimes I really, really hate this job, because now I was driving up and down Academy, counting all the banners. I wonder if that's legal or not. My feeling is very strongly that most people are going to put their cheaper banners up for $30 and say, you know what, if I get caught or they take it, I can replace it for less. It's not a big deal. It's only like $20 difference between the fees. So I feel very strongly we need to look at our fee structure that we're trying to do and not punish the people who are trying to comply, and yet punish the people who aren't complying and make it a big enough fee so they say, you know what, it's worth me paying this permit and becoming legal and doing the enforcement. I think we sort of got that backwards, but I also think we really got to look at some kind of ease for people to get the permits, like an online service or something, and as well as have our enforcement not just spending talking the dollars. I mean, it should be like an HOA style of going. So I really would like, I know we're not voting on that part today, but I really would like to have more in depth because I hate to punish people who comply and who are actually doing the right thing. I think we need to take care of the people because it is rampant. I mean, there's banners everywhere. So I'd really like to look at maybe changing those fee status to make sure we're not punishing, you know, when you add up the dollars, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a fee less than the permit, so, or, you know, the non-compliance fee. As for the EMCs, I keep looking at it and I feel like we've got a good grasp on it, but we haven't completely because we haven't really studied billboards and billboard EMCs, which are technology, they are coming. We will have to answer that question sooner than later. I would like to see maybe we take all the EMCs, put those aside, all the rest of the ordinance bring forward, and then keep what we have currently, that if you want one as a business, we will look at it a case by case and sort of let them know the variances so we can have a long-term plan to do this correctly. So that's what I would sort of hope to see. So my colleagues even look at it. It's truly, because EMCs are going to be it's technology that's coming. I mean, we don't want to be revisiting this in 2 or 3 years or 5 years, or see that we did something that maybe isn't the best for our city. So I definitely would like to look at that area. And, you know, I could definitely see a motion to move forward on all the permits except for the EMCs, and then give us a year, and then have that enforcement in too, because I think once our enforcement is up and running, and people realize it's not a land of we can do whatever we want, I think that will make it even easier for us to have that.
Any other questions, Megan? Tim?
If you could just expound on the difference between, I'm not sure I got my arms around the billboard, how you would handle EMC on a billboard versus on a billboard.
Correct. Billboards, off-premise advertising is all considered a billboard.
Right.
We do not, the city of Colorado Springs does not permit EMC billboards. El Paso County does. The city of Colorado Springs does not. This update in front of you will not apply any of the EMC criteria to billboards. If you choose to move forward with looking at EMCs on billboards, we would need to do that as a separate process. It just got too large. There's too many issues to address the signage, and we wanted to do that separately.
So, just to clarify Tim's question, regardless of which option we go with, we put out there, billboards are not part of the equation as of right now.
Correct.
Okay.
Once we see her in the count.
Wow.
I still want to, I don't think I understand what our alternatives are, and knowing how these things go, I want to get this straight at the onset. Alternative number 2. No, it's alternative number 2. Approve the planning commission recommended.
From the notes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. If we peel out the EMCs from that, we're not killing that, correct?
Unless you tell me when you'd like me to bring that back to you, I would say that you are putting that on hold for a very long time. You would need to tell us when you wanted to see EMCs. As part of the motion recommended, staff recommended that in 2 years, we reevaluate this code as a whole, because we're changing things up significantly. And we put a 2-year time, give us 2 years, let's see how it's working. If you wanted to direct staff in 2 years to bring EMCs back to the dais, we certainly could do that. But staff does not currently have a plan on bringing that back to you at a time specific, because we feel that we've done the research and we have the information. It's just how we get that to you. And there's really no additional research that staff can do. We've spent a year, better part of a year, looking at other communities and reading all of the research that we could find. So if you specify that to us, we can certainly go down that path.
I talked to a couple in the planning and a couple in the department, and they said that within this year they could be looking at it because it is something that's going to be coming up sooner than later. So they felt that that was something they could do. So that would be mine. I don't want to put it off for eternity. I think we need to address it, but really address it with a lot of concentration looking down the road.
Sure. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yes,
staff's done. We're asking questions.
I'm done with I have nothing else
Yeah,
unless
we're
you want to
asking
see a video or there's other information you need to see from me.
Yeah, we do have 2 other presentations to go. And just to set the stage, when we heard this 2 weeks ago, council asked for divergent opinions, if you will, a couple of opinions with regards to that. So it's my understanding we have those today, one by Scenic Colorado, one by a company called Jesco. I'm going to allow both those presentations to proceed, but I would ask both individuals to be succinct. If I've said that once or twice today, I apologize, but I have to go quickly. Mr. Shankar, I'll give you... trust me, I'm going to open this up to public. When we're done, I'll open up to public comment, so if you're here to speak, you'll have that opportunity. But Larry, you can go first if you would.
PowerPoint presentation, 12 slides. I'll try to get through it in about 8 minutes. I think I've got facts and figures, so it's not just my opinion. And I handed copies of my presentation so that everybody should have this in front of them.
Please use the mic.
Actually, it looks like this. So I will now use the mic. Good afternoon. My name is Larry Barrett. I live at 33 Briarwood Place in Colorado Springs. I've been a resident of Colorado Springs since 1989. I am the member of the board of the Scenic Colorado. Our mission is to preserve and enhance the visual environment and the aesthetic character of communities and countrysides of Colorado. One of our big issues is signage. So, Mr. President and members of the council, thank you very much for allowing us to make this presentation. Also want to compliment the staff. Over the last year, they have been very collaborative in their approach to this whole issue. There's been equal opportunity for everybody to present their views and to have input into the process. Our outline is in front of you. I'm going to cover, 5 topics. 1, how good sign controls can improve highway safety, how it actually can help business profits, how they can reduce clutter and distractions, how good signs help tourists, and finally, protecting visual scenic values from visual pollution. Our bottom line is we're supporting the recommendation that came out of the Planning Commission just a few weeks ago, and that recommendation, I think you understand, is let's go ahead and modify our existing sign code for window signs, wall signs, on-premise, all types of on-premise signs, freestanding signs. Let's modify that, make it simpler, make it more efficient. There's still a lot of moving parts, I think, as you appreciate, with the sign code. Lots of pieces to this. So let's get that under our belt. 2 years, let's come back, look at the sign code, see how that's worked from an enforcement standpoint before we make it more complicated with something like electronic signs. And so we would continue to prohibit, under the Planning Commission decision and Scenic Colorado's recommendation, continue to prohibit LED signs except for time, temperature, date, etc. So I need to remember to hit the right button here. So now I'm now ready to talk about this question: are electronic signs unsafe? And I'm going to refer to this book that was put out by the federal government, reviewing 150 different studies going back 20 and 30 years on the impact of electronic signs for highway safety. I'm not going to go through all 200 pages of this, but I'll summarize it on 4 pages what they found. And the first question is, do electronic signs increase distractions? Number 1, distracting drivers' eyes off the road has been estimated to cause more than 23% of all crashes. So nearly a quarter of the crashes happen because people are distracted. 2, eyes are drawn to an object of different illuminance, quote, regardless of any interest in this irrelevant stimulus. So perhaps you've noticed if you're driving down the highway and there's an electronic sign over there, you may not want to look at it, but your eyes grab it. Distractions of 2 seconds or longer increase the likelihood of a crash by over 3 times. 2 seconds. How long does 2 seconds last? It's a beautiful day in Colorado Springs. That's 2 seconds. That sign is very distracting. That's 2 seconds. So in 2 seconds, people get distracted, and that increases the risk of accidents by 3.7 times. Second question, do electronic signs increase accidents? Yes. In an intersection, it was found that the only reason that could be found for increased braking was the presence of a video sign. In a public survey of 152 people at intersections, it was found that 49% felt video signs had a negative effect on traffic safety, and I highlighted this. A large number, that is 9 out of 152 respondents, claim to have personally experienced near crashes and 2 actual crashes associated with video signs. And now on slide 6, the slide numbers are at the top. So what causes distractions and crashes? Well, the first category they've listed there is an outside person, object, or event. That could include a sign. Further down, they say other distraction, 25.6%, which I've highlighted in red. That could be a sign. Unknown, 8.6%. So nowhere in here, unfortunately, there are no national statistics that say, oh yes, electronic sign caused an accident. So you will hear a claim that there's no causality between electronic signs and safety, and people would agree with that. This is an old study using cell phones. Only was 1.5%. I think at the planning commission, people said, well, that's got to be higher now. Sure. So the difference on this slide is between correlation and causality. The author of the study says, there is a strong and growing body of evidence, including evidence from industry-supported research, that roadside digital advertising attracts drivers' eyes away from roads for extended, demonstrably unsafe periods of time. So that's the first point I wanted to leave you some facts on. The second is a little more unconventional. Are strict time controls good for business? I'm on slide 8. I would argue that it's an economic dilemma that you have to deal with in the council and everybody. What's good for one business may not be good for business as a whole. The bullet below that says signs normally result in increased business for advertising. We would agree with that. Maybe 20% or 30%. Once you put that electronic sign, you're going to increase business. But it's probably going to take business away from somebody else. I have a little prop which I don't have time into, but if I had $20,000, I'm going to use a $20 bill here. If I had $20,000 and wanted to go out and buy a car, and I saw an electronic sign that caught my attention, and that meant that I went and paid that dealer $20,000, that dealer's made a sale, but someone else probably lost the sale. So then that competitor feels obliged to come along and put up an electronic sign as well, or at least feel equally competitive. So we would argue that it's a net zero-sum proposition that's going on here. And it's also a zero-sum for taxes. True sales are going to go up, sales tax revenues are going to go up, but some other dealer has lost a sale, and so tax revenues are not going to be as high for that other dealer. The net effect is zero. Businesses use the same concept as zero-sum, except they don't call it that. I've heard a quote like I've got listed there: in order to remain in business, we must be able to compete. We must be able to put up signs to meet the competition. Slide 9. How could electronic signs have unintended consequences for business? And I think this is the hearts of the issue. Electronic signs are much more expensive raise the cost of advertising. $30,000, $130,000 to put up one of these things. So that increased cost can result in lower profits, less made up by greater sales volume, of course. Or the next bullet, reduced profits can displace investments in more productive people and facilities. So these increased costs can also push up prices for higher customers. The bullet that reads high costs of electronic signs, I believe this, favor large businesses. They have deeper pockets. They favor chain businesses because they can order the same sign and put it up at each location. Think drugstores. And they hurt small businesses with less financial resources. So contrary to maybe popular opinion that adopting a sign code that allows EMCs is good for business, I'm not sure that it is. In fact, I think it's probably not. It really hurts small businesses that don't have those deep pockets. The last bullet, how is allowing electronic signs like cash for clunkers? You remember cash for clunkers was where there was an incentive to go out and buy a car, and you got a $3,500, $4,500 incentive if you bought that clunker. What happened? Sales went up during that rebate period, but then after it was over, sales went down below what they otherwise would have been. So a study done by the Federal Reserve Bank in New York after this cash for clunkers program said the net effect, and this is the key word, the net effect was negligible. And that's the point I'm trying to make here. Let's look at an example of sign overload on South Nevada. You've all driven along there. Think from I-25 as you're heading south, about 5 blocks. There's 58 businesses. A, B, and C, auto dealers, banks, cash advances, all the way down to ST and tax service. There's a very annoying tax service in town, as you all know, that waves things around when you're driving down the street. So out of those 50-some businesses, there are a total of 338 signs. Logo signs, 58, wall signs, 56, window signs, awning, canopy, menu board when you drive into order. Temporary banners, 28. And this is one of the things we tried to change with the sign code last year, that they now can be up, but only up to 90 days. And I submit that a lot of these temporary banners will be illegal. They're flags, they're A-frames, and freestanding poles and monuments. So that big pole that stands up, there's 29 of those along that 5 blocks. So in theory, all 29 of those could be turned into EMCs under the option B option here. That's an awful lot of blinking bright lights if you're going down Nevada Avenue and have 29 of those signs. Average 6 signs per business. I've excluded human signs, I've excluded balloons, sidewalk displays, and quite importantly, I've excluded highway department signs. And that's important because people need to see the speed, the directions, and that sort of stuff. So if there's too much signage, it's going to interfere with what CDOT's trying to do, what your highway department's trying to do. There are other specific corridor highways of concern. I-25. What would it be like driving down I-25 and have electronic message centers, LED signs, every few buildings on either side of I-25? There's a prominent furniture store near Bijou and Fillmore that has electronic signs up in Denver. I'm sure they'd be happy to put one up on I-25. US 24 is another sensitive area, US 24 bypass. These bullets here, I-25, 24, those are what's called scenic corridors under the current sign code. Namely, the sign code years ago asked the city and the sign and their enforcing things to consider those scenic areas if they're allowing new billboards or anything else. They have special rules. Those are scenic corridors. I don't think I'd like to have electronic signs there. Guard of the Gods is another one. Academy Boulevard, ours. And for tourism, signs do help tourism. Next time you go through Breckenridge, think how clean and neat and tidy that looks. Aspen and Vail, those communities ban electronic message centers. And they recognize tourists want to come to an attractive place. So my recommendation in conclusion, accept the Planning Commission recommendation, namely change the code for window signs, wall signs, freestandings, and all those. See how that goes for 2 years. Leave in place the electronic sign rule that allows time, temperature, and day. That's it. It's good for highway safety and pedestrian safety. Keeps business as a whole. Remember, there's hundreds of ways to advertise for a business. They don't need an electronic sign. There's hundreds of other ways to have it. Good for tourists, for our scenery, limits costs of government, I'd submit an electronic sign is going to cost more to administer. Good for the scenic environment, and remember, we're the home of America the Beautiful. I heard you to help protect that historic brand of ours. Thank you very much.
Bernie? Just a couple of observations, maybe question. What causes distraction and crashes outside person-object event? That necessarily mean electronic signs. It could be a person walking a dog, or it could be any number of things, not necessarily electronic.
Yeah, it's a category, correct?
Right.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that signs are the only event there.
Then under electronic signs are more expensive and raise costs of advertising. True, but they're variable. You don't have to go get a new sign printed or a banner or something, so there is some cost savings by being able to use the same thing, just reprogram it. I suspect take maybe 10 years to break even maybe. That would be a business decision.
Remember too, it's a freestanding pole, so the option is going to be a static pole versus a changing sign.
And then signs help tourism. Sign controls help tourism. Well, I think the people in Las Vegas probably disagree. I've been to Las Vegas a number of times, and the Las Vegas Strip, you can't find more electronic signs in the world than along there, and the traffic is bumper to bumper, and I've never seen an accident. I've never seen hundreds of tourists, pedestrians crossing the road. I've never seen an accident. So, I mean, if that was a place for distraction to cause an accident, they'd be doing nothing but cleaning up accidents all day long, I would think.
Well, I was just in Las Vegas myself 2 weeks ago and resolved I never want to live there. But I would point out that there are 4 prominent states in the United States that ban billboards. And these are all tourist states: Maine, Vermont, Hawaii, and Alaska. So they think it's good for tourism to not have billboards, or at least that kind of a sign.
Thank you, sir.
I actually have a question, just want to make sure I'm clear, because you said we had the time, temperature, 5-line or 5-word, I'm sure that's 5 character, okay, that's allowed. But I also thought through the variance process, we can get additional, correct?
Yeah, go ahead.
So our current policy is you can get them, but it's through a variance
You
policy.
can apply for a variance. The variance, you would need to meet the variance criteria, no exceptional use of the property. There's some criteria that you would need to meet, and that would also go through a planning commission hearing. There's no guarantee the planning commission would approve that. It's a longer process, but yes, you can ask for a variance from anything in our code. There's just a process you need to go through to do that.
Do we have any statistics on how many electronic sign variances have been asked for and approved, or do we know?
We've only had a few. The World Arena, Pikes Peak Center, Phil Long Expo Center. Those are the 3. Those are the 3 that I think we've even received. Now there was,
and all 3 of them were approved.
All 3 were approved, correct, with criteria, conditions of approval. I believe there was one request that was pulled but did not go through to the planning commission. But those are the only 3 that went fully through the process.
Thank you.
Just real quick, Phil Long,
Oh, you don't want to know? Okay.
Phil Long tells me that their sign was denied. I'm sorry, I don't have all the history on the permitting. He may want to come up and tell you about his sign.
I'll let him come up during public discussion.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Are there any other questions for Larry? Tim?
So you made a comment about, I call it view corridors, scenic drives, I think, scenic corridors.
Correct.
Has there been any conversation about allowing the electronic signs but not allowing them in the scenic corridors?
We really didn't drill down to that level. I think if we'd gotten serious about it, that would have been a good option to allow on-premise electronic signs in regular situations, but exclude them from scenic corridors. That's what you're suggesting as an option, and maybe 2 years down the road, if we get to that point,
Can we go to 1 year?
that'd be a good thing to look at. What's that?
I said, can we go to 1 year and really look at your
And maybe for staff, again, point of clarity, so what you're asking us is to decide basically on the sign code with the electronic signs or without, but if we do without now, that's just kicking the can down the road for like 2 years. Is that essentially what we're doing?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's kicking it as far as you want to kick it. We've got all the we've got more information than you probably want to see.
You can decide how, or we can decide how long we want to kick that can.
Thank you.
Brandon?
Megan, just to follow up on the view corridors, like I-25, 24 bypass, it would have to be a business on premise, not a billboard. So like Phil Longford or somebody backs up to I-25, could they have a sign on their property that would actually, it wouldn't be on I-25, but it's on their property facing I-25? Would that be considered a sign in a view corridor?
The scenic corridors that we have established in the code currently relate specifically to billboards, off-premise signage. We do not, that portion of the code that lists the scenic corridors does not particularly pertain to on-premise signs. It's specifically in the billboard category.
Right.
That is something that we could look at, expanding those corridors to specifically state on-premise signage as well, but that's not how the current code references those scenic corridors.
Thank you.
Murph, can I comment on that as well? That is, think of Motor City, which is on I-25. That is part of the scenic corridor. So in theory, you could have the Ford sign, followed by a Subaru sign, followed by a Volvo sign, followed by a Tesla sign on that corridor, in theory, if this were approved, the way the staff recommended.
And just a comment to my colleagues that, remember, we're still going to hear the opposing viewpoint and we're still going to hear public testimony.
I'm needing to get some perspective on size. It's my understanding you said if we did this, it would be a smaller sign. I drive through Woodland Park a couple times a month, and they have a couple of electronic signs there, which quite frankly I find very attractive and very clean looking. Are we talking about that size of sign? We're not talking about the size of signs that we see in Las Vegas, are we?
No, we're not. The maximum size of sign for a freestanding sign is 150 square feet. You could probably get up to 200 square feet for an on-premise sign. If you did a coordinated sign plan or you asked staff for some administrative relief through the coordinated sign plan, the maximum would be 75 to 100 square feet of the freestanding sign, being that 50% is still the static sign, 50% is the EMC. 100 square feet maximum is as big as that would get. These are not the 250, 450 square foot billboard size signs that you see off premise.
I'm just measuring by my eyeballs, but it seems like that's about the size of the signs that I've seen driving through Woodland Park. And they have awfully nice views in Woodland Park. I have not been distracted from the beautiful views up there, but I'm struggling with some of the arguments, so I'll wait for the other sides.
These recommendations are similar, and our sign sizes are similar to Woodland Park, El Paso County, most of the communities.
Thank you.
Angela?
Just, Megan, I have some more questions for you, I'm sorry. So I understand this earlier, it's like I've told me. The other question I have is, we are not talking schools and private property are completely exempt. If you want to put an interior EMC sign, you are able to do that.
Schools are permitted through the state.
Okay.
We
So
would
don't
respectfully ask the schools to follow our criteria if we had criteria, but the schools don't pull building permits through regional building. They a lot of times don't ask us what our community standard is. Internal signs, as long as it's internal to your business and it is not in your window, meant to catch the eye of someone walking down the sidewalk, then you could have an internal sign. That gets a little gray on when you have something in your window. Is it meant to capture someone walking down the sidewalk? Is it meant for an internal display? But internal displays would be allowed.
Okay.
Any others? Thanks, Larry.
Thank you both very much.
Now I'm going to have an individual from, I believe it's Yesco.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Steve Hike. I am employed by Yesco Custom Electric Signs, and I'm here representing the sign industry and also on behalf of the Colorado Sign Association. And what I've brought is a PowerPoint to help go through some main points that have to do with regulating these signs in communities and proper methodology. Now, I have to say a couple things as a backdrop. I'd like everybody to think about El Paso County for a moment, and when we did I was instrumental. I led the team that approved the World Arena, And I got the approval for the Pikes Peak Center, so I've had a lot of experience in this particular venue. And I will say that the day that we got the Pikes Peak Center approved 5 years or so ago, it's now allowed to have electronic signs in El Paso County. I have not witnessed a big upsurge of electronic signs. I have not witnessed people trying to compete with the local business that did buy one with a lot of banners and things going up. Second item, I think it's important to understand that the regulation distinctives that the planning department has adopted, which we've recommended, and I'm not going to go into detail here, does not allow for dancing bunnies. And there's no animation. You would barely even notice that these signs were changing, because they're changing, think about it, in less than a second, and it's through a fade or dissolve method. It would be real wise to see the presentation that Megan has for you on that. So let's move through this. We say key things to know: they can operate a broad range of capabilities. The software that controls the display allows the end user to follow local sign codes easily, if the sign codes are easy to understand. Key here, set speed limits. I think staff has done so. Now, let's talk about that one sign problem. Everybody's got one in their mind. There's several that bother me. But it is something that affects our perception on why we're so hesitant to allow the use of electronic message signs in our community. And let me interject, this community is not a resort destination. This is a thriving community with a lot of businesses that are surviving and competing. So that one sign is too bright, that one sign is too animated, it's too Las Vegas-y, it's too much like Times Square. Okay, now let me say this. Why do businesses want these signs? Here's one good reason. Try changing one of those manual message signs and you'll leave the same message up there for months on end. Or lose everything and then you have bizarre messages. Number two, this is a huge reason. You can effectively communicate for these centers that have 20 or 25 tenants on a pylon sign. What we did here in Littleton, this particular center, if you took some time, there's 5 brands on the sign on the left. 5 branding names, and you're never going to see it when you're driving down the street. Now you can see Joanne, now you can see Ace Hardware, now you can see CarQuest, and those are all static signs. The bottom board is the LED sign, and it's allowed to change every 7 to 10 seconds, which allows each tenant to have exposure that's recognized once every minute or two. Okay, here's some community at large benefits, and let me say this. Yesco has spent thousands of hours. We're in a unique position in this particular industry. We're a custom sign company that's been in business for 3 generations, and we also really led the development of electronic signage. And we do play a part with working with communities and planning departments and businesses to get their opinions and gather information. So we have found that they do increase sales tax revenue. They reduce blight by making businesses more viable. They can reduce sign clutter, and they do. They make unreadable signs more readable. They almost always look better than static reader boards. And they can communicate public service announcements, and they can be a symbol of community vitality. This example that you see here in Parker, the electronic sign on the bottom, they experienced like a 30% increase in community activity in the venues that they offer after that sign went up. Okay, let's talk real briefly about resolving that one sign problem. There's myths, dispel the biggest myths and concerns that drive regulatory decisions around these signs. And number 2, which planning staff has done a good job of, understand and address the 4 key regulatory distinctions: message hold times, transition method, transition duration, and brightness. I'm not going to go into that in detail at all. I believe staff has covered that. I can at a later time, at a more appropriate time. But I do want to talk about the common concern, number 1, that the signs will make our community look like Las Vegas. Well, the truth is there's no comparison to a 7,000 square foot sign at 220 feet tall. And that's a lot of square footage. The little trees down there are very the size of the message centers that we're going to have. Plus, if you get off the strip in Las Vegas, it's a normal community. You'll see message centers just like we have on, or what we could have on pylon signs. Okay, common concern number 2. I'm going to camp here a little bit longer because it has to do with safety. The mere presence of these signs will distract drivers and cause more accidents. The truth? Studies show there is no causal relationship between these signs and accidents. Federal Highway Administration study and memos from the various departments you see there talk about this. The key distinction is there's a difference between distraction and danger. A lot of things distract us when we're driving. For crying out loud, the beauty of the city is distracting, but it's not necessarily dangerous if you're driving with common sense. So this driving, here's a study, driving performance in digital billboards. Pay attention, please. Eye glance duration. Key fact, they say that the average, that the government declared that 2 seconds is dangerous. And the drivers did not glance more frequently in the direction of digital billboards than in the direction of other event types. The mean glance duration toward digital billboards was less than 1 second, both day and night. Actually, texting is much worse, as we all know. So common concern number 3 has to do with, it's addressed in the regulations. You'll constantly hear people say, well, to control these things, we really should have them hold for a minute or 2 minutes or longer times. That's what's going to solve our problem. Believe me, you'll cry if that happens. It's very difficult to get any messaging in a sequence or that communicates anything sensible. The truth, the communities, this comes from a lot of interviews, thousands of hours again. I want to put that backdrop out there again. The community's negative emotional reaction is almost always more associated with improperly regulated brightness, transition methods, and transition durations. Case in point, Pikes Peak Performing Arts. They change their message every 7 seconds, and it works quite well for them. And they're normally doing just fade and dissolve types of transitions. Unlike the World Arena does step it up a few paces. So those are the distinctions. Here's the key: setting speed limits. Setting speed limits on electronic displays. So if somebody breaks the speed limit, you can find them and communicate to them clearly. So here's other planning recommendations, and I'm close to the end of my presentation. Do dispel the biggest concerns and myths regarding electronic message center signs. And this presentation really takes about an hour with question and answers, and I'm trying to really get it reduced here. Number 2, focus on the 4 key regulatory distinctions to define clear and understandable speed limits. Number 3, decide if the speed limits should change by zone. We talked about that a bit here now. Mixed commercial residential zoning districts, commercial corridor zoning districts, urban center and entertainment zoning districts. Use model code language as a template in defined terms. Staff has done so. Use videos and animations for discussions, forums, and websites. A video says 1,000 words, and believe me, if you saw some of these, you would really get the point better. Put escalating penalty fines in place. We emphasize that. We encourage it. Have applicants, owners acknowledge speed limits, watch videos, and acknowledge fine structure when signing for a permit. Almost like getting your driver's license, if you want to give that analogy. And that's it. I'm gonna leave any questions up to you.
Any questions for Steve? Angela?
Can you go to page number 6 where you see the very attractive stone? I don't know if he's going to be able to answer this or not, but I said that. We said 50%. If 50% of it is stone, can they do that one as well? I mean, is that what we're looking at as possible?
We don't count the base or the sign frame as the sign square footage, just the area that is the message. So they could do a sign like that that has a monolithic base, and 50% of that sign area would be the EMC.
Okay, so they don't have to always have, like the Burger King, where the Burger King is on top with, it doesn't have to be a stationary sign with a, it could be just as long as it's got some kind of.
It does, I'm sorry, I guess I didn't really explain that very well. Let me take a look at the photo.
There's probably one behind that one.
Well, in this situation, what the code is proposing is that, yes, 50% of this sign would need to be a static sign. What we're considering the sign area is would probably be the Burger King here.
Right.
And then the message. So 50% of what we're considering to be the actual sign square footage, the sign allowance, would need to be the static sign, and then 50% the message. What we don't count as sign size, as sign square footage, would be the base, the frame,
like
the poles that would not be counted
But
towards
this wouldn't be considered a base.
allotment. In that situation where the base is the more of the monument type rock sign, 50% of that sign would still need to be a static sign. So it could say Eagle Ridge Middle School in static letters and then have the message underneath, but we would still want to maintain both, because we didn't want to get into the situation where we have a television screen on a pole. We want to allow some creativity in these freestanding signs where we have a little bit of both.
Okay, so like this would be fine as long as they had something on the top with some kind of static or.
Yes, they would need to have some type of static message incorporated into that freestanding electronic message center.
Any other questions for Steve? Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll now open up to public comment. Gentlemen, please come on up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of council. My name is Ed Aubrey, and I belong to the Marine Corps here in Colorado Springs. We consist of about 180 Marine Corps veterans. I'm here to talk about the electronic sign situation. But as you probably know, us Marines have a bit of an aggressive reputation, and therefore, as long as I have a control of the mic for a minute, I have to respond to the gentleman earlier today that talked about your military as killers of children. Unfortunately, what he said is accurate. There are occasions in combat where we are forced to kill children, sometimes on purpose, sometimes by accident, but all in a combat situation. You all know how many of our military have come home with PTSD. That is because while nobody can understand fully the suffering of the families who have lost their children and loved ones, I would submit to you that the man or the woman that pulled the trigger, that killed that child, will live with that for the rest of their lives. And that is one of the hardest things we face in combat today. In World War II, we knew who the enemy was. They wore uniforms, they had rank, they had swastikas, and in some sense, that made combat easier. Today, we are forced to fight people that are not in uniform, that use the cover of innocent civilians to protect themselves, and it's very difficult to know who's your friend and who's your enemy. I happen to be a Holocaust survivor, and I spent the war years, I escaped from Germany and spent the war years in England. When I was 6 or 7 years old, and England was expecting an invasion any day, I learned how to jump out of a tree and strangle a German soldier with a wire. Children are part of the wartime scenario, and children today in the various areas we're forced to see combat can carry weapons, can self-detonate, can do a lot of damage. And it's an unfortunate truth that children and civilians die in combat, but unfortunately, it's the price of war. Thank you for giving me the extra minute. Now back to the subject at hand. I'm here to talk about electronic signs. The Marine Corps League meets at TRIA, which is the Enlisted Men's Retirement Association. TRIA has about 1,900 members here in Colorado Springs, representing all 5 branches of the military service. We put on numerous events, bingo games, weddings, and all kinds of other things. TRIA does a lot to assist all of us veterans in numerous ways. And we need the ability to tell the public what goes on in the TRIA building. I have served on the Woodland Park Planning Commission. I've served on the El Paso County Planning Commission. So I understand a little bit about the questions that you face when making decisions on electronic signs. That I would submit to you that to permit electronic signs on commercially zoned properties, as long as those signs have the restrictions that the staff has been already putting forth, is something that you should all support and approve. And I hope that you will bear in mind that this is part of our present generation, that electronic signs properly supervised and properly planned should not have any negative impact on our community. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Bode. I am the chairman of the building committee for TRIA here in Colorado Springs. And Mr. Aubrey and Mr. Grigo are members of my committee. We are looking at putting up or looking at electronic signs from the standpoint of, as a 501c19 nonprofit agency, our focus is veterans. Wounded Warrior programs, getting aid out to veterans, making sure that disabled veterans are taken care of. We have a lot of things that we do for the community to try and raise the awareness for these veterans. TRIA is often called the best kept secret in Colorado Springs. We'd like to avoid that. As half of you said, you guys are retired military. Are any of you members of TRIA or even know that you have things that we could offer to you?
I've had breakfast there several times.
So, with that being said, a couple of you mentioned that, but there's a lot more people, to include auxiliary, the wives of military veterans, that need to learn this information that we have out there. And as the gentleman from YESCO said, putting out community service information. We are a community service. And having the ability to put an electronic managing center stating what we have going on, what's coming up down the road. In 2013, the 51st anniversary of TRIA is going to have its national convention here in Colorado Springs. That's something that can be put out to let people know about. It's going to generate a lot of revenue. Last year they were in Reno, Nevada. This year they're going to be in Norfolk, Virginia. Those are major funding things that can be used, and we can have the electronic management center to let them know that they're here. Let them know those businesses, hey, take care of these people. They've come into town to spend their money in your city. So, with my final point on, it's going to be, kick the can down the road 2, 3, or 4 years. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is permission. We need to look at it now, learn what we can, fix what we can now, because it is, as all of you said, it is part of today's culture. And if we start getting on it now and learning the mistakes that will be made and correcting those mistakes now, we're not going to be doing it 10 or 15 years down the road when new technology starts to come about. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Mr. President, just...
Go, Bernie.
These guys have been sitting here, this is their second time they've been here. Been sitting here all day, I want to thank you for your service, and I apologize for what you had to put up with earlier in the presentation. Thank you for being here.
I just had a quick question, actually. I noticed on the 3 recommendations the planning committee gave, the 3rd recommendation had to do with authorizing citation authority to the code enforcement officers. And my question was basically, is this a general authorization of citation, or is this specific to enforcement of the signs? Is anybody aware of that?
I'm going to let Megan.
I'm not sure which alternatives on my write-up, that's not one of the alternatives. Let's make sure that we understand which one Raven.
Yes, that's on the enforcement. It's on the enforcement slide where we talk about the 3-phased approach to enforcement. Taking a minute here, and I will pull that up. Three phases to enforcement. Establish citation authority for code enforcement officers as number 3. I must tell you, I don't know what that would look like yet, because we're just starting to talk about citation authority for enforcement officers. If it's the sign specialist enforcement position that would be funded through the DRE, obviously they'd just be looking at signage, and that would just be signage specific. If we get direction as we talk through this with management that we want to go further with that, I think that we have the ability to do that. But I don't know yet, because we haven't fully flushed out these other 2 phases, and we'll need to work through that internally.
But in general, a code enforcement officer has the ability to cite violations of our code.
Correct.
So I would see this as just, they don't give speeding tickets or parking tickets, but they can issue a citation for a violation of city code.
As I understand it happens now, we go out, we give some warnings on enforcement. I'm kind of speaking out of my realm here now. And then the warnings, we could potentially clean the property up. We're talking, you have 10 days to fix your signage, you didn't fix it, here's a ticket, and if you don't pay that, then it escalates from there. And we'll have to flush some of that out as we move forward with those 2 phases.
Now? I think this is for Megan. Are you asking if this slide is part of the motion, that part of the alternatives?
Yeah, well, I'm asking, is that part of what the council is actually looking at? Because it's actually on the, I believe it's on February 6th, there was a letter to the city council from the city planning commission, and that was on the list of 3 recommendations. And on that one, the 3rd recommendation actually went quite a bit more specific into detail about what their process currently is. And essentially, the way it was worded, it made it sound, it never said anything specific to signage, specific to a code enforcement officer that was specific for signage as well. It only talked about code enforcement officers, and it kind of insinuated that they could give a verbal warning, and then once the verbal warning was given, they had authority to do the citation. Because right now, they have to give you written warning with reasonable time to correct the situation and go back through a process. And that's what I was wondering, if that recommendation is general overall to all code enforcement officers, or is that only to sign enforcement, that authority?
I would say that's an operational question. That's not part of what we're determining here. Is it?
No, sir, it's not. Dick Anderwald, Planning and Development Manager. We met with the mayor last Wednesday and broached this issue with the mayor and senior staff, and there was strong support expressed for the 3 recommendations in the Planning Commission's letter. That action is subsequent to the adoption of this code that comes before you today. And it could involve a broader look at code enforcement in general. The recommendation from the Planning Commission is specific to signs. However, I wouldn't guarantee that we would not want to look broader. That there's a practical difficulty in getting enforcement when you go to a violator and say, we'd like to work with you in resolving your violation, and they say, what are you going to do if I don't? And the issue goes on, you're able to cite them into court at some point. They talk to the judge says we're going to put a lien on the property. That's not collectible until the property is sold, and there just becomes a lot of problems that make the current code enforcement system impractical. So going forward, we will look at the total issue, but the recommendation of the Planning Commission in their letter is specific to signs.
Yes, sir, come on.
President Nancy, Pro Tem, Ms. Martin, and the council. Thank you for letting me speak. You can ask me all the questions you want. I am Mark Hetzler. I am with Walgreens here at 90 South Cascade downtown. And I have lots of reader boards throughout the state. And the only state I don't have them in is Colorado Springs. Because of this meeting, we're not running out to get a lot of reader boards. And the group here has done a great job putting everything together. We use our reader boards quite well because we can send a specific message to many stores at once. And we can send more consistent messages to everybody. We work with every city, every town, every home association, etc. Do they want a monument? Do they want an extended monument? Do they want a reader board? What do they want as a reader board? We also have our corporate guidelines that we never allow more than 500 nits, ever. And we have photo cells on them to adjust them during the day and the night as well, so they aren't blank. We do have our 10-second rule. We do have a 1-second transition. There's never any flashing. There's never any scrolling. There are 1 or 2 reader boards in the state that have like a picture of like Tide on the side of it, a video type slide thing, but it's not a video, it's just a picture. Those are done. We will not use those again. That is our corporate policy. We want to be very clean. We just finished a major study down in Florida, and over 70% of the population prefers electronic reader boards over regular reader boards. The letter reader boards that you have now, the wind blows, they scatter, high school kids come out, they change the letters, there's a lot more maintenance on those. There's a lot more workman's comp on those in the wintertime when they go out in the street and slide in the ice and fall down, where you can manually do it and change it at any time. These signs can be sent out anywhere from any computer, from my offices and certain locales. They can be changed in a second. We are big on Amber Alerts. We are big on community events. And we run more community events on our reader boards than probably most competitors do. The other thing is that with electronic reader boards, we do take off banners, we do clean up our sites because you have more than one screen at a time. We usually run no more than 10, preferably 6 screens at a time. So you get 6 messages at once rather than 6 signs all over your buildings. They usually run about a 10-year lifespan. You depreciate them through in a 10-year lifespan, and then you update them with technology. And technology is changing so much that you come down. Just as neon signs today are being replaced with LED signs. It's the same thing. It's how do we be competitive on that. So I thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to address them.
Thanks, sir.
My name's Rick Hoover, 4918 Half Moon Drive. I'm here to support not EMCs or anything like that. I'm here to support the entire program. I'm representing Kono. And I want to start by saying Megan and her staff have just done an incredible job. We've spent over a year on this. And I was on the board, the shareholders that worked on it. And the city owes them a lot of credit. They considered all of our different concerns and addressed them pretty thoroughly. Kono in itself prefers the program that came out of the Planning Commission without the EMCs. After that was brought up, the planning or the staff addressed our concerns about the EMCs, so Kono would accept whatever you decide either way, with or without the EMCs. The big issue that I think that we've talked about is enforcement. The way Kona looks at it is we need to have a badge for authority on enforcement officers, and we need a citation authority to get compliance. If we don't have that, this is no more than a bunch of printing on paper. As you can tell over the past years where we have South Nevada or wherever else you want to look. If you, on fees, if you put enough value or enough fee on an item, it's going to have value. So a gentleman comes in to get a sign and it costs him X number of dollars, that value, or that sign has that value. If it doesn't cost him very much, he doesn't have very much value to it. In addition to that, as he goes back after paying for his fee for his sign, he's going to look at the next door neighbor, and if he's not compliant, he's going to be concerned, well, I am compliant, why isn't he? So it's going to stretch out down the block, and pretty soon you're going to get self-regulations. The fees are important to create compatibility or compliance. Compliance. Thank you, sir. I'm a lot stronger in my own health, aren't I? For compliance, and somebody said that the fines weren't high enough. Well, I concur. I think the fines ought to be substantial, and I don't mind seeing a stepladder effect. You do it once, it costs you enough. You remember to do it twice, it's enough to hurt. And lastly, Kona looks at the fact that this pilot program that Brett came up with is a very strong program for getting us a code enforcement officer without tax dollars. We look at it as a success in this program will give us a vehicle, a pilot program, a vehicle to get us additional officers for the land use department in the future, and get back to where we were 3 or 4 years ago, where we were understaffed at 3, and maybe we can add to that. I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Rick. Yes, sir.
Council, I'm Mark Gebhardt with El Paso County Development Services. Several times it's been mentioned here about what the county has. Our regulations have allowed electronic message centers or electronic message display since 2007. I can think of, we don't track them separately, but I can think of 6 different individual locations where those have occurred out of all the businesses that are outside the city limits. 4 of those are actually individual businesses. One is for a type of center, and one is for Pikes Peak Community College. So we have not experienced a huge increase in the number of those signages as we opened our regulations in 2007. We also allow the digital billboards. Of the 80-some billboards in the county, only, I believe, 4 of them have been converted to digital. We've not received any complaints, to my knowledge, regarding any of the electronic message center signs for individual businesses or centers.
Thanks, Mark. Lisa, do you have something? Ralph?
President Hendy, President Pro Dan Martin, members of council, my name is Ralph Braden with Norwood Development Group. I'm here in 2 roles this afternoon. One is on behalf of Fred Veach. Fred is a member of the Housing and Building Association, of which I am a member of the Board of Directors and Executive Committee. Worked with the sign committee over the past months, and Fred asked me to convey that, first of all, the process was very well done, and wanted to pass on his compliments to you for Megan and the work that she did in putting this together. Very comfortable with the recommendations that came to Planning Commission. As you know, Planning Commission did not approve the ordinance as presented without the EMC. And Fred has requested that on behalf of the HBA that we request that you include the EMC in the ordinance that you passed. My second hat today is as a member of the Board of Directors of the Pikes Peak Bus Rodeo Board of Directors, and also with the support of the Rodeo Foundation. As you know, we've got that fine-looking sign that's about to fall down at 8th Street and Lower Gold Camp Road, and I've been working with the director of the general manager of the Norris Penrose Events Center to come up with something more suitable for the Norris Penrose Events Center as well as Bear Creek Regional Park. And we've been working with Steve Hayek at YESCO, and he's done a wonderful job in developing a sign that does include an EMC, which I think will be important for announcing the events that are going on both at the park and at the Norris Penrose Events Center. And so we also request that you do allow in the ordinance that you pass the EMCs. That's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, Ralph.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Tim Walker, Pasco County as well. Just want to echo Mr. Braden's comments that we would also look forward to replacing that 40-year-old round sign on 8th Street and think that the EMC sign would be very helpful for us to advertise activities in the Bear Creek Regional Park throughout the entire park system as well, and also, of course, over at the Penrose Event Center too. So we look forward to hopefully passing this ordinance, and we'll launch on hopefully improving that sign.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, James Carpentier, here on behalf of the Colorado Sign Association and International Sign Association. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it. Well, what I want to ask is that you approve the code with the EMC section included, which I believe is referred to as Ordinance B, at least that's what the staff report says. And I'm not going to go through a lot of the things that you've already heard, but I just want to give you our perspective on it. I really want to commend the staff for coming up with what I think are really reasonable and complete standards, especially when it comes to EMCs. They're covering all the angles. All the issues that were talked about in Steve's presentation are really well covered, and they're very well done and reasonable standards that I think will fit here really well. I just want to mention one thing on the safety aspect that was talked about a little bit is that the majority of the states in the country allow digital displays with change rates that are about half of what you're approving. If they were dangerous and caused accidents, you wouldn't see that. So I don't want to say anything else about that. They're not dangerous and they don't cause accidents. And if they did, that wouldn't happen. They wouldn't be sanctioned throughout the country. And the other thing I think that is really important, I'm not going to, I had some other notes, but a lot of it's been really well covered, is on the enforcement aspect. I just wanted to let you know that the Colorado Sign Association, and actually in conjunction with the International Sign Association, we're really committed to enforcement of codes. And I think that I can tell you that the Colorado Sign Association here it would be committed to work with the community, to work with the staff, to work with the industry, members or not actually, anybody in the area that's putting up signs, to help educate on the new EMC code so they know it's out there. That is a big part of a code. When you adopt it, you got to make sure everyone knows about it. And if they know about it, it makes one heck of a difference versus not knowing about it. So we would do whatever we could to work in conjunction with the community and make sure that that happens. And we're really supportive too, on the side note, on the enforcement aspect of it. We think that's critical to having a even playing field and everyone knows it. By having that enforcement piece, I want to also just make a side note that we would be willing, the Colorado Sign Association and the International Sign Association would be willing to work with the city in relation to enforcement, whatever we can offer as far as any assistance, information. We have the same problem in LA, in Phoenix. We're working on some pilot programs there. Anything we learn, we'd be happy to share with you guys. So I just wanted to make that commitment too. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
So what works in terms of enforcement? If you've got all this information across the United States and you see the same product in Los Angeles, is there a process? Is there something that works?
It's a lot of what you're talking about already, about just having, it's not only just the resources, but it's also working with groups like the Colorado Sign Association, International Sign Association, It's committing the resources, the time, the effort, the education. There's a lot of different pieces that have to happen, and I don't know that I can tell you what works and doesn't work, but I know that when you don't have enforcement, that's a problem, and it's known, and it creates more of a problem. And that's what you've experienced here, and that's what LA has experienced in a very substantial manner. Phoenix has a lot of enforcement issue there too. And all I can tell you is that we're committed to working with those communities, and as we're committed there, we're committed to work here too, by doing a lot of it's education, a lot of it's not all about money all the time. A lot of it is working with all the different players and communicating, educating, and making sure that really everybody is on the same page. That's a huge thing. So there's a lot of different pieces from the review to the inspection to the final to fees to having all these, everything kind of working together. So there's not I can't give you a magic bullet, but it's a lot of different pieces that have to work really well.
It's not a process.
Yeah, it really is. It really is, and it's an issue in a lot of jurisdictions.
Excellent. That helps.
You're very welcome.
Thanks, sir. Yes, sir. Come on up.
I'm Jeff Cahill. I own Quality Signs. I've been in business 45 years. I've been in business in Colorado Springs as a licensed contractor for 36. I've been a stakeholder also for the last year helping to put this rewrite together. And 30 years ago with Mayor Bob Isaac, directing us through Vice Mayor Leon Young, we sat for 3.5 years to get this accomplished at that point. And you asked questions about enforcement, perhaps. Maybe I can give you a little bit of a perspective on this. The same issue was addressed then, and it hasn't been satisfied until this point. And if we continue on the same way we went then, it's not going to be accomplished satisfactorily either. What needs to be done, and it's been put out there to be cooperative between the sign manufacturing companies, is that you have to understand there's 3 facets in our business. You have the billboards, which everyone knows are there. You have the electrical sign companies, which manufacture the electrical signs, neon, LED lit signs, as well as electronic message centers, which are forthcoming. And then you have what we used to call the commercial sign business. The commercial sign business is encompassed by screen printers back years ago, hand letterers, pinstripers, if you will, that ilk. And today it's encompassed mostly by vinyl manufactured sign people. And they take a computer and they cut vinyl letters and they stick it wherever they want to, or they'll make a digital print and they'll rub it on the window, rub it on the vehicle, etc. So you wind up with this kind of image, and there's very few sign painters, of which I am one, that exist anymore. I typically can do a window splash on a window, make 80-90% of it covered for a special event, for say an auto dealership, or for a grand opening somewhere, and then in a few weeks or a month it's scraped off, and no one is the wiser that it was up or it was down, but it satisfied a terrific need for the individual at that time. And what we're trying to do in this code today is get rid of that kind of advertising, which I would like to see perpetuated. But going back to the enforcement issue, we need to have every sign business become, well, typically we strove for being licensed years ago, and I've been a licensed contractor. This doesn't help us. We need to have business permits. We need to have each business identifiable, and the signs they produce to have a little tag or a bug put on them, so you know the person who produced them. If there isn't a bug on a particular sign, then you can go after the individual store owner to say, who produced this? Because we have folks in this industry today who will say, I'm not going to go forward with this, nothing's going to happen to me. So the producer needs to be held responsible, as well as the individual store owner who buys these signs. Because the individual store owner can buy a banner out of state in a heartbeat over the internet. And therefore, if there's no one that's here to permit it, there's no one here to be responsible for it, then that sign then could be identifiable and it could be controlled. So unless you consider that aspect of it, nothing is going to be corrected. You're going to wind up with the same situation next week, next month, next year, as we had for the last 30 years. One point that I want to bring home to you today is that we've had this 25% request for the window signage, and I'm imploring you to reconsider that aspect of it. As I've said, I've done 89%, 80 to 90% of the windows that look attractive because there's a lot of holes between the letters and the designs, you can still see through it. But today, when they put up 89%, 100% coverage of a window, it's usually with a gigantic digital print, and it obscures the whole window from the outside. From the inside, you can see right through it. You never know it's there because it's perforated. But it gives the visual impact of a gigantic graphic. Of all the stores that I've done investigations on in the last 2 weeks, to get information, the common average of the major national stores that use window posters, which has nothing to do with sign people, because they're printed on offset presses, the average percentage is 50%. And I'd like you to take notice for just a few stores that I'll mention here, there's 10 that I wrote down. Advanced Auto Parts, they encompass paper posters on the windows, around 50% of the glass. Batteries Plus, Taco Bell, Wendy's, Big O Tires, Rent-A-Center, Burger King, Safeway, Diamond Shamrock, McDonald's, and on occasion Home Depot. They all find value in using the window display area as a loss leader. And years ago in merchandising, when I first came into the business, there was an old saying, the unseen is untold is unsold. If you can't get a person into your store on a loss leader, on bologna for 25 cents a million pounds that bring you into the store, you can't sell them anything else. And that's the whole idea, is to get people from the street into your store. And without the merchandising and marketing, advertising is ineffectual. So I implore you, please consider 50% as the minimum allowance instead of 25%. Any questions? That's all I have.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Good evening, my name is Hal Ward. I'm the manager of Lamar Outdoor Advertising. I really don't have a dog in this fight yet, but I'm sure we will at some point in time. But several points that I would like to make. One is has to do with accidents and EMC signs. There is no correlation. There's been studies, there's been surveys by one element and then by the other element, and what are you going to do? The person that has the most surveys wins? Not really. But there really hasn't ever been a survey that came out and said an LED sign or EMC sign was the cause of an accident. Second point is that perception is that if we allow these EMC signs, then Colorado Springs will look like Las Vegas. We've all heard that before. We don't want that. I mean, we live and work here too, and obviously we don't want that. But with proper regulation, some of the regulations that we have with the county, that would be accomplished. That there is a place for EMC signs. Advertisers want EMC signs. Presently, we have 9 in the county and also on Fort Carson. We would not build those signs if advertisers would not buy those signs. So it works well, obviously, for us, but it works also very well for the advertisers. So there is a place for EMC signs in Colorado Springs. Look forward to working with planning people and you folks to accomplish that. Any questions?
Thanks, Al.
Thank you.
Meeting members. I'm Gary Fenneman with Phil Long. Just want to thank you for all your attention. This is a long day that you put in for $3 an hour.
It's less than $3.
So you're on overtime. It was interesting. I went to the community meeting that was held in late 2011 that was held by Lana and Brent over your Sky Sox Stadium. There was probably 50 or so, I would say, members maybe in that, 40, 50 members in that meeting. And there wasn't one voiced public concern about the electronic boards. So it's a little surprising that that was one piece of the sign code that was kind of singled out, because there really wasn't any discussion about that being a negative. You know, on another piece today, sitting through a good part of your afternoon, you know, most of the things that are presented to you are things that create tax bills. This, I think, is the only thing we're talking about this evening that's potentially a tax revenue. And I think that's something you have to take into account when you're looking at this. You know, kicking an issue ahead of yourselves for 2 years or 3 years really doesn't resolve it. I think, you know, as the commission, as you've all said, you know, all the data is here. And, you know, it's time to make a decision. You know, coming at it from my business, the car business, we're probably the most offensive banner hangers, window painters, balloon flyers in the industry. And if you come into Motor City, you know, I've got 11 stores that I supervise, and every manager has their own idea of a message that he wants to put out. And I can walk to any one of our stores, and there could be 4, 5, 6 banners, a couple of E-frames and a streak painted on the windshields. And I would love the opportunity to clean it up and be able to have something like an electronic message center that I could put 3 or 4 clear and concise messages on and take the clutter off of that. It's hard enough. It's like when you look at an ad and there's no place to focus. But currently we don't really have an option if we're going to try to get our messages out. So I'd like to take advantage of having less clutter and making the state and the city, you know, more beautiful than it already is. I think on the last thing, you know, the distraction, I don't think we have any higher incidents of accidents in front of the World Arena, in front of Pikes Peak Center. I don't think we've ever had people have found that offensive. We have a message center at our store in Denver. We rotate 50% of the messages are community related. You know, Don't Drink, Don't Drive, things like community events. And we'd love to do the same thing here, you know, and tie into the community. We do a lot of community events relative to Fort Carson. We built 6 parks in conjunction with the city. America the Beautiful Park, you know, even has Jay's name, is Chimino Drive, the skate park at Memorial. When we did that, we built that with our employees and community support. We rallied the community to come out and help us dig holes, put up playgrounds. It would be a great place that we'd be able to put a message out to encourage the community to participate in these events. You know, currently we're working on the Resiliency Center at Fort Carson. We did a Good Neighbor campaign for 2 months and raised $70,000 to help build part of the Resiliency Center at Fort Carson. And we asked our customers to participate. What better venue would it be than to put it not only to people that walk into our dealerships, we'd love to ask people to contribute to the community when they drive by as well. So I hope you take that into account, that you take the opportunity to make a decision one way or the other, you know, option A or option B. Just don't pick it ahead of too many people don't make a decision, and you have the opportunity to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chuck, come on up.
I closed the door because the cleaners were vacuuming the floor.
That's there's a message there, Chuck.
Very distracting, yeah. Well, you know, I'm building this park down in Fort Carson for the Wounded Warriors that they're talking about. I'm very honored to be able to do that. And I got to tell you that everybody at Phil Long Ford, you know, I mean, the managers, the assistant managers, the workers, they all contributed to these things. And it's going to be a beautiful park with a waterfall. It's going to be absolutely gorgeous. Jay wasn't able to be here, but he asked me to spread a little Irish charm so close to St. Patrick's Day and share with you how important it is to have a sign that you can change the letters on. And so I'm here to wish you all a happy St. Patrick's Day. And if I don't see you before, there's going to be a terrific event at the Amherst Hotel And that's for the soup kitchen. St. Patrick's Day, soup kitchen. So you're all invited. Thanks a lot for putting up with me.
Gary?
Good evening, Gary Bradley, 3760 Camel's View. Your saints for being here.
Idiots.
I've been a part of the two stakeholder processes, one dealing with banners and the second one dealing with signs. You know, we did a pretty good job in 10 for the inflatables and the banners, and I think we were proud of the product we turned out. You know, the product has made Zippo difference in our community. To answer your question, about 90% of the banners in the community are illegal. They're not permitted. It may be greater than that. I think we are the capital of banners. With regard to what's proposed today, I'm supportive of A. I've sent each one of you a personal email on that, being supportive of that. But I'm really most supportive of trying to clean up the city. You know, we have got a big job ahead of us. We haven't kicked that can down the road for at least 3.5 years. We've got all sorts of signs that are illegal. Maybe it's 30%, maybe it's greater than that. So let's put the code enforcement in with some teeth. Our long-term track record in this community is not proactive, it's always been reactive. I'm suspect that it's going to take us some time to get that going, and that's why I think we need to go with A. Let's clean up the city first before we go into new technology. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else?
Last but least, I hope, not least, Robert Schonkweiler, and I appreciate taking a few minutes. I'm going to try to be as brief as I possibly can. I am on the Planning Commission, as I think you all know at this point in time. We studied this many, many hours, staff presentations, citizen presentations, sign company presentations, and we were very much enthusiastic about improving the enforcement and also taking care of revising the sign code as it stands. So the vote on that was unanimous and very enthusiastic. The vote on the EMCs was in fact 6-2. The person that was not at the committee told me that it would have been a 7-2 vote if he would have been there. The reasons are a little different for everybody there, so I'm not going to try to represent everybody, but I can give you some of my opinions and some of the other people's opinions. Some of the other people's opinions that voted in the majority on this issue were concerned about what was just spoken, and that is, let's clean up what we have before we introduce a new technology. There's no urgent necessity to put these things into place. In fact, I don't know that there's a big citizen outcry to have EMCs in our city. We're actually doing pretty well, just fine, without them, with a few exceptions. PPRT, or Pikes Peak Center, the World Center, and then there's a number in the county. By exception, we can already approve these things. It would be very easy to look at something for the Norris Penrose Center if that was needed, and other potential places like the Vet Center. So I don't really see where there's a big necessity or outcry from the community to say, let's have these. In fact, the next foot that will come down if the individual EMCs are approved will be, in fact, billboards. That's already in the pipeline. So I think it'd be better if we were able to look at all these in the future once the enforcement is taken care of. And secondly, when we're looking at the entire impact of EMCs, including potential EMC billboards. One of the things that we did review very thoroughly on the main sign code revisions was the window signs, and there wasn't any support at all to increase that percentage from 25% to 50% or some other larger number. This proposal on the EMCs would in fact allow individual signs across the entire city. We're not just talking about this place or that place, and most of the urban density in El Paso County is in fact in the city, not in the county. The economy could also affect the placement of these because they cost, depending on the size, anywhere from $50,000 up to $150,000. If everybody then, for a competitive reason, had to put one in to keep from losing business to the next person, you could have a dramatic loss of investment in new business and no competitive advantage overall or income to the city. So I think it's the reason for me, I think a number of other people that have talked to me, and I'm sure have talked with you, is that we have the military as our main employer in this community, but the second major employer is tourism. If you envision South Nevada from I-25 to Cheyenne Road, which is the major access point to Cheyenne Mountain Resort, and the secondary access point to the Broadmoor. This is our showplace to the community. A lot of people have come in and get their impression of the kind of community we have. According to testimony at our hearing, there could be anywhere from 29 by my count, 44, but at the hearing it was 29 to 35 EMCs in a 0.4 of a mile section from Interstate 25 to Cheyenne Road. Each flashing or changing messages, to be fair, on a 10-second basis. So if you had even 30 signs in a 2-minute drive, depending on how many stop signs, there's 5 stoplights, you would be exposed to as many as 150 or more messages on a simple drive. So I think that we have to consider what the visual impact of all these will be when they're all in place. If we were to put them in place now and then change our minds in a year or two, everyone that would be put up would be grandfathered or grandmothered, so that it would be not possible to remove that, just like the signs that are legal now. There's no way in the new ordinance to change those. So I just would like you to think about the long-term impact. Let's take a look at this. Let's study it overall on an inclusive basis. The stakeholder board or group was chosen, and it was heavily weighted with industry people. It was probably I've been told 2 or possibly 3 to 1 industry people versus community. So I think we need to think about whether or not this is something the community really wants and how it affects our number 2 industry. Thank you.
Thank you. You have questions?
So Robert, assuming I understood what you said, which is certainly a reflection on you, the Planning Commission's biggest point of emphasis was the enforcement aspect of whatever alternative that we passed, A or B?
The vote was 6-2, and I've polled them individually. There were at least 3 that just said, we think this is a negative impact on the community, it will hurt the tourism industry, it will hurt the visual aspect of our community. There's 2 or 3 others that said, we want to really clean it up first and then take a look at it in the future. So it was kind of a split vote.
Robert, I was not clear what I asked. It sounds like the Planning Commission is saying we want enforcement.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
No question. But on the question of the EMCs, there were different motivations for voting in the negative on that.
Angela?
I just had a couple of questions. Can you tell me a little bit the variance process? I mean, is our variance process so tough that it's very difficult to get EMCs in here, or is it fairly, you're looking at?
We haven't had a proposal since I've been on the board. I think Megan might be able to answer that better. But in fact, if there is a process for having those if it was deemed necessary, like, say, North Penrose or something.
Okay.
It's late, so thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that would like to speak?
Good evening. My name is Jason Wisniewski, and I work for Watchfire Signs. We've been in the outdoor sign business since 1932, and today we're one of the largest manufacturers of electronic message centers in the country. A few examples of our work here around town are at the Pikes Peak Community College that you mentioned earlier. In an effort to save time here, I'm going to skip right past page 1 since a lot of these issues were covered. But there are a few points I want to talk about. There's one issue that was brought up at the Planning Council hearing on January 19th and then again this evening. It has to do with the phrase zero net gain. An example at the Planning Council hearing they gave a Burger King, and they said that only a certain number of hamburgers are going to be eaten in this community, so if they buy more from Burger King with an EMC, they're going to buy less from McDonald's, for example. And tonight, the example was given with the car for $20,000. But let's look at other types of businesses. What about stores that sell clothes or computers or electronics or sporting goods or office supplies or books, to name a few? These small business owners who have their livelihood at stake and who employ thousands of local citizens try to compete with the internet every day in an effort to keep business alive. These businesses would benefit from EMCs, and there would be a net gain. One of the headlines I have here is from the USA Today. It's dated February 28th of 2012, and it reads that sales tax portion lowest since 1967. That's 45 years. The article states that consumer spending actually climbed 4.7% last year, but sales tax collections only rose 1.2% because consumers use the internet to save money. Some people are going to continue to shop online with or without EMCs in your city, but some people will be drawn into the local businesses with EMCs since they'll become aware of all the products, sale items, services, and support being offered by these local establishments. Under your current sign code, it's impossible for any business to advertise more than a few items that they currently have to offer. EMCs are simply more effective. By prohibiting EMCs in your city, you're putting your local businesses that are competing with the internet and businesses in neighboring towns at a disadvantage. I don't think there's ever been a better time to allow EMCs with certain regulations in your community, and I ask that you please take this opportunity to establish a balance between your local business and your community by allowing EMCs as recommended by the staff of the planning department. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Is there anybody else now who'd like to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back up to the dais for any further comments or proposed motion. Merv?
Yes. This is one of those times when it's tough being a city council person because I have very good friends who've argued on both sides of this. So here goes. After listening to all this, I also agree that code enforcement is something that I believe is very important to us, but I am not convinced that us moving forward as the staff has designed with the training and the different things that they can do, that moving forward with EMC is going to inhibit our ability to clean up the code enforcement. I also did not find myself the arguments against the EMCs. I did not find that compelling to me. I perceive the EMCs as very business friendly. And I feel it's a technology that's a technology of the future, and the sooner we can get there, the better. The sooner we can communicate with our people in a manner that's more effective and more efficient, the better. So with that in mind, I move that the recommendation of the Planning Commission be modified to include electronic message centers as originally recommended by the Stakeholder Committee and presented as Ordinance B.
Is there a second?
But I have questions before I can vote, or after the
We're not done.
Okay.
You may ask questions or we may comment, but I have a motion and a second on it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Megan, can you come up here again? I apologize. He popped me back up like a jack in the box. I apologize. I'm here for. Because I really did look through this very extremely, and like Murph said, there's been very compelling on both sides. I think some people will just say we don't want any of these signs, period. I don't think that's going to happen. I can say for myself, I believe EMCs are the way to technology. I just very much am concerned about some of the issues have not been completely vetted, and that's why I had really wished I could bifurcate the EMCs out, and then we could deal with the ordinances, because I absolutely agree with the enforcement. But I want to make sure when we vote on this, when we're talking about the citations, when we vote, we are giving the person the ability to have citations so they can get a ticket and a fine.
This vote would be specifically on the code changes. The sign specialist enforcement position, that resolution, that fee resolution would come to you sooner rather than later. That would allow DRE to fund that position. The next two phases, the code enforcement and the citation authority, I believe we need to work through with internal staff, figure out what that looks like, how we do it, and then bring you back a briefing on those steps in the future. That's how I would perceive it.
Because if we don't do this with, it doesn't help to change our ordinances and to allow EMCs if we have no enforcement.
So quickly on the DRE position, the specialist enforcement position, you'll see that resolution, I bet you, here in the next, as soon as we can get it on, month to 2 months, figuring out those fees. I would ask Mr. Anderwald to give us some direction on the question regarding the next 2 phases and the timing for that.
And are we going to look at, like I said, instead of making it a compliance issue where when you comply, you get more punished? We can flip it, or are we going to be able to have that discussion?
There are provisions in the current code related to enforcement that allow for progressive fines based on repeat and chronic offenders. The $100 fee that Brett cited in his worksheet, really, which was an analysis of whether we could afford to bring on the sign specialist at the current time, was based on the minimum fee. It's actually $250 for repeat offenders and $500 for chronic offenders. So there is a sequencing already in place that can be incorporated in the fee resolution that we bring forward. I would ask Laura Newman to confirm the conversation we had with the mayor the other day, in which the mayor said, let's move forward with the recruitment for the second code enforcement officer. And secondly, the change from the current method of code enforcement to authorized citation authority is within the purview of the mayor.
Okay.
And that was confirmed by Winetta Massey in that meeting as well. So really
That could happen like immediately.
yes, with it, assuming the proper steps are taken. Winetta did explain that the code enforcement officers need to go through special training offered by the police department and also receive, I want to call it a deputization, but there's another term used by the police department to authorize civilian employees to write citations. So some of that will take a period of time, but certainly sooner than later, yes.
And then there's also this part about, and I can't remember the word people use, but the removal of abandoned signs, because we have a lot of people who have abandoned cabinets.
The issue of amortization came up in the conversation with the stakeholder group. There was no support for that in our initial discussion, so we did not bring that forward. We did discuss that concept with the mayor as well, and I would suspect at some point in the future, as we go through this 2-year experience period and come back, and we may likely or will evaluate that and could come back to council in the future with some provision for dealing with signs that do not conform with the current regulation.
Now, we get the ordinances through. The fees I can talk to you later about and see what we can do, or look at the current code, because I'm still very concerned. I believe strongly that if people are going to comply, let's make it easy on them. Let's make it the cheapest so they just sort of get guaranteed. Like you said, your number said 500 banners. I guarantee you, I think I can have way more than that today. And that'll be every banner I pass after reading this. So I want to make sure that we absolutely move forward and really get the people who are not complying to comply. I want to make sure too that with the EMCs, I still have a lot of concerns. I think we didn't quite get 100% there on the EMCs, but I'm willing, because 75% of it is here, that I can understand. I'm going to let the 25% go, and I'm going to really, really hope that you guys, if we get a proliferation of EMCs, if we have some other issues, that we are looking at it sooner. I think billboards are going to be huge, and we need to start looking at that sooner than later. I don't think we can wait 2 years on that. I think billboard EMCs are something we have to look at. And I think we need to look at the EMCs. So I thank you. I can fully support the meeting. I just want to make sure we get the rest of the work done. Because we don't have the enforcement, this is useless.
Understood.
Jen?
Okay, I'll make it as quick as I possibly can. I always have sort of a philosophy that I support the planning commission unless I have a compelling reason not to, because they put a lot more time and effort into these decisions than we do. I have to admit I'm surprised tonight, because the planning commission's recommendation include recommendations for enforcement, and now I'm hearing that the resolution that we're about to pass does not include enforcement. It just is the change in the code. Is that a fair statement? That you'll come back to us with with the second code enforcement officer, an appropriation?
We've
already approved
That's already been
Okay.
approved and authorized, and the mayor has made a commitment to recruit for that position. Really, it's a difference between the legislative function of adopting the code versus the administrative function of creating the adequate enforcement mechanism to ensure effective implementation of the code.
And I do understand that, Dick. I guess my dilemma is I'm not quite ready to add on a new technology with more signs until we do spend some time cleaning up what we have. So bottom line for me is I think there's a variance process that's in place if someone really wants a sign between now and I think 2 years is what we were talking about. And in the meantime, I suggest that we I support what the planning commission said, to go ahead and change the code, and let's clean up what we have. We're years behind in cleaning up what we have, and at that point, I'd be willing to look at the electronic signs, and in the meantime, I think there's variance options in place that people could come and request.
Bernie?
I thought the county experience was interesting. They've authorized EMCs for like 4 or 5 years now, and they have very few. Given the cost of EMCs, I really would doubt that 30 businesses within a 4/10 of a mile in South Nevada, especially the businesses that are in that 4/10 of a mile, are going to rush out and spend $30,000 each to put up EMCs. So I don't think that's a very good argument. We need to move forward with technology. We've seen from the industry how an EMC can reduce clutter. And that, to me, is what our goal should be. Clean up the illegal signs we have now, reduce clutter, and give the industry a way to do that. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Lisa?
Hey, could you put that slide of all the communities, the communities that support EMCs? And I realize that they don't include all the jurisdictions, but I personally, just from looking at other communities, I don't necessarily think that that means we need to adopt anything, but it gives me the opportunity to look at similar communities and how they've done things and the way that they've looked. It gives me additional research. We actually have heard from quite a bit of the business community to council through emails and phone calls and communication that they believe in it and they're supporting it. They believe that it would enhance their small business. They believe that it's a very cost-effective method of advertising. But I consider my position for advocating for all of my constituents very seriously. And so all of the concerns from citizens that we received about these led me into researching. So, and I'm going to go quickly too, but I read quite a bit of the studies. I read the study by the Federal Highway Administration, who basically said there isn't credible statistical evidence existed to support the conclusion that EMC negatively impacts road safety. I also did read the Foundation for the Virginia Tech Transportation Institute Center for Automotive Safety Research and the Tantalus Association. They did 2 studies within the last couple of years that reveal that there really isn't a relationship that exists between digital billboards on premise for digital signage and auto accidents. In fact, there's a study out there that even supports that the additional light helps prevent criminal activity, which we've recently talked about. But again, too, so I've done more research. I live on the southwest part of Colorado Springs, and my husband and I chose that place because we wanted to enjoy the aesthetic beauty, and we love that look. So I wanted to take all of my neighbors in that area into consideration. However, I drove down to look at all the different signs that we have, and we do have quite a bit. The Pikes Peak Theater, the World Arena. We also, right on I-25 heading south, right before you get to one of the Fort Carson gates, right after the I-25 entrance and exits is a EMC that says Welcome Home Troops. It's a very attractive sign. And again, some of the reasons that were stated, but I just want to mention to my colleagues that we do this all the time. We have stakeholders groups that put a lot of time into everything, and then we disregard. And again, I don't want to disregard Planning Commission or any of the people who are concerned about the look, especially the aesthetic look, but we say we're business friendly in this community. We need to be business friendly, and this does have things that help business owners. It's a 20% more effective way of advertising. I also, as a parent, any of you who have children on here, mentioned Amber Alerts and the National Alert. I mean, these are made possible with EMCs, and I'll tell you, anyone who has had anything happen to their child, you want it out like that. It does support and enhance the tax base in Colorado Springs. I also read some additional surveys that were looking at people who find them attractive, usually between the ages of 18 and 45. And I am just going to mention to you, President Hente, because I always think about you now when I see with Facebook and the resisting of technology. February 2012, Facebook has 845 million active users. 845 million people are on there. And so the technology is there. We can't resist it. And again, too, is some of the concerns for aesthetic look. I realize that, especially for people who have lived here a long time, this isn't the community that it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. This is a second largest city in the state. We're a city of over 400,000 people. We're dependent on businesses. And so I had planned on making a motion, but I was happy to second motion. And then again, but I want my constituents to know who had concerns that wasn't just easily disregarded, that a lot of the neighborhood issues were looked at, and I just believe there's more benefits, and I just don't believe we can resist it. I think it's more beneficial for our community than not. Thank you.
Val?
I will not be supporting the motion as read. I support Ordinance A, which was the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Well, no, you and me, Tim.
I feel compelled to say something, but I got nothing left.
I would just say that I'm going to support the motion. The assumption has been that we can't embrace technology until we clean up what we have, and I think we're capable of doing both. I think we can clean it up and move to new technology. I have confidence in the city we can do that. I think I am the last to speak. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Please vote. And that passes on a 6-2 vote with Councilmember Williams excused, and we are adjourned.